The first important working meeting after Gu Hang landed was almost over after Lambert finished talking about the relevant legal system construction. After everyone left, Gu Hang remained in the huge council hall. He was alone, sitting at the top of the big table, leaning on his chin with both hands, thinking quietly. The sunlight shone on his face from the side, making half of his face bright and half dark, and at the same time dragging his shadow very, very long. In addition to the 500 gift points reserved for the 4,158 new recruits to be trained in the recruit training base, he still has points in hand. This is still a large amount. Gu Hang is planning how to spend this gift point. The highest priority is College of Allegiance. Gu Hang now has a personal understanding of why the ruler will always feel anxious about the loyalty of his subordinates. He is still in the expansion stage of his career. Regarding loyalty and reliability, the most worrying thing is not that there will be anti-bone boys and 2-5 boys who will stab him in the back. The problem of loyalty and reliability that he is most worried about lies in corruption, whether he can do things with his heart and try to be less perfunctory. He was worried that under the rapidly expanding political system, talents had to be absorbed from the original coalition government and filled into the government of the new coalition. Will these people from the old coalition bring the bad atmosphere to the new coalition? He is worried that the political commissars in the army, although they have undergone training, are not trained enough, and they will be regarded as rushing ducks to the shells. Present. It seems that many red hats have performed very well, exceeding the goal that Gu Hang hoped for, but this does not mean that every political commissar is like this. This is especially true as the entire army grows in size. He was also worried about whether the diplomats and military commissioners dispatched to the disaster-stricken Chingu area would really be able to do things with their heart, and would they take this opportunity to take what they wanted? Due to the poor performance, the new alliance left a bad impression in the south, which led to resistance in the future recovery of the Chingu area. He will also worry about whether the disciplinary committee led by Lambert can really be loyal to find out the corrupt elements in the government and the army, and will not join forces with those corrupt elements. He has too many things to worry about. Can the Faithful Academy completely solve his anxiety? Probably not, but it can be alleviated. But in general, according to the description of Zhongxi Academy in the building interface, the trained people themselves have a very good training effect. Not to mention, Gu Hang can also use gift points to directly give people promoted to the special unit of trainee political commissar. Does the type of arms have to be used in the army? Not necessarily. Loyal Air Academy, Gu Hang spent the gift points needed for the construction without any hesitation. And for this building, he also made preparations in advance. The Loyal Air Academy in Fuxing City was established a month ago, named Shifeng Loyal Air Academy. The name of the prefix is used to commemorate the battle when Gu Hang started his career. The main curriculum of this college is to be loyal to the governor, loyal to the empire, tell history, and talk about politics. IT does not directly recruit young students, but is mainly used for those who are already working for short-term training. In fact, in the latest rank promotion plan issued by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, it is clearly mentioned that when the rank is promoted to D level or above, the training experience in Shifeng College will be regarded as an assessment bonus item. During the promotion from D9 to C1, that is, when entering the middle rank in the usual sense, 1 month of training time has become a rigid standard. Further up from C1, the training time will become an important bonus item. Loyalty is the #1 priority. These words of Gu Hang have been carried out in such a policy way. But the current education level of Shifeng Zhongshi Academy is quite worrying. Gu Hang himself serves as the principal, but he doesn't have time to actually go to school to run errands. Those who actually gave lectures selected some political commissars, some people who had followed Gu Hang for a long time and had high ideological awareness, and compiled the teaching materials according to Gu Hang's intentions to preach the subject according to the book. What educational quality can this have? What awareness can be raised? But that's okay. This is mainly to meet the needs of the architecture system. In order to exchange for College of Loyalty and make it effective, it is necessary to have a school that is already in operation and then superimpose the building effect on it, and then it will be able to work. This also means that Gu Heng doesn't have to care about the quality of teaching, as long as there is such a school is enough. After spending the points, Gu Heng has already seen that in the soldier card interface, the training option of Company Commissar has appeared. However, unlike other arms, this training requires people to go to the Academy of Loyalty and study for a week. On the second day, Gu Heng went to Shifeng Loyalty Academy in person and sat in on a few classes. He wanted to feel the effect for himself. Since it was a sudden attack, there was no need to worry about having too much preparation in advance so that you could not see the real situation. Of course, his arrival caused some chaos in the school, but he immediately stopped him from engaging in welcome ceremonies. Gu Heng just randomly selected a few classes, went in, and listened to the lectures. The husband and wife Jason Morgan and Hires Morgan never expected that one day they would be able to attend a class with the governor. As a clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Immigration Bureau, Jason Morgan exposed a group of looters disguised as civilians when he was dispatched to Sanchi Town. To the D2 level, the Bureau wanted to send him out again, but he resisted at first. The previous experience made him fight between the two, not to mention that the direction of this assignment is still the dangerous Chingu area. There are not only a large number of unemployed and landless looters there, it is as simple as looters who are captured by looters may not necessarily die. Alliance officials can be sold as captives for a lot of money. Instead, they kill League officials can get in big trouble. But those mutated monsters are irrational, and they bite to death when they are in danger. But soon, he was persuaded by his wife again. His very progressive wife is really a real wife. Wealth is in danger. The last time I was sent back from abroad, I was promoted 2 levels in a row, and I also crossed the E to D levels in the middle. The increase in the rank and treatment in the middle is quite large, but this time I went to a more dangerous place. The promotion should be even greater. However, before this mission, his leader also won an opportunity for him, an activist, to study at Shifeng Loyal Descendants Academy. After a training that is not too long, it is a very important experience, and it will be of great help to promote the rank and take up a higher position in the future. Not only he, but also his wife Hires Morgan, and his sister-in-law and sister of Hires, Miria de Jong, came here to study. His wife works as a clerical worker in a commercial firm. She is so active in life, and her own performance is not bad. She also won this opportunity and brought her younger sister along. Jason never imagined that one day he would have the experience of studying with his wife. The study experience in the Faithful Academy is somewhat boring. He and his sister-in-law often complained together. The teacher's lectures were mediocre, and the chanting was the same. The execution of the rebel generals of the former alliance, the suppression of the recovery of the evil gods, the vicious fight against the green-skinned orcs are indeed some legendary stories, but I can't stand listening to them 10,000 times. Only his wife, who is the most progressive in thinking, can still maintain high interest and even privately persuade his younger sister and husband to study hard, not just as a show. But isn't this just a formality? Come to listen to the lectures, and when you have enough time to study, follow the established answers in the weekly exams, praise the governor, and finally get a graduation certificate. From then on, you'll have an extra layer of beautiful resume, which will make it easier for you to be promoted in the future. Isn't that good? Listen carefully. Boring. But today, the governor personally came to inspect the effect of the classroom. They forcibly controlled themselves not to turn their heads and look at the governor disrespectfully, but their minds still couldn't erase the surprise when they saw the governor sitting in the last row of the classroom when they first stepped into the classroom. Under the sudden attack, no matter how boring they feel, they have to perform well. Even if Mr. Maisko, who is recognized as the worst lecturer in the whole academy, appears on the podium, they also decided to show that they listened with tears in their eyes, very moved. Maybe, if you perform better, you can attract the attention of the governor, and you can reach the pinnacle of your life. However, when the class started, they found that there was no need to act. In other words, they paid attention to performing well at the beginning, but in the end, they were completely attracted by the narration of Lecturer Maisko. To be honest, the things I talked about have not changed much, and they're still the same set of things, the glorious history and tragic experience of Star Fury. The governor is here to save the world, and I will show my loyalty to the governor, and the governor represents the Empire. However, the content is much more lively and interesting. It's not simple just to follow the scriptures. Between the words, when talking about the glorious life of the angry owls, there is hope on the face. When talking about the tragic life, there is sadness. When looters conquer cities, they are passionate. Under his narration, even Miria de Jong, who has always been the most impatient with these things, couldn't help but dance along with it. Not to mention anything else, just listening to a story itself is enough to make people interested. And when people are immersed in these stories, the many thoughts that they want to instill in the classroom will subtly enter their hearts. By the end of a class, not only did the students not feel bored, but they still had something to say. Only then did they remember that the governor was attending a class with them. Turning his head, he could no longer see the figure of the governor, and he didn't know when he left. After listening to such a half-class, Gu Hang's heart has settled down a lot. He felt much more relieved. The effect produced by the system was really impressive. After listening to halfway and almost confirming the effect of the course, Gu Hang left quietly first. When he came outside the classroom, he saw the dean of Shifeng Faithful Descendants Academy, Ryder Mashiko, who was waiting here. Mashiko is a layman. He used to be the political commissar of the 7th Regiment of the 4th Garrison Division. He made great contributions when he took the initiative to lead the troops to attack the Orc positions and covered the Space Marines to go deep into the enemy's positions to perform orbital strike and mark tasks. But in the full-scale attack after the orbital bombing, when he led his troops deep into the enemy's line, his leg was broken by a flying green bullet. Mashiko, who had lost too much blood, quickly passed out. After being sent to the rear, he amputated a leg and saved his life. Mashiko, who lost his leg, could no longer go to the battlefield, but he soon received a new order from his old boss Thaddeus to come to the newly established Shifeng Loyal Descendants Academy. At first, he was just a lecturer at AT that time. He thought to himself, how can I be able to teach others to be a teacher? There is no way to drive ducks to the shelves. He can only give lectures as he used to do ideological work to soldiers in the army. But later, he discovered that among a group of rotten fish and rotten shrimps, he was really the one who spoke the best. The worst kind of people are those who just read the textbooks that are not very good at all. Soon, when Shifeng Faithful Descendants Academy needed a manager, he became the head of the academic affairs by virtue of his qualifications as a major, the Revival Medal, and his status as a battle hero when he retired in the absence of the principal, Gu Hang. For a long time, the head of academic affairs, became the actual person in charge of the school's teaching work. Together with another vice principal who didn't care about teaching, but only focused on the construction of hardware facilities, he became the head of Shifeng Zhongxi Academy. Leader of, he has always been very concerned about the construction of the teacher team, that he has always been dissatisfied with the poor level of many lecturers and plans to expel some of them for a change.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
The MySco lecturer who gave a lecture today is one of the few people he thinks is the worst and has been placed on his layoff list. But I didn't expect that the governor's surprise attack today was listening to MySco's lessons. He hurried over with a cane, but he didn't dare to go in and disturb him, so he could only sweat coldly at the door. Mashiko has scolded 10,000 times his heart. Why didn't he get rid of the bastard Mashiko earlier, so that today he would be ashamed? He was already thinking hard about how he would explain to the governor later that MySco could not represent the true teaching level of Shifeng Academy. Although there is still a lot of room for improvement in the level of the college, it is because the establishment time is too short. If it takes longer and gives him more time, he will raise the level of education. As a result, at the door, he listened to the best ideological education class he had ever heard in school since he took office. Mashiko at the door was dumbfounded when he heard MySco's passionate and surging voice. I'm crazy. I want to get rid of such a person. No. Why didn't you behave well before? Kid, does the governor have to come to perform well? This is also very good. It saves me from embarrassing myself in front of the governor." Mashiko, whose psychological activities are quite complicated, silently removed Mashiko from the layoff list. Then, leaning on crutches in one hand, he gave a military salute to Gu Hang with the other. "My Lord Governor, please give instructions." "You did a good job." Gu Hang encouraged him. He knew that his previous education was not good enough, and he couldn't rely on Mashiko. After thinking for a while, Gu Hang added another sentence. "There is no need to worry about the level of lecturers, but your textbooks need to be re-edited. Don't always be one set of things, it's too rigid. So many heroic figures in the history of the Empire, write some heroic stories about deeds, especially the deeds of some governors with outstanding performances, and then you can compare it to the angry all-star. Of course, don't write it too obviously." Mashiko quickly took out a pen and paper and began to record the governor's instructions. In the follow-up, the reform of teaching materials will go in this direction. Gu Hang is very satisfied with the teaching level after personally experiencing the blessing of the building system. What is directly enhanced is the teaching level of teachers, and what is enhanced is the teaching atmosphere. But at the same time, he believes that the synergies brought by the building system have not yet been fully utilized. If there are better teaching materials in the follow-up, better teaching hardware, such as corresponding pictures and videos to assist explanations during lectures, the level of teachers themselves is also good enough, with sufficient knowledge reserves. With all these things in place, combined with buffs, such as the substantial improvement in the teacher's explanation level, the improvement of the teaching atmosphere, and the improvement of student concentration brought about by the building system, the overall effect will be more obvious. Only at that level can it be said that Gu Honghua's gift of 1,000 points on the Faithful Academy has been brought into full play. For this reason, Gu Hang specially took such a whole day to discuss the follow-up reform plan with Mashiko, the head of academic affairs, and the vice principal who rushed over and promised that the relevant teaching funds will be invested. It will give priority to Loyalty Academy. In addition, Gu Hang also specifically mentioned that the Loyalty Academy will hold an advanced class for short-term training. For this kind of advanced class, Gu Hang will personally teach a class. Mashiko took note of the incident. This so-called advanced version is where Gu Hang intends to spend gift points to cultivate the unit of company political commissar. The name of the system is this, and it is positioned as a military unit. But in fact, Gu Hang does not intend to use it only as a training ground for military and political officers. Ji Hang will gather those who have performed well in the Faithful Academy, or who need to be cultivated in all walks of life, and throw them into this advanced class. At the cost of 10 gift points per person, they will be trained company political commissar. After graduation, these people will return to their posts with the will of the most loyal fighters to play a leading role. Of course, training military and political officers is also a very important part. The first batch of quotas that Gu Hang gave was a total of dash people. This will cost him 700 gift points. But paying the price has paid off. 50 qualified political commissars will be drawn from various armies. After returning, they will enter the divisions and regiments to serve as political commissars. They will be the most determined force in the army to ensure the loyalty of the legion to the governor, and to ensure the morale and discipline of the army in combat. 15 of the other 20 will fall to people in government agencies at all levels. After they go back, they believe that they will be able to bring back their beliefs, ideals, and loyalty. The other 5 are from caravans, factories, and other enterprises and institutions. Their promotion speed will be faster than the average person, but the responsibilities they shoulder will also be greater than the average person. Gu Hang is looking forward to the time when these seeds will take root and germinate. If you don't have enough seeds, grow a few more batches. The Morgans, as well as their younger sister Miria, were selected into the advanced class. They are fully aware of what a precious opportunity this is. No matter what you can learn when you come to the Academy of Loyalty, at least this resume has become a golden sign in the new Alliance Society. Not to mention, they also entered advanced classes held from time to time and received personal teaching from the governor. In this way, the golden resume becomes more radiant. Who can say that I am not loyal in the future? What's more, after the 7-day course, they really didn't just have a layer of gold plating. Jason Morgan communicated with his wife, and they both felt that they had learned a lot of real things. The first and most obvious is military skill. Among the 7-day courses, part of it is military training. But after just a few days, they felt that they had become qualified fighters and could fight with guns. This is the most obvious perception for those who have no previous military training experience. And another very important point, they know how to inspire morale, excitement, and serious discipline. This includes language skills, expression skills, body movements, and how to lead by example. Which ones are principles, and which ones can be flexible. IT is necessary to mingle with others, have a deep friendship, care about others, pay attention to what others think, become friends, brothers, and people that others can rely on. But at the same time, we must also pay attention to establishing prestige and instilling loyalty in others. Be ruthless at critical moments. Strictly abide by the bottom line, lead by example, and use power, prestige, friendship, and even violence. In short, do everything possible to boost morale and maintain discipline. This knowledge is not just talk. They also understand the specific implementation methods. To be honest, they still feel a little bit in a dream. Are we geniuses? Learn everything in 7 days? They even have some doubts about how long this part of the brain has grown. Do these methods really work in practice? I don't know. There is no practice environment yet. However, this is about to run into trouble. So give it a try. What the governor taught, there can be no mistakes, right? As for their own level of ideological awareness, has it improved? It's hard for others to say. At least Jason Morgan feels nothing. Loyalty to the governor, love for the alliance, firm faith, guarantee of loyalty. I already know what I have read times, but this time I just read it a few more times. What special changes can there be? Can it really make me stand up for the belief in my heart when I encounter danger, even at the expense of my life? Impossible in this lifetime. He thought so. But what he doesn't know is that at certain critical moments and certain critical decisions, people like this sometimes don't do certain things in a purely rational and purely self-interested manner. The heroes who stepped forward often made amazing feats with just a thought in their hearts. The benefits of participating in the advanced class of loyal heirs came faster than expected. In addition to the things learned, the promotion within the system within the league is the same. Moreover, some important departments have robbed the 20 non-military candidates. For example, Hires Morgan was transferred from her original unit soon after graduation. The former was transferred to Shifeng Loyal Descendants Academy as a candidate for an excellent lecturer. Before she entered the advanced training class, she was already a well-known ideological progressor in the college. Now, it can be regarded as a further display of her advantages. Moreover, she is very likely to participate in the reform of the textbooks of the Faithful Academy in the future. Her younger sister, Miria de Jong, was snatched away by the disciplinary committee under Lambert that anti-corruption and audit work require people with advanced thinking and a sense of justice. Jason Morgan himself didn't have any job transfers, but he was quickly promoted to a D3 level employee and was sent to the Chingu area in the south as a local civil affairs liaison officer, responsible for accepting refugees' work. Will leave soon. His past experience has been plated with another layer of gold, and if he can do something in the south, his future will be bright. Except for the members of the government department, the political commissars selected from all levels of the army did not have a specific promotion. But fortunately, they themselves are considered to be high-ranking and powerful. Before coming to the training class, they were the military and political officers of each unit, basically including the political commissars at the division, brigade, and regiment levels, as well as the instructors of the combined battalion and the Dashasti Extinguishing Wind Brigade. After returning to their respective units, basically Xanadu is still doing his original work, but it must be much better than the previous situation of rushing ducks to the shelves. Moreover, although the position has not changed, the military rank has generally been promoted. The size of the new Alliance Army is not small, but the ranks of officers at all levels are generally relatively low compared with the size of the Army. For example, division commanders and brigade commanders are mostly lieutenant colonels. Regimental commanders are mostly majors. Battalion commanders generally only have captains, and many company commanders are only lieutenants or even second lieutenants. A large number of platoon leaders are not even officers, but non-commissioned officers of. This is a problem left over from history. The Army was established for a short time, especially after recovering the ruins of the Tower. Those garrison divisions were basically reorganized from the original adventure group. Although they have undergone the training of the soldier card system, they're still those people. Most of the military chiefs are those in power in the previous adventure group. Although their regiments were divided and dismantled severely to minimize the occurrence of hilltopism, it is still inevitable to appoint these people as leaders. In this way, Gu Hang intentionally lowered his military rank. Those who have done a good job and have military exploits will be promoted, and the future division commander and brigade commander will be matched with the rank of colonel. If they do not do well, they do not need to be demoted. And when the military chiefs are generally low in rank, it is even more difficult for sub-chiefs like political commissars to surpass them, and they will generally be even lower. But in this wave, most of the political commissars that Gu Hang sent back were moved up one level, and most of them were pulled up to the same level as the military chiefs in their respective troops. This represents his attitude. Jordan Leroy is a member of the old abandoned cave society. Like Prabhav, he was the first batch of soldiers to come out of the abandoned cave society. In the selection of the first batch of political commissars, he was also a red hat at the same time as Thaddeus, and currently has achieved the position of the brigade political commissar of the 1st Sheafing Brigade. He used to be a major, but he was just awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel by the governor, and he was already at the same level as their brigade commander Prabhav. His troops left the starship a week ago and entered a state of vacation after landing .as for himself. He was thrown into the Zhongxi Academy by a transfer order to attend a refresher class. And 3 days ago, his troops ended their vacation and added more than 2,000 soldiers from the new barracks, as well as a batch of equipment that had just been transported from the arsenal of Weixing City to make up for the losses from the battle on the starship. Done. Immediately afterwards, the troops left the station and headed to the west of Fuxing City. There, the 7th and 8th Divisions were facing off against an army of allied rebel enclaves. The newly added troops are to reinforce the 7th and 8th Divisions and to achieve key results in the shortest possible time to end the battle. It was also because of this that immediately after the courses at the Academy of Loyalty ended, Leroy took a car and, together with a number of political commissars who would also participate in the war, came to the second line of the battlefield about 130 kilometers west of Fuxing City. Everyone parted ways here and went to find their own troops. He also found the location of his troops, the flags of the Sheafing Brigade, which were planted in various places in the second-line barracks, fluttering in the wind. The car drove into the barracks, and under the guidance of the soldiers, he came to a military tent. Lieutenant Colonel Prabhav, who had just received the news, walked out of the door to greet his old partner. The two hugged each other big, and Prabhav patted Leroy on the back and said with a smile, "Finally, I have hope for you back. Now, I can safely and boldly lead the troops forward." Leroy just smiled and pulled Prabhav, a fellow countryman and colleague, into the command tent. As soon as he came, he saw a military sand table. Leroy asked, "What's the situation now?" "I rushed over immediately after I got out of school, and I didn't have a chance to hear the latest situation on the way." Prabhav said, "I was going to tell you. 3 days ago, the fully staffed Sheafing Brigade, the 2nd Motorized Infantry Division, and the B Slaughter Regiment all set off together and came to the front line of the battle. Among them, it is worth mentioning that the 3rd Independent Regiment has finally regained the title of B Slaughter Regiment that they have been longing for. This is due to the battle hero who was born in their army and killed the warlord of the Orc fleet, Aero Lacroxia. That kid is now on the rise. Not only has he won the 2nd Wind Extinguishing Medal in the entire army, but he has also been promoted from corporal to special sergeant, that he was supposed to be promoted to an officer and lead the troops, but he himself refused, that he said he would only be a soldier. Then there is no way out. Originally, the highest rank of non-commissioned officers in the Alliance military is currently sergeant. As a result, 3 levels of sergeant, senior sergeant, and special sergeant were specially created for him, and Lacroxia became the only one in the entire army. A special sergeant chief, commonly known as the King of Soldiers. And he, along with the troops who took back the title of the Beast Slaughter Group, arrived here last night. They didn't go into battle immediately. They mainly took a rest after marching more than 100 kilometers quickly. In addition, they also needed time to formulate an overall combat plan. By the way, they waited for the political commissars of the various units who were still in training. Now, everything is ready, only the horn of attack is owed. The commander-in-chief of this battle was Colonel Yin Fangxiu. The 5 divisions and brigade units of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 8th were gathered in one place and directly became a group army. And Yin Fangxiu, the current highest military officer in charge of the alliance military, did his part to assume the responsibility of the commander of the group army. He is still under a lot of pressure. The enemy on the opposite side is okay, a mob, even if there are a lot of them. But now Yin Fangxiu, who has assembled a large army under his command, can he still be afraid? But the governor's eager expectation made him feel pressured. In this battle, according to the governor's instructions, it must be fought quickly, with great results, and one battle will determine the world, and there should be no procrastination. This is politically necessary. War is an extension of politics. In addition, although the governor did not say it clearly, if a battle is won and the casualties are too large, it will be considered that all the pre-war battle goals have been achieved, and I am afraid he will not get any benefits. However, he was not timid and still formulated a battle plan with the guiding ideology of quick defeat, complete annihilation. He called it central flowering, and to be the sharp knife troop that blossomed in the center, the Sheafing Brigade must do its part. I plan to gather all the tank companies of the combat battalions of the whole brigade. More than 50 tanks will form an armored fist, and under the cover of artillery, they will smash towards the center of the enemy's defense line. After the breakthrough is made, our mechanical and motorized troops will quickly follow up. We must open a kilometer-deep wound on the enemy's position for at least 1 day, so that we can provide the follow-up friendly troops to create conditions for a breakthrough and encirclement. Prabov revealed his plan to his old partner. After listening, Leroy thought for a while and didn't have any opinion. This is really Prabov style. Go up and cut through the enemy. You have no objection, so let's do it. We will set off tomorrow morning. The troops have rested for 2 days, which is enough. I hope that the new recruits who have just come in can be used and nothing will go wrong. As it turned out, the recruits didn't disappoint Prabov either. Compared with the veterans who participated in many brutal battles, although these newly recruited soldiers are a little immature, their military skills are absolutely sufficient. Early the next morning, the 1st Brigade set off when it was daylight. The sky-shattering artillery fire covered the enemy's position. The soldiers and leaders of the anti-governor alliance were all stunned by the fierce artillery fire. Prior to this, when they fought against the 7th and 8th divisions, they had experienced the power of the alliance's artillery. But at that time, the 2 divisions together only had about 50 schools. But it was precisely because of the existence of these 50 heavy artillery pieces that the 8 or anti-governor allied forces were unable to advance an inch. It's okay to guard. Relying on fortifications and anti-gun holes, they can barely resist. If they take the initiative to attack, lack of artillery countermeasures, and lack of armored troops to cover, the 50 heavy artillery is enough to make their attacking troops come how much to send. After sending some heads, they knew they couldn't fight like this. But before they could come up with some new methods, the iron fist of the alliance arrived first. At this moment, the troops of the rebels squatted in the artillery holes and various fortifications, as usual, and then the artillery came. They thought that this was like the shelling they had suffered every day for more than half a month. Although it is uncomfortable, although it will kill people, but once it is endured, it will pass. But actually, that's not the case at all. This time the bombardment was much denser than before, and it lasted too long. This is definitely not the effect that 50 cannons can blast. That's exactly what happened. At this moment, A total of 10 artillery battalions can be drawn out of the 5 divisions, and more than 300 cannons can be fired at the same time. Almost all the artillery units of the 5 division and brigade units were concentrated and used. The joint artillery positions were concentrated in the direction where the Sheafing Brigade was about to launch an assault, bombarding indiscriminately. Within an hour, 100 rounds were fired, and 155 rounds of 30 howitzers hit the enemy's central position about 8 kilometers wide on average. If it is less than 155 centimeters, a howitzer will hit it. The shells will not fit. What happened to the blast hole? When it hits the center, the hole dug out is a little shallower, and it will be blown down. If you're lucky, if you don't get hit in the middle, the shaking ground will also slam down the soil. It can collapse all the anti-bunker holes. Not to mention, it is impossible for all soldiers to have artillery holes to stay in, and some can only stay in trenches or even in foxholes. Such a shot goes down, hits, and a group of people lose their lives. And these shells are just the prelude to the attack. When the artillery fire ceased, an officer against the governor's allied forces stepped out of a cement bunker built half buried in the ground in the trench. He was a vegetarian, his ears were deaf, and he even had dried blood hanging by his ears. Just now, at least 10 rounds of heavy artillery landed near the bunker. Fortunately, none of the shots hit the bunker directly, otherwise his life would have been lost. Unfortunately, the trenches leading to the 2 exits of the bunker were hit by shells, which deafened his ears and made him fly. The incoming artillery shrapnel killed several staff officers around him and severed one of his arms. Holding his bleeding arm, he walked out of the bunker, and what he saw were corpses all over the trench. Some people were wailing, but there were also many people who couldn't even wail, and there were even some people who couldn't even find their bodies. He staggered, stepped on the shooting pedal like rolling and crawling, and looked in the direction of the Alliance army. He saw 50 steel monsters at a distance of about 20 meters to 30 meters, scattered in the direction of the trench, and moved forward in a mighty manner. And behind these steel monsters with gun barrels, there are also infantry combat vehicles that he can't count. Further back, there are many trucks full of infantry in the distance, which is even more unreal. He shouted loudly for the soldiers to come out to fight and block the enemy's attack, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. He was already deaf. No one answered his call. At least on the small piece of ground he was in, there were no survivors. What should I do next? With a dizzy head, before he could figure out why, he saw a tank with its barrel turned and aimed at him. He stared blankly at the pitch-black cannon muzzle, and there was a burst of orange fire, and then his eyes went dark, and he didn't know anything. Following the charge of the troops, Lieutenant Colonel Perbov, who was about several hundred meters away from the tanks on the front line, ventured out and looked at the battlefield with a telescope. He happened to see that scene just now. He said cursingly, "Damn, if you see a mosquito, you have to shoot it, right? The shells don't cost money, right?" He looked slightly depressed. Not really because the tankers were wasting shells, but, damn it, the artillery did all my work. What am I doing? He plopped back into the car, not too happy. Leroy, who was next to him, of course understood the virtues of his old partner. He smiled and patted Perbov on the shoulder and comforted him. If you can solve the problem with shells, don't use human life to solve it. I think it's good. What's more, if you want to fight, you don't really have to fight. Brother Artillery is capable, but can he really do all the work? What Leroy said certainly had a point. A shell of less than centimeters is an exaggeration. The enemy's position is not just a single line. No matter how amateurish and stupid the commander on the opposite side is, he also knows to build a deep line of defense. It was really bad to be bombed, but it was really not that there were not many soldiers on the front that was 8 kilometers wide and at least 3 kilometers thick. In fact, the Sheafing Brigade encountered resistance. The enemy began to show up, and some lucky people who survived the shelling had emerged from bunkers, fortifications, and bomb holes under the orders of the officers and launched a counterattack against the attacking enemy. However, the strength of this counterattack is like scratching an itch. The artillery positions of the anti-governor allied forces were fired under the previous heavy artillery pieces. Anyway, they were nowhere to be seen at this time. The soldiers did have some weapons that could barely be regarded as anti-armor, such as rocket launchers, explosive kits, etc., but the number was not large enough, and the power was not enough. The bazooka, whether it's the Rambler or the Challenger tank, is tickling unless it's really close range, and it blows very accurately to the thinnest armor of the tracks, wheels, and buttocks of tanks and armored vehicles. The dynamite pack requires people to lean on it. But that's hard. For accuracy and power, you have to be very close to armored units. However, their tanks and infantry vehicles are not tortoises. They run faster than humans, and their firepower is still fierce. Not to mention cannon tubes, machine guns on tanks, machine guns on infantry combat vehicles, and bolt machine guns are all things that can cause explosive damage to light infantry. Without fire cover, relying purely on light infantry, they will be smashed before they get close. If you really want a lucky guy or a tough guy who can wait until the tank passes by and then rush out suddenly, then it is basically impossible to succeed. The Schiefing Brigade's infantry tank coordination and armored charge tactics are good at it. The infantry of the Union Army is not vegetarian. This time, the infantry tank coordination tactics adopted by the Schiefing Brigade are armor-guided shocks, tanks in front, mechanized infantry who dismount and fight in the middle, and infantry fighting vehicles in the rear that on both sides and rear of each tank. There are usually 1 or 2 infantry squads. The guns in their hands will educate those enemies who feel that the tank barrel cannot turn fast enough and want to strike from the side, to at the same time, the infantry fighting vehicle a little. Further behind serves as the key fire support for the infantry. At the same time, the tank unit will not make the mistake of being out of touch. It often keeps a distance of 20 to 100 meters from the infantry. After occupying a position, the tank will stop for a while, waiting for the infantry to come up. After the infantry comes up, they will complete the occupation and clearing of the surrounding area. The tank will start again at this moment, and then break through a certain position, and the infantry will keep up. So back and forth. They were originally a rabble drawn from various settlements, and there were gaps in equipment, morale, training, experience, all that were visible to the naked eye. After being plowed again by dash rounds of artillery, not so many survived. What's more, even if they were alive, their morale had long since reached the verge of collapse. To be honest, if he hadn't been forced to resist by the officer, he might have already run away or hid and waited to surrender. But aren't the officers of the anti-governor allied army not afraid of death? Obviously also afraid. In some places the soldiers fled, and the officers tried to call them back, but in vain they lost their minds and simply ran away. Some officers, after calling on the soldiers to go out to resist, slipped away first. Some officers simply ran away with their soldiers. In general, these anti-governor allied forces, after suffering the terrible shelling, were able to organize the rest of the people to fight back to a certain extent. Considerably speaking, their status as a mob was pretty good. But under the impact of the armored forces, this resistance was quickly shattered. If the fleeing soldiers ran to both sides, the soldiers under Prabov would not pay much attention to them, and they had no time to take care of things on both sides of the front line. But if they panicked and ran backwards, it would be tantamount to being chased away by armored troops all the way. Behind the ass, that's obviously pretty bad point. 2 legs can't run on wheels. Especially after the enemy's resistance became weaker and weaker, Prabov adopted bold and aggressive tactics, no longer allowing the infantry and armored forces to maintain close cooperation, and the tactical discipline was dropped, and more emphasis was placed on impact speed. The infantry fighting vehicles began to overtake the slow Challenger tanks and came to the front. The engineer battalion rode armed trucks to catch up quickly, and when they encountered places that could not be run over, the engineers got out of the vehicles to fill in the trenches and build temporary roads. This is actually very dangerous, but there is no danger. Just after the Schiefing Brigade officially went into battle, just 2 hours later, the entire force pierced through the middle of the enemy's line of defense. 8 kilometers wide and 4 kilometers deep, it was completely washed out. At this point, Commander Yan's strategy of blossoming from the center can be regarded as a preliminary success. The enemy's line is about 50 kilometers wide, and it has now been bloomed from the middle, and an 8-kilometer-wide protrusion has been punched out from middle. All this, from the bombardment to the completion of the assault by the armored forces, all happened within 3 hours. Next, it's time for the next stage of the central flowering strategy, making dumplings. The protruding part was shot, of course, in preparation for the complete annihilation of the enemy. After breaking through the line of defense, the Sheafing Brigade did not stop. After crossing the difficult trench area and the enemy's resistance, the road to the back is even smoother. The mechanized troops of the Sheafing Brigade ran very fast on this smooth road. 5 hours later, the vanguard of the Sheafing Brigade had gone 50 kilometers away. At this time, only 8 hours had passed since the bombardment started. 8 hours is not even enough time for the anti-governor Allied forces to react effectively. But Yin Fangshu's follow-up attack plan has already followed. The 2nd Motorized Infantry Division quickly followed up from the salient part of Sheafing Brigade that a part of the troops was left to stick to the central salient, while the other troops, together with the Sheafing Brigade, outflanked due north and due west respectively. This is the rear route of the two divided armies of the enemy. At the same time, the 3rd B Slaughtering Independent Regiment, the 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions, with the support of artillery, began to launch a full-scale attack with all their strength. The enemy's forces began to waver across the board. The center was broken through, the two sides lost contact, the rear was outflanked, and the front was flooded by fierce artillery fire. Under attack from many sides, they became dumpling stuffing. It took Yin Fangshu half a day to make the center blossom, and another day to make a solid dumpling. The skin is thin and the stuffing is big, but the meat stuffing inside is not capable of breaking through the seemingly small dumpling skin. Surrounded by them, they held firm for 3 days. No supplies, no ammo, no reinforcements. A group of rabble, expecting them to fight until they run out of ammunition and food. And everyone dies? Unrealistic. By the 4th day, the enemy began to surrender in large areas. So far, this dumpling with thin skin and big stuffing is considered fully cooked. Our department completed the established battle plan 4 days ago and wiped out more than Dash rebels. Among them, more than Dash people were eliminated and more than Dash were captured. Our army suffered 415 casualties, of which 164 were killed. At present, our Central Army is continuing to advance southwestward with the established plan. The goal is to completely disarm 77 known survivor settlements in this direction and liberate the population of 200 million in the Central Province. This goal is optimistic and can be completed within a month. Please rest assured, Governor, we will surely complete the task. Gu Heng glanced at it, read the report sent by Commander Yin, and then put it aside. He was not surprised by this result, so there was no fluctuation in his heart. At most, it was compared with the battle report interface generated by the system. Gu Heng earned 774 gift points from this battle, which is pretty good, and he earned back the cost of training those political commissars. However, the number of kills and prisoners submitted by Yin Fangshu is slightly different from the system battle report, but not much. This is a statistical error, which is normal. The numbers collected by the system come from metaphysics, which are cheats. The report submitted by Yin Fangshu is to count the number by himself. For the captives, it's okay to just point their heads. Killing is too difficult to determine, especially since most of the enemy casualties were actually killed by shelling. The fortifications that were bombed were buried and smashed to pieces. How can you confirm how many people are in that lump of rotten meat? Almost got it. Anyway, the 5 divisions organized into the so-called Central Group Army have a total of about 8,000 people. It seems that they are dealing with 2.5 times the number of enemies, but in fact there is a huge gap in training, experience, and equipment between the two sides. This is a battle that is impossible to lose. Unless Yin Fangshu is too stupid, it is normal to have such a record. Looking at it now, Commander Yin is certainly not stupid. On the contrary, he has done a good job. After the more than 8 people were wiped out, the rebel forces in the Central Province were already grasshoppers after autumn, and they would not be able to jump for a few days. To put it bluntly, they used to be just scattered settlements, with a population ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, and as many as a dozen or 2 million. That is to say, the special environment on the wasteland allows every household to have some weapons so that when they feel threatened, they can pull up a big army to resist. But after this wave of resistance was shattered, it was impossible for them to pull up a second team due to the characteristics of their so-called allied forces. They said it was an anti-coalition, but in fact, they were a loose coalition. The coalition said it was a coalition, but after Gu Hang came to power, he quickly transformed it into a highly centralized political system. The mobilization ability between the two is not a concept. What's more, losing 200 young and middle-aged people is equivalent to losing 4% of the total population for the rebel forces in the central province with a total population of -1 million. How can a union that hastily gathered together withstand this kind of shock? Before, the alliance did not exert any force, and more than one people blocked the 8 people from moving. Now, with a little force, the 8 people disappeared in 4 days. Catching pigs is probably the same efficiency. Wouldn't the leaders and people of those settlements not be shaken? Probably scared to death. Gu Hang judged that in the future, Yin Fangshu's actions would not be hindered too much. I am afraid that if it is under a city, that city will raise a white flag and surrender. Even if those guys wanted to continue to resist, their residents would probably not agree. Even if the residents agreed, it would probably be very difficult for them to gather tens of thousands of guns. However, although the follow-up actions should be relatively smooth and the whole war should not be difficult, Gu Hang still decided that after Yin Fangshu came back from his battle, as long as there is no accident, he will be promoted to brigadier general. A commander of the alliance's army group is a colonel, which is too shameful. In less than half a year, Yin Fangshu was promoted from a small navy captain to the rank of brigadier general, the same rank as Captain Elisha, who sent him to the frontier. That means TSK. I don't know what Elisha will think when she sees it. Although the two are very different, a Commodore General of the Imperial Navy and a Commodore General of the Planetary Defense Force on a small planet are far from the same thing. But the gold content is not enough. The rank of the Planetary Defense Force is also recognized by the Empire, and Elisha will pinch her nose and call Brigadier General when she sees it. Quite interesting. Withdrawing his thoughts, there's another thing about this war that needs Gu Hang's attention. They captured prisoners. These captives are on their way to be escorted. In order to accommodate these people, Fuxing City's construction team will build another large prisoner of war camp near the recruit training base. These prisoners of war cannot be treated in the same way as the previously captured looters. The vast majority of them were not looters and had never committed felonies to be a rebel. That's what the leader of each settlement does. Whether they volunteered to sign up, were mobilized, or even were arrested, they were all poor and ordinary people in the past. As an enemy, that's okay. At this time, as a prisoner, there is no need to be too strict. They are all Gu Hang's subjects, young and strong. They are all precious labor force. Gu Hang sent an order to Thaddeus, asking the military and political officer to make relevant work plans, which must be completed before the arrival of the prisoners of war. The overall goal is to digest these populations, whether it is to extract part of them and transform them into recruits for training, or to break up and enter the factory as civilians after ensuring that there is no problem. Now that there are people under his command, Gu Hang won't do everything by himself. He just needs to check how well his subordinates are doing. Thaddeus did come up with a corresponding plan the next day. The general way is that all prisoners of war will be assigned corresponding jobs in Fuxing City for a period of 1 month as punishment. They will be assigned to construction sites, to cargo sorting and transportation centers, to factories. In short, they could be assigned to any place that requires labor. In this regard, Thaddeus will do a good job of matching and communicating with the people in the production department. Enjoy the 8-hour working system, will not be abused, will not be beaten and scolded, and enjoy the same working conditions as normal workers. There will be no shortage of labor insurance supplies, food rations, and medical insurance that should be issued. But there is no pay and no personal freedom. After work, they must go back to the prisoner of war camp and then receive a 4-hour ideological education class from the military political commissar, instructor, and part-time lecturer from the Loyalty Academy. They must be made to realize that their past behavior was wrong. The sufferings of their past lives were caused by those in power in the original settlements. The governor is here to unite all the Fury Stars. The Alliance will not do anything to them. On the contrary, as long as they are well reformed, the future life will be beautiful and bright of. This is not empty talk, but supported by real institutional advantages. These prisoners of war will work together with the residents of Fushing City during the day, whether in the factory or on the construction site. They will know what kind of life the residents of Fushing City live. There is a stable rank, no worries about food and clothing, an extra salary, and you can buy goods to improve your living standard. If you work for a long time or have outstanding work performance, your rank will be promoted. This is a tangible upward path that can be seen. Life is hopeful and hopeful. Good days are yet to come. After receiving social education during the day and ideological education at night, after a month's life as a prisoner of war, there must have been some changes in these poor ghosts conscripted from various settlements. At that time, according to their performance in the prisoner of war camp within this month, they will be given ranks and integrated into the city, and it should be relatively smooth. After seeing Thaddeus' plan, Gu Hang didn't make any changes and approved it with a wave of his hand. At the end of the approved document, he also attached a sentence, asking Thaddeus to summarize the experience of managing prisoners of war this time, so as to use it as a routine method for similar incidents in the future. This matter is over with him. Just wait and see the results later. As for what he wants to do, he still has gift points on hand. After returning to the surface, he spent 500 points for training 1,000 recruits, 700 points for the Academy of Loyalty, and 774 points for cultivating political commissars. Adding in the 3,232 points he got at the end of the battle, he still has a total of gift points in his hands. Still a lot. After thinking about it, Gu Hang still decided to draw a technology card. Technology is the primary productive force. The reason why his territory is able to support a small army of 200 with a population of more than million and is well equipped is it because of Gu Hang's great charm? No matter how great the charm is, can it turn out armored vehicles, tanks, and food? To put it bluntly, the industrial base in Weishing City plays an extremely important role, and its development depends entirely on the black box provided by the technology system, which is directly transformed into a production line. As for the drawing of technology cards, according to the underworld mechanism of the system, the card pool of each grade is essentially limited and will be drained, so when drawing cards, it is necessary to talk about strategy. Currently, there are 3 levels of cards that Gu Hang can draw. 10/100/1000. 10 yuan. The probability of the basic level is 10%, and the probability of the Air Force is 90%. It is expected to get a basic level for 100 yuan, and the price/performance ratio is actually not bad. 100 grades, 50% of the basic level, 10% of the advanced level. It is expected to invest -points to get an advanced level, -points for a basic level, and the second estimate is expected to be -points for a basic level, and the price/performance ratio is relatively low. 1,000 files. The probability of the basic level is 40%, the probability of the advanced level is 30%, and the probability of the higher level elite level is 30%. This is a card pool that has never been drawn before, and the price/performance ratio is directly full. If you invest -points, you can get a technology steadily. It is a bit of a loss to draw the basic level, but the probability of entering the class and the elite level is not low. If you get it, you will earn it. Gu Hang was a little itchy, but he decided to give 100 points of gifts first, draw a 10 yuan stall, and try his luck. The luck of the dog really came, and 80 yuan was drawn out. Basic technology, LR5 Light Energy Gun Family. Imperial Mechanicus undertakes the order requirements of the Star Militia Army and develops a new generation of light energy rifles. Through different accessories and simple modification, firearms with different functions, such as rapid-fire laser guns, laser rifles, energy-storing rifles, and laser pistols can be formed. Good stuff. The LR series of laser guns is also the basic weapon configuration of the Astral Army. But unlike the G9, which is also a basic weapon configuration, the LR is much more high-end and more expensive. If we say that the G-series kinetic energy rifles are issued to good brothers who pay 5 yuan to fill in the line, then the troops distributed with LR5 laser guns in a large area can be regarded as the main force of the Star Army. Among other things, the damage of this thing is almost the same as the electromagnetic rifle of the HS series, except that the electromagnetic rifle shoots metal spikes, and a laser gun is a pure energy weapon. But no matter what it is, shooting greenskins will definitely not be like the G-series rifles, where it takes dozens of rounds to kill a greenskin. If you hit an ordinary green boy without a helmet, you can get 1 shot accurately. If you hit the torso, you can get 5 or 6 shots. Generally speaking, this is a weapon that improves the firepower of light infantry. Even after a sufficient amount of configuration, the power of the basic firearms has increased significantly, which is enough to bring about a qualitative change in the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Gu Hang was still a little regretful just now. If he hadn't drawn out the G9 and replaced it with the LR5, it would have been great. In this way, it can be done in one step. With LR5, who uses G9. However, after thinking about it later, he didn't think so again. At that time, it is better to take out the G9. Good things have a problem. That is expensive. The Imperial Taxation Department will collect LR5 individual suits as a set of 4 tax coins. You know, the tax department only pays 5 tax coins when one person leaves. I don't know whether to say that LR5 is too expensive or that human life is too worthless in the eyes of the tax department. As for the price of G9, 5 sets for 1 tax currency, that a set of individual equipment with the LR5 laser gun as the core, the manufacturing cost is 20 times that of the G-series kinetic energy rifle. At that time, if the LR5 was directly drawn out, then Gu Hang's explosive soldier plan would have a big problem, and there would be no way to make so many guns. Moreover, even now, LR5 has a problem. The gun can be manufactured, but the high-energy battery as ammunition has no conditions for manufacturing. The finished black box is directly produced with a battery, but it is not included in the production line. Headache. This is because the industrial system relies entirely on black boxes. As a result, certain technologies have been extracted, but they are unable to realize them. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Gu Hang also has a former genius mechanic, Ms. Wu Jiarong. This mechanic, whose name is very similar to his cousin, has really come up with some results recently. She has conquered the production line technology of synthetic starch. At the same time, she has also worked out the production plan of the energy storage battery. This thing has a performance gap with the high-energy battery used by the Astral Army, but it is not unusable. It is nothing more than the number of bullets in a magazine, which has been reduced from dash rounds to dash rounds, and if the charged high-power shooting is used, 1 round can dry out a fully charged battery. But it's still the same saying, first solve the problem of nothing. Okay, let's talk about it later. Maybe I will get the production technology of high-energy batteries later. However, although it is a very happy thing to draw the LR5 laser gun family, it is not without cost. Not only the 80 gift points, but more importantly, the 10 yuan novice prize pool was completely drained. After this time, the probability of winning the prize with 10 gifts is only 1%. The expected value is a basic level technology at dash points, and only fools continue to smoke. Afterwards, Gu Hang started to set his target on the 1000th gear. He expects a lot from it. There is a high probability that there will be a good product at the advanced level or elite level, but if you get a basic level, it will be a blood loss. Hope you're lucky. He is actually a bit entangled. He wants to come up with an awesome elite level technology, but he is also worried that even if it is extracted, it will not be able to digest it with the current industrial level of the territory. Not to mention the elite level. Even the advanced technologies drawn out before, such as bolt guns and controllable reactors, can only rely on finished black boxes for small-scale production at present, and cannot be put into real mass production. It is true that the black box of the mother machine can be pulled out of the production line, but the production line is not a black box, and the finished product cannot be produced by simply inputting basic raw material elements. Both of these things require alloy ceramic steel as an industrial raw material, and this is a more advanced alloy than alloy plastic steel, which cannot be produced at present. But even if it can't be pulled out of the production line, it's just a finished black box to make something awesome. That's very good. Anyway, it might not come out yet. What's bothering you? Just smoke it. Gu Hang started the first 1,000 lottery draw. The luck is mediocre, not too good, but not too bad, and an advanced technology has been produced. Wind Falcon Speed Attack Boat, Advanced Class. This is a multi-purpose combat aircraft, which uses part of the anti-gravity technology and cooperates with high-energy engines to have extremely high performance. According to different equipped modules and weapons, it can be used as a high-speed fighter, ground bomber, support gunboat, and squad carrier aircraft. Seeing this stuff, Gu Hang's mouth almost burst into laughter. The Wind Falcon Speed Attack Boat can be regarded as the main flying vehicle of the Astral Army. In the Imperial military, there is no independent air force. Similar roles, if it is not on some space carriers, as spacecraft for space warfare, to conduct swarm operations, this is HNA, or it is deployed in the Star Army as a support and fire supplement for the ground army. That is Liu Hang. Gu Hang's army has always lacked air force. Although after receiving the old Union Army, they had more than 20 aircraft in their hangars, but they were either propeller fixed-wing aircraft or helicopters. The combat capabilities of these gadgets can't be said to be bad, but the number is a bit too small, and they haven't played such an important role in Gu Hang's previous battles. The Falcon Speeder, however, is different. With this black box, it means that Gu Hang can mass-produce aircraft. Moreover, its performance is much better than the current aircraft of the Alliance Army. Just like ordinary, locally produced helicopters, maybe a homemade rocket launcher will dry it out. In the past, helicopters were not allowed to go into battle because they were not very helpful and were easy to kill. Lose a plane, and when Gu Hang goes back to perform fast actions, there will be one less car. No need, but not afraid anymore. It's impossible to shoot down the Wind Falcon with the Earthen Bazooka. First of all, it can't hit. It may fly faster than a jet plane. The high-energy engine is combined with anti-gravity technology to make its speed extremely exaggerated. It can hover left and right or up and down directly. Translation: this is another level of flexibility than traditional fixed-wing aircraft. It is too difficult to hit it with machine sights and anti-aircraft guns without fire control, so it can only be covered by bullet rain. Secondly, even if it is marked, it is not necessarily bad. Foam Falcon is called a fast attack boat, not an airplane. Its skin is not thin at all. Even if it does not reach the level of a tank, it is probably not much worse than a Walker chariot. With the blessing of anti-gravity technology, Foam Falcon can completely carry heavy armor and fly into the sky, give you rockets, anti-aircraft guns, and even anti-aircraft missiles twice, and the thick armor may not necessarily fall directly. Similarly, the excellent load capacity also means that the Wind Falcon can carry a lot of weapons and equipment. Air-to-air missiles, ground-to-ground missiles, laser cannons, rail guns, these things are put on it, and it is like an infantry fighting vehicle flying in the sky with more powerful firepower. The pilot will then be paired with a servo skull to assist with fire control. When necessary, unloading some high-load missiles. It can also transport a space fighter strike team, or a whole infantry platoon for airborne operations. After the airborne troops are released, it can continue to fly and hover over the airborne troops to provide support. This is a top-performance flying weapon. Of course, there is still a problem with its existence. At present, it can only be made in black boxes, and the production line cannot be pulled. If it is pulled out of the production line, there's a lack of ceramic steel for surface armor. There's a lack of anti-gravity engines and high-energy engines, and whetstone engines are not enough. The military factory in Weishing City can now manufacture some missiles on a small scale, which is part of the technology that Wu Jiarong conquered on his own. The problem was solved, but the output was not high. The laser cannon and the railgun could not be produced. As the servo skull of the fire control system, it can only be rubbed by Wu Jiarong's hands, and the output is impressive. The lack of these accessories means that the military factory cannot make them, and can only rely on the finished black box to slowly rub out. It is estimated that one can be rubbed out in a week. What Gu Hang was worried about before, the problem of producing advanced technology, still happened. However, it can still bring benefits. One fight a week is worth it, that a few Wind Falcon speed attack boats can almost have a key impact on a local war. After drawing out the Wind Falcon speedboat, Gu Hang saw that the winning rate of advanced technology has become 20%. The basic level is 50%, and the elite level is still 30%. The rules are the same as the 100th level. After winning the round, the technology with the corresponding rating will lose probability and fall to the next level. The only thing that makes me happy is that there's only a 10% chance of dropping, which is much better than the previous 2 gears. Gu Hang smoked twice more. With good luck and bad luck, I got a basic level and an elite level. The one at the basic level is especially bad and got the resource detection technology blueprint. It is a little different from the technology obtained before. In addition to the finished black box for the production of detection equipment and the black box of the mother machine, there is one more thing, a complete set of detection knowledge illustrated textbooks. The latter thing is quite powerful. Gu Hang immediately thought that after he had these, he could form multiple resource exploration teams to explore what good things are contained in the land he is currently able to control. According to the technical description, teams equipped with detection equipment and knowledge of detection can mark the value of the land, the detection of land fertility and what is suitable for planting, as well as the detection of mineral resources and suggestions for mining plans. These two are the most important. The urban ruins of the pre-war era will be picked up sooner or later. It is of great significance to discover new metal deposits and study how tall buildings in urban ruins are dismantled and reconverted into materials for reuse. Gu Hang intends to hand over the corresponding work to Asana on her side, under the production department. Another Bureau of Land and Resources could be established to be responsible for the exploration, planning, and utilization of various resources. Although drawing 1,000 levels of technology only draws out a basic level, but as long as the relevant exploration technology finds a big mine, it may pay back the cost. Therefore, Gu Hang was not disappointed. Facts have proved that this exploration technology is worth the money. Only 1 month later, after Asana organized a group of people with experience in the field, learned the knowledge of exploration, and equipped with the detection equipment produced by the finished black box, there was an immediate benefit. After re-exploring the abandoned caves in the pre-war era, where the Waste Cave Society originally lived, they found that there are deep metal deposits underneath, and the reserves are quite good. Even though mining is a bit more difficult, they quickly formulated a corresponding mining plan. Patel, the person in charge of the abandoned cave area in Weisheng City, attaches great importance to this that he quickly dispatched the corresponding construction team, and with the help of corresponding construction machinery, began to excavate and build a new mining area. If there is no accident, the new mining area will be officially put into production in 3 months AT that time. The cost of raw materials in the Weisheng City heavy industry base will drop significantly. The transportation cost of the minerals dug directly from the new mining area will be extremely low. In the future, this group of exploration teams will come up with a plan for the comprehensive demolition and resource recovery of the huge tower ruins after field research. This is not just as simple as picking up rubbish. It includes 2 major aspects: the utilization of many buildings left over from the ruins of the tower, and the utilization of waste energy storms. The former is mainly aimed at those buildings left over from the pre-war era, which have experienced wars and the baptism of a century of waste energy storms but still stand. Obviously, the strength of these buildings is very strong. Although this will bring high blasting and demolition costs, at the same time, the materials that make up the building are also more valuable. Those high-strength concrete can be used as new building materials after being crushed and can be used in bridge and road construction and new buildings. It also contains a large amount of metal materials, which can be recycled directly. The recycling of these materials is still secondary, and the more important part is the utilization of waste energy storms. The ruins of the high tower are an area where waste energy storms frequently occur. The reason why Garbage Town can be established is because it is on the edge of the area where waste energy storms frequently occur and will not be blown. But when the storm that occurs once every 2 months hits, all the use of the ruins of the tower will stop. And the advantage of this storm is that some hot gray stones are left behind where it blows, which can be picked up and used as fuel. But according to the exploration team's research, waste storms are a resource in their own right. The biggest specialty of Star Fury in the past was the psionic gas field, which is a kind of high-level energy that can be directly mined, spiritual gas. This thing is very valuable. But the war shattered those psychic gas fields, and the power of disorder was released, forming a storm of waste energy. These storms have a strong energy nature, and it is precisely because of this that it is difficult for living things to survive when the storm sweeps through. Even if there is a strong shelter, food must be stored obediently and stay in the shelter until the end of the storm. It would be a pity that these steadily released energies would dissipate between the heaven and the earth and turn them into hot gray stones. It should be able to have a higher value. If you just stay at this step, it is still just a fantasy. Recognizing the nature of waste storms is one thing, and exploiting them is quite another. However, in Gu Hang's third 1000-level technology card draw, a good thing was drawn out. Compressed Energy Crystal Block, Elite Level. This is an advanced energy application method that can extremely compress various types of energy to form energy crystals of various sizes. Its energy density far exceeds that of nuclear energy, and it is stable and easy to use. E.IT is the energy basis of common starships and heavy ground weapons. That's it. This thing is the ultimate solution to the energy problem. In actual application, the produced energy crystal block original body is just a hollow metal frame. Put on the energy compressor, connect the compressor to the energy source, and then the energy will be greatly compressed and filled into the metal hollow frame to form a beautiful blue crystal. This thing is to compress the energy crystal block. Essentially, this technology is not limited to what energy source is used. Even if it is connected to a power station, it can greatly compress the electric energy. Of course, that's basically not the case. The energy density of power plants, even nuclear power plants, is relatively low. Generally speaking, energy crystal blocks are used to generate electricity, and a single energy crystal can last for a long time. But this is only a very small part of the application. More importantly, after creating a sufficient amount of compressed energy crystals, they can be directly transported to the sky to give starship functions, some high-level equipment, such as the super heavy tanks of the Starboarder Army, and even various types of Titan mechas also use this kind of energy. Among other things, if Gu Hang is in the waste energy storm area, build a set of devices to collect the spiritual gas in the storm, and then connect it to the energy compressor. Just use the waste energy storm of the tower ruins to scrape once a month. Once a month after scraping for a week, the energy crystal blocks produced are worth more than 4 tax coins. What is this concept? Fu Xiaoxing's current annual imperial tax is only 500 million. If this waste energy storm can really be turned into energy minerals and waste into treasure as Gu Hang planned, then just producing and selling energy crystal blocks here can solve 1/10 of the annual tax of Fu Xiaoxing question. What's more, once this model is successful, it can not only be achieved in the ruins of the tower, but can be extended to all the places in the entire Fury Star that are shrouded in waste energy storms. There are too many places like this. How did the Angry Owl Star in the pre-war era live a life of abundance for everyone, relying on selling energy, just like those Middle Eastern oil guys in Gu Hang's previous life? The people of Angry Owl dig spiritual gas to make energy crystals, and they can live a prosperous life without working hard. The reason why Star Fury was abandoned was also because the psionic gas field was gone, and the waste energy storm was too difficult to use. But Gu Hang found a way to take advantage of it. However, he immediately thought of another question. I am the only smart person. Does anyone else think that waste energy storms can be reused in this way? Then he realized that it wasn't that others couldn't think of it, but that he didn't want to do it. The investment is too big, too bad. He took a look. As an elite technology, the Hen black box can be directly pulled out to make the production line of energy compressors, but at present, it is completely impossible for New Xiaoxing to realize it. Overpressure engine, no. fine gold refining manufacturing technology. No, these two are the main front-end technologies, let alone some secondary front-end technologies that have not yet been developed. Just look at these things and see how expensive it is to make an energy compressor. With that money, build a lot of energy compressors, scatter them all over Star Fury, collect the spirit energy scattered in the waste energy storm, and earn enough hard money to feed yourself. Simply put it into a planet with psionic gas fields, which are also energy compressors, and the output will be many times higher. But Gu Hang is different. The finished black box gave him almost zero cost to achieve what others had to invest a lot of money to do. Anyway, there is no cost, and you can do whatever you want. Moreover, when energy crystal blocks can be produced stably, another big problem has been solved. The energy problem of the Wind Falcon drawn from the first 1,000 files has been solved. Even if it is a Wind Falcon directly produced from a finished black box, it needs energy to go to the sky. IT was supposed to use concentrated energy batteries, but Gu Hang was still thinking of importing a large batch from Wang Jiarong's caravan for storage. The company is able to produce it. I am afraid that the problem can only be solved after Wu Jiarong has conquered the relevant high-energy battery technology. Don't worry about it now. With energy crystals, what high-energy batteries are used? It can even be said that the energy crystal block can be regarded as overkill on the Wind Falcon. In fact, the LR5 series of laser guns can also use energy crystal blocks, and if they are really used, I am afraid that one piece can be used for a long time, and the load of ammunition and magazine are saved. One energy crystal can be used for a long time. However, that was too extravagant and costly to be considered. As for the production line of energy compressors, there is no need to think about this. Just like the former, it cannot be produced even if it is pulled out of the production line. It all depends on the finished black box. According to Wu Jiarong's estimation, she has already found some remnants of the pre-war era's technology of collecting spiritual gas from the ruins of the tower, and a prototype can be built in about 2 months. During this period of time, the finished black box should be able to produce a lot of energy compressors, and when the time comes to cooperate together, the first waste energy storm energy unit can be put into use. The 4 technologies drawn out by Gu Hang in this wave, the 2 basic level LR5 laser guns and the blueprint for land resources detection, are all quite reliable, and there is no difficulty in applying them. It can rely on the finished black box, but it cannot be mass-produced. But the latter is just the help given by the finished black box, which is already very large and can be put into small-scale production. Moreover, the production line cannot be pulled out temporarily, and it is not impossible to get out forever. When the foundation is supplemented, they can be enlarged into high-quality industries. After this wave, Gu Hang's gift points are down to 132 points. As far as these gift points are concerned, he doesn't plan to stay. With these gift points, he went to the hero panel and activated the hero, mainly Yin Fangxiu and Prabhav. The 2 of them have appeared in the hero interface for a long time, especially Yin Fangxiu. The main reason why he has not been activated before is that Yin Fangxiu has never confirmed whether he wants to leave the Imperial Navy and work for him wholeheartedly. Now it seems that there is no such problem. It just so happens that there are gift points left on hand, so the activation is over. Gu Hang spent a total of gift points on the 2 of them. It takes 50 points to activate Yin Fangxiu, and what is drawn is an LV3R card. The result was similar to Gu Hang's prediction. Yin Fangxiu was an excellent commander who specialized in military command, but nothing outstanding in other aspects. Prabhav only needs 10 gift points to activate. It is an in card of LV2 and is also a commander who specializes in military command. In addition, there is another activated guy, La Croxia, the soldier of the Beast Slayer. Also only need 10 gift points, LV2 SR card. The specialization is in physical body and military technology. Hero, the cost of activating a talent discovered by the system in the interface is based on the character's level. 1 point for level 2 and level 10, 3 point for level 50, 4 point for level 200, and 5 point for level 500. It's about the same price as Gu Hang's own upgrade price. As for the rarity, it has nothing to do with the activation price, but determines the growth potential of the character. Once a character is activated, then he will have earth-shaking changes within a few days. Asana, is like that. After activation, she knows a lot about how to manage a department. That feeling should be like a sudden enlightenment, a feeling that you suddenly understand some problems that you have never thought about or understood before. This is also roughly the case in terms of military command, and even the improvement of spiritual attributes that Gu Heng himself experienced many times. But only on Lacroxia's body, Gu Heng was a little puzzled. He was promoted to a LV2 SR Rarity Soldier King, and his physical attributes were directly raised to 12 points. This means that his physical strength will reach about 17 times that of ordinary people, which is already a very exaggerated figure. The Star Warriors who have completed the transformation and are in the state of being unarmored are probably about 14 to 15 o'clock. But he is a super soldier who has been surgically transformed, implanted with gene seeds, and has more than a dozen superhuman organs growing out of his body, and Lacroxia's body will not have such a big change. Gu Heng was quite curious about this. Although he has also increased his physical attributes, every time he increases a little, the degree of improvement is at most 1.5 times that of the previous time, and the single perception will not be so severe. He was indeed curious about such a drastic change in Lacroxia. So, in the next few days, he took the time to call people from the front line, which was actually almost stable in the war, and directly asked Lacroxia about the changes he felt recently. Lacroxia himself felt very surprised. He has indeed changed a lot. He runs faster, has a lot of strength, moves more sensitively, eats a lot, but he is not fat at all. He actually felt a little apprehensive about this change. Although it seems that there are benefits except eating more, who knows what is the reason? Will it bring worse consequences? He didn't even dare to tell anyone. But how did the governor know? Is it so powerful? Facing the little soldier's question, Gu Heng just smiled and patted him on the shoulder, and then said a word of relief. Perhaps this is the reward given by the God Emperor for your heroic performance in the quintet. After this wave, Gu Heng directly spent all the gift points, leaving only 62 points. But all the work has been arranged. Gu Heng will need a period of time, patiently waiting for the flowering and fruiting. In the next 2 months, Gu Heng did not make any major moves, but the changes in the territory he controlled were still very large. The first major event is that the war in the central province has finally almost completely subsided. After the Central Group Army, led by Yin Fangxiu, completely annihilated the main force of the anti-governor Allied Army, it took a little over half a month to sweep across 100 million square kilometers of land in the entire Central Province, and 200 million people were fully relocated to under Union rule. The leaders of the so-called anti-governor Allied forces, the leaders of many large settlements, surrendered as long as they did not commit war crimes. Let the government department led by Asana support the entire idle position, that's it. A small number of them are really okay. Let's continue to let them manage the settlements, change jobs to become bureaucrats, keep them if they do a good job, and get out if they don't. But some hardliners, some who surrendered at the last moment, some who committed crimes, there is nothing to say. Lambert Hodgson, as the Chief Justice of the Alliance, once again made a lime show by conducting a trial and sentenced more than 300 people to death and thousands of people to hard labor ranging from 3 to 10 years. Of course, now is not the time when Gu Heng just took down Fuxing City. There is no need to make the scene too bloody, so there is no drama of execution on the spot or in public. Just drag it to the shooting range normally and shoot it. In this regard, Yin Fangxiu seemed a little regretful that he originally planned to hold a triumphant ceremony to present prisoners to the governor, but it was rejected. According to the governor, are these things worthy? Yin Fangxiu's nose was ashamed, and she was a little embarrassed. However, after relying on this operation of commanding the group army, he achieved at least a qualified record. With this experience, he was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General, which can be regarded as consolation. However, although Gu Heng seemed to be dismissive of those rebel leaders, in fact, the suppression of the Central Province is still of great significance. The total population of the Alliance has exceeded the 500 million mark. The most important growth comes from the Central Province, the largest and most populous of the 3 provinces currently planned. After this place is pacified, it means that 200 million people have joined the alliance. The Union's population policy has been carried out consistently. Large-scale settlements with resources, industries, and large-scale settlements should be retained and supported for development. Others should be abolished and merged into Fuxing City and Weixing City to strengthen the population scale effect and meet the manpower needs of the concentrated development of various industries. However, the Weixing City industrial zone, which has seen a population increase, more production lines have been laid, and resource problems have been better resolved, has further improved its industrial production efficiency. The production of RN series trucks has been increased to 90 vehicles per month. The output of the Edifier series of armor vehicles has also reached vehicles per month. In the output of the Iron Bull truck in the past 2 months, except for the foreign trade part, the rest is supplemented by the Army. 2311122. The full establishment of the Motorized Infantry Division is more than people, and it can do all-member motorized marches. Not only is it more troops than the Garrison Division, but it is also more mobile and has more artillery. The overall firepower is more than twice as strong. These two units were incorporated into the Central Group Army under the command of Yin Fongsu. At the same time, the 7th and 8th Divisions broke away. They will then guard various parts of the Central Province and suppress the local area. The newly acquired 11th Division and the 12th Division's Central Group Army took the remaining 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions and brigades and marched southward together, advancing to the border between the Central Province and the Qinggu area. The Qinggu area is the next stage, the main direction of the Alliance's military operations. The 14th Motorized Infantry Division has the same specifications as the 2nd, 11th, and 12th Divisions. Needless to say, the 10th Special Operations Brigade has a special establishment, and Gu Hang intends to use the dozen or so elite soldiers of the Storm Squadron who are still alive. The Corps is to build an elite special warfare unit dedicated to special operations, operations behind enemy lines, and decapitation operations. However, at present, there is only a shelf. The training price of elite soldiers is still a bit expensive, but the equipment is not a big problem. The LR-5 series laser guns have given him the capital to form an elite special forces team. In the future, besides the Phoenix Battle Group, Gu Hang always needs a sufficient number of elite troops to carry out some special tasks. As for the 13th Combination Mechanical Brigade, its specifications were similar to those of the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, but because there were no more tanks, the tank companies in each combat synthesis battalion were replaced with mechanical infantry companies. But in general, except for the fact that the soldiers have less experience, the combat effectiveness will not be much different from that of the 1st Brigade. The 13th and 14th Divisions and brigade-level units actually have enough soldiers. Currently, there are almost new recruits in the recruit training base outside Fuxing City. Just wait for all kinds of equipment to be in place before being organized into a new army. From the current point of view, the Motorized Infantry Division is okay and can be equipped in place in 1 month. The synthesizer is not very good, and it takes 2 months. However, this is based on the current military production capacity. In the future, the production capacity will explode more and more. In fact, in the past 2 or 3 months, the output of Edifier has increased from the original 30 or 40 units to 90 or more, which is 3 times faster. And the outbreak of production capacity, or the development of the entire territory, can also be seen relatively intuitively from Gu Hang's current monthly gift point income. At the beginning, in the month when I got off the starship, I got 678 gift points. Last month, I already had 817 gift points, and the income points for the most recent month have even reached 1022 points a month up. Among them, the largest increase came from Weixing City, and the second increase came from the 200 million new population after the Central Province was recovered. Although the latter has a large number of people, in fact, the gift point has not increased so much, mainly because the productivity is too stretched. The third increase comes from Fuxing City, whose population has returned to the million mark. As for the 30 people in the High Tower Province and the 50 people in the Central North Province, the gift point reward provided are all small shrimp level, mainly in these 2 places. Although the combined number of people is not small, the productivity is too high. The hips are stretched, the living standard of the population is too stretched, food and clothing are not enough. Almost all the staff are destitute, and people often starve to death. It can hardly bring any positive benefits to the entire alliance, and even requires the alliance to allocate materials to support they pledge not to starve people and provide them with funds for development. In the short term, these places are basically negative assets for the alliance, in addition to helping the soldiers and population that IT takes a long time to invest in construction to get better. In terms of gift points, these places give very low. At present, Guhang is not particularly clear about the income calculation mechanism of the monthly fixed gift points that IT can only be roughly divided into four main factors: population size, population living standards, total productivity, and contribution to the entire political system. Moreover, the increase in gift points is not linear. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why, when Guhang didn't even win Fuxing City before, he could have a monthly income of dozens of people relying on the few thousand people in the governor's camp. With a population base that is 50 times larger, the income from gift points is about the same as the size of the camp at that time. The increase in gift points may be a step-by-step increase. After the entire regime reaches a certain level, if there is any improvement, it will have to be improved even more to get the same increase as in the past. However, no matter what the specific algorithm is, there's one truth that is no problem as long as Guhang strives to increase the number of people he actually controls, increase productivity, and improve people's living standards, then this number will definitely increase. And after Guhang received the income of these 2 months, the gift points that had already been spent in his hand rose again to a relatively considerable number, reaching 1901. Anyway, if you keep the gift points, you can't lay eggs, so Guhang still uses them to draw technology. However, this time he didn't smoke another 1,000 gears that high-level technology cannot be mass-produced. Although the technology product itself is very powerful, it does not help the production capacity of the entire alliance. In short, I don't have so many gift points on hand, so I might as well take out some of them and draw 100 gears to see if I can make up some basic technology and fill in the previous pits. As a result, it really worked. First won a basic level, and then the probability of level 100 became 20% for the basic level, and the probability fell to 30%, but the advanced level increased from 10% to 20%. The 100 prizes should only drop by 20% each time. But this time the probability of basic level technology dropped by 30%, and those who fell more fell to the advanced level. I'm getting more and more confused about this mechanic, but of course that's a good thing. He drew 2 more rounds, and they were all empty. After all, the overall winning rate is only 40%, which is normal for the Air Force. Then I won once, and the one who won was an advanced class. The overall probability has become 10% each for the basic level and the advanced level. After another 5 draws, he won advanced class at AT this level. There's only a 2.5% probability left. Theoretically, only 100 gift points can be shipped, and the probability of the basic level and the advanced level are equal to each other. At this level, from Guhang's point of view, it can basically be said that the level technology card prize pool has also been drained. However, up to now, he has drawn a total of 9 times and won a total of 2 advanced levels and 1 basic level. From the perspective of quantity, before the prize pool is drained, 100 tiers are still more cost-effective than 1,000 tiers. As for these 3 technologies, the basic level is servo skull, and the advanced level is alloy ceramic steel and anti-gravity engine. Seeing these 3 gadgets, Guhang was very satisfied. The front technology of the quick attack airship is all lit up. Alloy ceramic steel is not much to say. Guhang is extremely satisfied with getting this technology. Like alloy plastic steel, this is an advanced version of advanced alloy. With it, the bolt gun can be mass-produced. The reactor can be mass-produced. The outer armor of the speed attack airship and some internal parts are enough. In the future, a large number of high-end industrial products will require alloy ceramic steel, which is the foundation of the foundation. The anti-gravity engine can be directly provided to the Foam Falcon speed attack airship. Moreover, This advanced engine can also be applied to more advanced equipment. This kind of engine is the basis for some super heavy equipment to move. Even if it is some Titans, the main engine is not it, and it needs to be in some positions to reduce gravity. Otherwise, a lot of equipment is heavy to a certain extent, and its own weight cannot be borne by some structures that are not strong enough. In a word, with these two things, the Falcon speedboat can be mass-produced by itself after being pulled out of the production line. Of course, a servo skull is missing. If there is no servo skull as a fire control system, it is not impossible to produce. It is nothing more than to let the co-pilot, or the gunner, to carry out the naked-eye machine aiming. But obviously, that will reduce the combat effectiveness to a certain extent. And once there is a servo skull, it is equivalent to having an auxiliary computer. As for what the servo skull is, it is actually a genetic technology that can make a human with a complete brain and a complete skull into a wetware that is similar to the method of being a machine servant, cutting off a part of the brain, erasing personality and active thinking, and only using it as a kind of computer. In many creations of the Mechanicum, you can see such a thing, a human skull connected to some machines by a metal notochord. Sometimes the skull can move on its own with the notochord floating around. To be honest, Guheng doesn't quite understand why it is a basic technology. In his previous life, this well-established black technology couldn't be more black. However, this is really just a basic technology. Like land resource exploration, servo skull technology is also blueprint in nature, which includes manufacturing process. The finished black box can directly pull out a set of equipment needed for a servo skull modification studio. Simpler than Imagine .1 studio, one junior commissioner can do one a day. But Guheng noticed that this set of crafts includes a very important item: burning incense, praying scriptures for up to 6 hours. Guheng didn't understand at first, but soon he understood. It would be foolish to regard this universe as a materialistic universe, that he is a psyker himself. Obviously, this process can really create something like a servo skull, which is inseparable from supernatural power. In other words, almost all technologies may have some supernatural elements in them, but they are more or less obvious or hidden. After this step was figured out, Guheng no longer struggled. Just use it, no matter what the reason is. Anyway, he himself couldn't figure it out. However, Guheng still couldn't accept the need for a complete human head to make a servo skull. He is not the kind of stubborn guy, and he will not be bound by complete morality and ethics at the moral level of the Empire. It is really nothing to use a living artificial servo skull. But at least he won't just grab someone to do it. In this area, he still formulated relevant regulations. Only death row prisoners and criminals who have been deprived of human rights and who do not even have an E9 level are allowed to be used as materials. Only these guys who no longer have human rights cannot be seen as human beings and can ignore their wishes. In addition, the public and soldiers can also sign relevant donation documents during their lifetime, and when the body is donated after death, the brain will be preserved. The cause of death, such as a bullet in the head, brain cancer, etc., is definitely not acceptable. The death time is too long, and it is definitely not acceptable. However, some other body organ lesions lead to death, and the head is preserved by a special method within 1 hour after death, so this operation can be performed to transform it into a servo skull. More directly, doing it before death has the highest success rate. However, Guheng has not yet considered whether to open it. This can lead to ethical issues and even homicides, corruption cases. It is not used for the time being, but if the situation changes in the future and the demand for servo skulls is particularly large and cannot be met by death row prisoners, perhaps Guheng will really be forced to bring them up. It's a pity that the prisoners who were arrested before for trial were shot before Guheng pulled out the servo skull. Otherwise, it would be a good source of raw materials. In short, with this technology, Wind Falcon Speed Attack Boat can be fully put into production. In the past 2 months, 8 Wind Falcons have been pulled out of the finished black box. After the follow-up production, it is initially estimated that 3 planes can be produced per month, plus the black box can be pulled out 4 planes a month. That is a total of 7 planes per month. Of course, this capacity will increase in the future. When it was time to pay the taxes in 1.5 years, Gu Heng optimistically estimated that it would not be a big problem to have an Air Force regiment in his Star Militia Army and 100 or so Wind Falcons. As for this Air Force regiment, it is not a big problem to mark 100 million tax coins. In addition to the alloy ceramic steel, servo skull, anti-gravity engine, and Wind Falcon speed attack boat being put into production, the deep veins of the waste hole mine have also completed the initial construction and put into production. The ruin mine and store mine in the High Tower province have also been put into operation. Especially in the store mine, Wu Jiarong has been concentrating on conquering the original technology of collecting spiritual gas dug out of the ruins in the past month, took out a trial version, built a strong wind tower group, and connected it to the energy compressor. According to Wu Jiarong's estimation, after 2 months, the expected income from energy crystal blocks of 4 tax coins per month can be achieved. Of course, this is an average number, which is estimated. The specific number depends mainly on how frequently waste energy storms blow. According to the latest statistics from the production department of the Alliance government, in terms of tax currency, the current annual output value of the entire alliance can reach about 200 million tax currency. This is the 8th month since Gu Heng came to the surface. Even if there is no tax deduction for forming the Star Militia Army, after 1 year and 4 months, paying 250 million tax coins will not be a problem. It is true that the annual production value of 200 million tax coins cannot be used to pay taxes. People need to eat and drink. But who's to say productivity won't continue to rise? To put it bluntly, the current main production capacity of the alliance is still in the population of about 160 million in the Shuangqing. Most of the remaining 330 million people live in extreme poverty, with extremely low contribution to productivity. But since Gu Heng was able to build an industrial center like Weixing City within 8 months, he certainly has the ability to build another one. The productivity of the more than 300 million extremely poor people has huge growth potential. Given him a year, he is absolutely confident that the current annual production value of 200 million will increase by more than 500%. It's no problem to pay a year's imperial tax for a city. Not to mention, he is still expanding. Gu Heng is no longer worried about the imperial taxation at all. Don't worry about the first phase, let alone the later ones. He already has too many ways to solve the tax problem, and the pressure brought by the taxation of the empire will become lighter and lighter with the development and expansion. What's more, there's another blackmail target. In the sky, the beautiful girl is doing business with Blackbird Heavy Industries. Gu Heng, as the governor of the planet, approved the request of Blackbird Heavy Industries and the beautiful girl to carry out interstellar trade. That is, they have to make up for the current tax, as well as the unsatisfactory tax owed in the past 2 periods, with a total price of 700 million taxes currency. This is a reasonable request. The Blackbird Heavy Industry, which occupies the western world of Fury Star, directly or indirectly controls a population of more than 1,000 million, that according to the tithe standard, there is nothing wrong with getting 200 million in the first installment of taxes. In addition to the previous debts, the 700 million tax coins are even less. A month ago, the special envoy of Blackbird Heavy Industry had already arrived in Fuxing City and met with Gu Heng. The two sides conducted several rounds of consultations on this matter. In the end, Gu Heng still had no way to kill 700 million without letting go. Obviously, Blackbird Heavy Industries definitely couldn't agree to the 700 million price. First of all, they don't have that much money. Secondly, they will not give it to them. The value brought by this interstellar transaction is not necessarily worth so much. So why should they give so much to the governor? Gu Heng didn't want to push too much. He can declare that Blackbird Heavy Industries is a traitor for not paying taxes. However, he is now unable to go thousands of miles away to suppress the rebellion. He can also block the interstellar trade of Blackbird Heavy Industries. Not only will the business fail this time, but he will also not be able to do legitimate interstellar business in the future. But when it comes to that step, no one benefits. Blackbird Heavy Industries can smuggle, although they have to face the threat of starships. Starships are so big after all, and they have to run round and round in the orbit of the planet. Flying, avoiding detection. Trouble is trouble. Risk is risk, but it is not impossible to do nothing. And Blackbird Heavy Industry was hit. Can Gu Hang benefit at the moment? Nothing. It's better to negotiate a reasonable price and let it be settled. If 700 million people do not agree, then let's talk about it. Gu Hang's bottom line is 200 million. In the end, the price they negotiated stopped at 350 million. This sum of money alone is enough to pay taxes and be rich after 1 year and 4 months. Sure enough, Gu Hang is not worried about the imperial tax. He is completely confident. However, some people were not very happy about the negotiations between Gu Hang and Blackbird Heavy Industries. Those who were not too happy about the agreement between Gu Hang and Blackbird Heavy Industries were Yalisha and Wang Jiarong. Let me talk about Yalisha first. This outstanding young woman from the Fofana family did not have a legitimate position to object to this matter, but she obviously hoped that Gu Hang's talks with Blackbird Heavy Industries would collapse. Even during several phone calls, she made it clear that as long as the conversation collapsed, she could completely block the connection between Blackbird Heavy Industries and Shinkong. Overtly and secretly, it is said that Blackbird Heavy Industries' non-payment of taxes is a rebellion and a contempt for the governor's authority. Gu Hang was prevaricated and went back. Fighting the Fokkers family is the business of you brothers Fofana and Petters. It didn't do me any good. Why should I be your thug? Even if one day in the future, when Gu Hang wants to completely unify the entire planet, he will inevitably confront Blackbird Heavy Industries. But that is not now. There is no eternal friendship, only eternal interest that I end future conflicts. Don't delay to make a fortune now. In this regard, Yalisha is completely at a loss. Gu Hang did not designate people as traitors to the empire and approve their interstellar trade. The beautiful girl is a serious member of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and has the qualifications to trade. These two parties are engaged in legitimate trade practices, and she has no proper reason to strike and disrupt. She could only pinch her nose, watching Wang Jiarong, who represented Gu's firm, and Blackbird Heavy Industries, which represented the Fokkers family, exchange ship after ship of supplies, her teeth itching with anger. In the latest communication with the surface, she took her anger out on Gu Hang, asking him when he could find a suitable battle for the currently injured quintet to fight and earn some merit. She even lost her temper and said, "Threat. If you can't find any suitable achievements, I won't stay." Facing the petulant Yalisha, Gu Hang smiled and comforted her and drew a few more cakes before feeding the other party, allowing her to go back and wait in peace. When Yalisha came back to her senses, she realized that she seemed to have been fooled by Gu Hang's mouth again, and she couldn't help but get angry again. She also had a very bad idea. This Gu Hang, I'm afraid he is using this matter to cooperate with the Gu family and the Farchers family to restore the relationship. The money paid by Blackbird Heavy Industries is essentially showing kindness to Gu. Even, is there any hidden and sinister activity in it? Thinking of this, Yalisha was even more annoyed. Gu Hang, you are really too bad. Cousin, you are really bad. During the call, Wang Jiarong complained to her cousin. I'm not. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Hang denied it 3 times. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. She has a better relationship with Gu Hang, so she asked some questions more directly. Cousin, tell me the truth. Don't you still want to reconcile with your family? Or is it better? I'm not. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Hang once again denied it 3 times. But to say he hadn't thought of that, that's not necessarily true. Blackbird Heavy Industries had a lot of blood this time, and the 350 million tax coins made them very heartbroken. As for Gu Hang's surname, it can't be changed anyway. He belongs to the Gu family. It is said that the Fokkers family is very suspicious of whether Gu's actions to repair the relationship with them are sincere. The Gu family was also very dissatisfied with Gu Hang's behavior, and several messages came, but Gu Hang didn't answer them all. What are you doing with him? Does it have something to do with him? The same surname, Gu can point fingers. Generally speaking, both Yalisha and Wang Jiarong thought too much, or in other words, they both thought too little. Governor Gu, he didn't intend to hug anyone's thigh and plan to squeeze anyone's wool. Why should I hang out with Brother Petters? They got a governor's appointment letter, which seems to be of high value, but in fact they wanted to pass me and drag my old lady into the water. A cruiser was sent over to help, but they didn't give any resources to build the planet. It is impossible for Gu Hang to be grateful to Dade for this. Dream it. It's the same with Gu's and my old lady. In order not to be dragged into the water, they cut it cruelly, so they cut it. Who has to rely on you? Gu Hang didn't regard any of them as an enemy, but he didn't need to treat any of them as his own. Fair cooperation, win-win transaction, that if the price is suitable, we will do it. If it is not suitable, we will definitely do it next time. This is the attitude in Gu Hang's heart. Of course, you can do this, but there is no need to say it directly, hurting feelings. With Gu's side, our family does not speak two different languages. With a leader, it is the kindness of knowing you in your heart. No problem. Gu Hang didn't want to talk about this matter with Wang Jiarong, so he changed the subject and talked about another matter. By the way, I already have a demand list for the commodities on your merchant ship, and I already know how to pay for them. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. The money that Blackbird Heavy Industries gave you, right? Gu Hang also smiled. Yes, that's right. They are really kind people. He didn't intend to keep the 350 million tax coins promised by Blackbird Heavy Industries, and he couldn't lay eggs. As for the subsequent use of tax currency to offset taxes, that's not okay. Wealth is worthless if you don't use it. Gu Hang would rather devote all of them to production and territory development. As for taxes, let's talk about it in a year and a half. The bigger the investment, the more Gu Hang's territory produces, the less the imperial tax will be a concern. As for the things Gu Hang wants to buy, many of them are related to space fighters. First, what was promised to Space Marines? He promised to bring a set of high-quality advanced genetic studios that can perform gene implantation operations to the Phoenix Squad. For this set of equipment, Wang Jiarong quoted 50 tax coins. According to her, this thing is not expensive, and some powerful battle groups also use this thing. The success rate of the gene seed implantation surgery mainly depends on the qualifications of the person undergoing the operation. In addition, it depends on the level of genetic technology of the person performing the operation. In general war groups, there will be a special position called pharmacist to be responsible for this work, including collecting the gene seeds of comrades in arms from the battlefield and creating recruits to provide new blood for the war group. Currently, the Phoenix Squad does not have this position, but it is said that the old Pastor Rizzo has worked as a pharmacist before, and he only hopes that he will die now. In addition, a set of Terminator power armor is also needed, which Gu Hang promised to Martins. The quotation for this set of Terminator power armor is 80 tax coins. Looking at these prices, Gu Hang can only say that things related to space warriors are really expensive. Gu Hang estimated the value of his army. Currently, he has 3 divisions and brigades under his command: combined divisions, motorized infantry divisions, and garrison divisions. The most expensive army, that is, the mechanized synthetic brigades like the 1st Sheafing Brigade and the 13th Brigade, the total cost of equipment and lives is about 20 tax coins. The cost of the motorized trainer is only half, only worth tax coins. The garrison division is only worth . A piece of Terminator power armor of a space warrior is worth 4 synthetic divisions or 8 motorized infantry divisions, including the total cost of human life and equipment. Outrageous. According to what Wang Jiarong said, she didn't make any money from the batch of items she sold to Gu Hang, and she basically sold them to him at whatever price she received. In this regard, Gu Hang still believed. He asked Elisha, and the answer he got was similar. Either of these 2 women may have lied to him, but no matter how good the 2 of them were when they cooperated for profit before, there was a natural contradiction when it came to fighting for Gu Hang that, if there is a chance, no one will give up putting eye drops on the other side. Under the condition that the price was not a problem, Gu Hang couldn't help doubting the cost-effectiveness of this thing. Can a Terminator veteran kill 8 divisions? Gu Hang didn't believe it. The pile is also piled up for you. No matter how thick the Terminator armor is, it is also the armor of an individual soldier. The 155 cannon can't open the can, and it will shoot 100 or 1,000 rounds. Just relying on firepower can smash the can. It's nothing more than killing more people. However, he soon understood that the account could not be calculated like this. There are top-level individual fighters, and if you use him to face the regular army formed by others, it belongs to the commander who has a bag of brains. And at some key strategic nodes, some places where the enemy cannot invest heavy firepower, some special combat missions, in short, places where large-scale troops cannot go, these super fighters can show that they are stronger than a large army. High value. But no matter what, the total of 90 tax coins is what Gu Hang promised to Phoenix, so he should keep his promise. Anyway, Martins, who took the Terminator, also worked for him. Rounding it up is equivalent to buying it for himself. The same is true for gene seed implantation equipment. In addition, Gu Hang also bought 20 sets of brand new Star Warrior power armor without painting. They are the 7th generation of tactical power armor, called Aquila, the most common, widespread, and cheapest type of power armor. The most typical feature is the breathing grid on the helmet, but it is still worth 4 tax coins a set. A total of 20 sets of tactical power armor cost Gu Hang another 80 tax coins. This made him sigh with emotion. Now I know why the Warrior War Group needs an entire planet as a home planet to supply them with resources for a week. Poorer planets really can't afford it. Wang Jiarong sneered and said, "Where is this? Your current investment in the battle group has not involved more expensive levels at all." She was right. A standard battle group not only needs battle armor and superhuman warriors, but also various vehicles and equipment unique to interstellar fighters, a large number of auxiliary troops, and even a fleet. Especially at the stage of the fleet, it is a bottomless pit of capital investment. But fortunately, the current Gu Hang doesn't need to worry about these things, and he may even never deploy a fleet belonging to the battle group for the Phoenix, which is not in line with his interests. He just needs to meet the needs of the current Phoenix. He can always afford to support the 4 fighters who are still alive. Of the 20 sets of tactical power armor he bought, Gu Hang only planned to give Martins 5 sets. The saying is that it is a gift for the other 2 fighters except Martins and Rizzo who have special armor, so as to replace their battered old armor that has been through many battles. The replaced old armor should be given to Gu Hang, and the claim is that it will be used as a bargain. Of course, Gu Hang actually stayed by himself. There are also 3 armors, which are gifts for the 3 upcoming space fighters and recruits. As for the remaining 15 sets, Gu Hang planned to keep them first. If there is still a need after the Phoenix, then from these 15 sets, some more can be given to them. It is also possible that Gu Hang will try to exchange gene seeds in the future to create new space fighters, so these armors can also come in handy. Star Fury is still far away from being able to manufacture space fighter power armor. Gu Hang doesn't even know what level the power armor manufacturing technology is in the technology tree interface. Anyway, it is definitely not the basic level or the advanced level. If I want to get it out, I guess it's still very late. At present, the only way for him to obtain armor is through interstellar trade. Then don't miss this opportunity. After the beautiful maiden left, the next time a large-scale caravan will come over is unknown. In addition to these battle armors, Gu Hang also bought some other things that Fu Xiaoxing is unlikely to be able to produce in the near future, such as hot melt weapons, power weapons, and so on. These things will also give part to the Phoenix battle group, and they will also retain part. In any case, the 4 fighters of the Phoenix battle group have changed their guns in this wave. Not only did Captain Martins get a Terminator power armor, but all weapons have also been upgraded. When encountering orc heavy equipment bosses, green-skinned warlords, and other things, at least there are some ways to deal with them, and the fights will not be so tragic. These weapons and equipment cost Gu Hang an additional 40 tax coins. The most expensive of them was a Blade of Honor type power sword, worth 20 tax coins. Gu Hang gave it to Martins and replaced the chainsaw sword in his hand whose chain was about to rot. In this way, 350 million was blackmailed from Blackbird Heavy Industries, and 250 million was gone with a snap. There was 100 million tax coins left, and Gu Hang didn't keep it either. He bought a lot of bits and pieces, including soilless planting farm technology, water purification technology, high-quality grain populations. These technologies and equipment can help Gu Hang build 5 large-scale soilless farms. This type of technology should be consistent with the pre-war technology used by the Western deserters on Star Fury. With these 5 large farms, coupled with the production line of synthetic starch technology that Wu Jiarong has conquered, the food self-sufficiency rate of the Alliance can be greatly increased. Not much to say about the equipment and technology for water purification. The water of New Xiaoxing is not particularly clean, and it can solve a little bit. Wastewater treatment and reuse, even seawater desalination, this set of equipment can do it. In addition to this, a line of powered exoskeletons was introduced. This thing is also quite expensive. Yu Hang estimated that it should be regarded as an advanced technology or one of the better ones in the basic technology. However, this thing is far from the real power armor. It is not difficult to realize. It can be mass-produced after being introduced into the production line, and it can also facilitate Wu Jiarong's follow-up reverse technology. Once he conquers it, he can expand the production line by himself. At this point, the last 100 million tax coins have been spent. Powered exoskeleton and power armor are 2 different things. Although welding the armor plate on the exoskeleton will make the 2 somewhat similar, and even make the steel plate shape according to the power armor of the Star Warrior, it is not impossible to cosplay, but in fact it is far from it. In essence, the powered exoskeleton just provides soldiers with extra load-bearing capacity, which makes it easier for them to carry a larger load on their backs, and at most a few steel plates are welded to prevent bullets. For example, the life support system, electronic muscle bundles, tactical system, auxiliary shooting system contained in the power armor of the Space Warrior. None of them, and it is impossible to have the same protection. But with such a set of equipment, it will allow trained elite mortal soldiers to use bolters that are difficult to withstand the recoil, or continue to use laser guns or electromagnetic rifles. Then carry some heavy firepower of individual soldiers on your back, and you can carry any rocket pods and the like on your back. Add a chainsaw sword, and train the soldiers to T2 or T1 level. Such an elite team, with their hard work, can barely be used as a super beggar version of the Star Warrior. The key is much cheaper. A set of power armor costs -tax coins, and a set of exoskeleton costs only -tax coins, a difference of times. Can a Space Warrior kill 40 elite soldiers with chainsaw swords, bolt guns, and exoskeletons? Maybe it can, but there is also a high probability that it will overturn. Genuine Space Warriors, I am afraid that they can easily kill these super beggars one by one. But conversely, elite soldiers with bolt guns, chainsaw swords, and exoskeletons also have the ability to threaten Space Warriors. Ordinary tactical power armor can block bullets and laser guns without much pressure, but loyal bolters and roaring chainswords don't show much emotion. In the face of ordinary soldiers, elite special warfare with full equipment can also experience the effect of crushing damage. The 10th Special Forces Brigade established by Gu Hang intends to set up a few teams to try it out. It is far from being able to replace the space fighters, but at least it is enough to perform some sub-level special missions. That is, the production capacity of this production line is SOSO. It is estimated that the monthly output is only -sets, and it is only used by special elites. If it is implemented on a large scale, the production capacity will not be able to keep up, and the cost will be too high. When Wu Jiarong has the ability to successfully reverse this technology, and then expand production, and wait for the overall productivity of New Xiaoxing to improve, maybe Gu Hang can arm an elite division with all staff equipped with exoskeletons. Hope that day will come soon. After completing the specific transaction, Wang Jiarong also asked a question curiously. If there is no compensation from Blackbird Heavy Industries, what are you going to use to pay for the genetic engineering equipment you want to buy? Gu Hang grinned. Our New Xiaoxing is not really poor and white. Even if it was in the past, it is not now. Our productivity, if you collect 50 tax coins, can't you make it up? Wang Jiarong was still a little suspicious, but she didn't ask any more questions. But in fact, Gu Hang never worried about this problem. Without the money from Blackbird Heavy Industries, it would be a big deal to buy less things. As far as that set of 50 genetic engineering equipment is concerned, if you try to make it together, you can finally get it together. If you sell 100 armored vehicles, dash million sets of individual equipment, or dismantle 2 production lines and send them to the sky, the money will come. Of course, that affects planetary development. Now that I have a windfall, it will be even better, and I could buy a lot of extra things. After the corresponding items were transported, some of them were handed over to the Research Institute, and some were handed over to the Phoenix Squad. Of course, the Phoenix Squad is very happy about this. Although, in the half a year or so since they came to Fury Owl, 3 of them died, and the Phoenix was already on the verge of extinction, and now the situation is even worse. But at least this bite gave them a lot of energy. Supplementation and replacement of weapons and equipment are actually not that important, but the set of gene seed implantation surgical equipment saved lives. Martins and Rizzo plan to carry out 3 operations in the near future, hoping to bring 3 new blood to the battle group. Guhang was a little suspicious about this. Is there a need to be so anxious? He raised his opinion. Among the group of teenagers you recruited, are there 3 most suitable candidates? They have only been training for less than half a year. Martins, who was supposed to be extremely tough, showed a sad face at this moment. The governor is right to be worried. To be honest, their qualifications are the best we have found, but they are still far away. It is far from enough, and the training is not up to the standard. But we have no choice. Before that, we did not have the technology and ability to properly preserve the genetic seeds. Simple preservation methods cannot maintain the vitality of the seeds for a long time. If we continue to delay, the probability will only be lower. We can't wait to find more suitable people and give those teenagers better training. This is indeed a practical factor. Guhang asked, so, how do you estimate the probability? Pastor Rizzo, who was silent before, spoke now. The probability is very low. I'm not sure. Can the success rate reach 50%? Martin smiled wryly and shook his head. Maybe not even %, but at least one success. As long as one is successful, the battle group has its first new blood. At least there is hope, and everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Not so desperate anymore. Guhang also could only sigh. He patted Martins on the shoulder and said, I hope everything goes well. This sentence, Guhang said sincerely that he really hoped that the 3 seeds of the Phoenix battle group would all be successful. Building a battle group is something that Guhang can't afford for the time being. Let the space fighters play by themselves. 3 more space fighters. 3 more. If it's only a dozen or a few dozen, it won't be enough to shake Guhang's authority. Seeing the undead bird look like a bear now, it's too early to think of that level. Even if Guhang doesn't provide cheating help, he might not be able to reach it in his lifetime. However, things are often so unsatisfactory. Just a week later, Guhang received a message from Martins. The first operation failed. In the next few days, there were 2 more bad news in a row. When Guhang once again came to the Phoenix Monastery, which had already begun to take shape, he was not able to meet the commander of the Matin chapter. According to Pastor Rizzo, Martin Salas shut himself in the prayer room and did not come out for a long time, and he did not allow anyone to disturb him. To be honest, seeing Martins like this, Guhang also understood compassion. After the Phoenix landed, as long as there was a call from Guhang, they would definitely respond, and every time they followed the needs of Guhang, they worked desperately every time. Half of them died. He is very sorry for himself. Guhang has to admit this. It is precisely because of this that the surgical equipment is ready and new. The power sword is bought. The Terminator armor is bought. However, he still felt a little guilty about giving 1 seed with 100 points. But now is not the time to take it out. As for what is the right time, to be honest, Guhang doesn't know either. No matter how compassionate and guilty he is, Guhang can't take the risk of being reported to the trial court after taking out the gene seeds in the first hand. Reporting to the court depends on the status of the informant. If a cat or a dog reports a governor, it will be investigated, and the trial court will not be able to be busy even if it is expanded 100 times. But if a battle group leader does this, It is completely different, and the weight is different. He must be sure that after taking out the seeds, he is absolutely safe, otherwise he would not do it. Say it in private. However, Gu Heng also noticed another thing. Pastor Rizzo's state doesn't seem quite right. Pastor Rizzo's state doesn't seem quite right. Gu Heng turned his head and stared at Rizzo for a while. Rizzo also looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Heng Dao, "I'm a little surprised. Your Excellency, the head pastor, you seem to be calm and not sad?" He did find it strange. Martins was in so much pain that he didn't want to see anyone anymore, so he locked himself in the prayer room. The other two people in the battle group were sad, bewildered, overwhelmed, and desperate. These expressions can no longer be concealed from them. It can be seen in the numb expression. But Pastor Rizzo seemed very calm. When talking with Gu Heng, there was no change from before. But now, hearing Gu Heng's question, he even showed a smile. Whether the operation is successful or not, it is the God Emperor's will, and we should learn to accept it. Yes, that's right. Gu Heng responded first, but then asked, "But aren't you worried about the future fate of Phoenix?" The smile on Pastor Rizzo's face became clearer. He looked at Gu Heng and said seriously, "The fate of the battle group does not depend on the success of these 3 operations, but on you, Your Excellency the Governor." Gu Heng frowned deeply. The appearance of this magic stick made him very uncomfortable. He said cautiously, "Your Excellency, I don't understand what you mean." At this time, Rizzo did not answer Gu Heng's question directly, but said, "The God Emperor will decide everything." When Gu Heng left Phoenix Monastery, he was full of doubts. The attitude of the old pastor really made him a little tangled. He acted as if he knew something. But it's not appropriate to think too much about it. It's useless to think about it. He doesn't even have enough manpower to monitor these superhuman fighters. So he can only ask some staff members who entered the Phoenix Monastery to pay more attention and report more. The Phoenix Monastery is next to Weishing City. Since he came here, Gu Heng stopped by to inspect Weishing City. The last stop was the Secret Research Institute, chaired by Wu Jiarong. The things bought from the beautiful maiden, except for the Phoenix Squad, are for the Research Institute. Gu Heng originally wanted to see how the Research Institute was doing with the purchased technologies, but as soon as they met, Wu Jiarong complained to him fiercely. This girl from mechanicism is quite dissatisfied with Governor Gu's oppression of her. In the past, she didn't dare to express a similar attitude, for fear that after she knew the governor's big secret, her mysterious life, which was originally mysterious, would disappear immediately. But after getting in touch for a long time, she found that the governor is quite easy to get along with it. As long as you do your own thing well, the governor general will not be very strict. Then she gradually dared to speak out what was in her heart. Gu Heng was very happy about this. If the subordinates are afraid of themselves, it's not impossible, but Gu Heng doesn't want to go too far. Loyalty should come from awe, not fear. It's not that fear cannot bring loyalty. But while fear brings loyalty, it also brings hatred, which can easily turn into betrayal. Awe, love, trust, these are much better. Gu Heng hoped that his subordinates would dare to express their needs clearly to him. Maybe it would be better. However, what Wu Jiarong said this time made Gu Heng a little embarrassed. You can no longer put one scientific research project after another on me like this. I don't even have time to study the black box and improve my level. What Wu Jiarong said was not just a complaint, but actually pointed out a very practical problem. Various scientific research projects are squeezed here, and many projects have no connection with each other. It's not that I'm being lazy and complaining about the heavy workload, but that there are not enough scientific research personnel. It's impossible to do these jobs. It's over. I know that these technologies are in your plan, and each of them is actually very important. If it's not a dispensable thing, then you must not be able to accept it. Many of them will always be in the schedule indefinitely. I don't know how far into the future I will be queued. Gu Heng nodded. He admitted that Wu Jiarong was right. But what is your suggestion? My suggestion is that you must have more talents with scientific research capabilities under your command. I know that it is very difficult to find many such people in the environment of New Xiaoxing. But the more this is the case, the more you need to make preparations in advance. Just like you built Shifeng Faithful Descendants Academy, You also need a technical academy. Of course you can. Gu Hang said, this was originally in my plan, but Wu Jiarong, are you interested and have time to be a professor in this academy? Wu Jiarong sighed helplessly and said, if this is your order, Governor General, of course I have no problem. However, you also need to bear a consequence. If I spend half of my time teaching students, all scientific research project the time required for completion will be doubled. That's the price. Do you want to advance those scientific research projects as soon as possible, or do you want to throw people into schools to teach? Although the former is not fast, it is currently the most profitable. The technology of synthesizing starch still needs to be optimized. The effect of a new production line is incomparable with the one removed from the Starship. It was said that it was used for the speed attack boat, which caused the effect of the laser gun to not be fully exerted, and the Wind Falcon had to use energy crystals with a much higher value as fuel, which was a huge waste. Not to mention, there are still a lot of technologies that need to be reversed: hydroponic farms, water purification equipment, spiritual gas collection equipment, exoskeleton production lines. Without Wu Jiarong, a scientific researcher who has actually reached the level of a mechanical priest, all these tasks will stop. Gu Hang cannot let Wu Jiarong give up his job. Without her, the remaining people who are only at the level of elementary technicians can't be expected to solve those scientific research problems. Wu Jiarong went to teach students, and all scientific research work had to be stopped at half efficiency. But if you don't teach students, don't run schools, then Gu Hang will always be in trouble. If it is someone else, there may really be no solution. But Gu Hang still has them. You need to push for a while. Gu Hang said, the school construction will start soon, so sacrifice half of the time and sacrifice half of the time, but I believe that the half of the time will be made up soon. Wu Jiarong said, it is very difficult to teach a qualified technical specialist or even a mechanic. It takes many years of study. I know, but maybe there are geniuses in our star fury? I hope so. Gu Hang's solution is to build a technical college first, and then use the building interface to assign the template of Architectural College I to it, which is consistent with the operation plan of Zhongxi College. The exchange value of Technical Academy I only needs 500 gift points, and this building has two functions. 1. Improve students' learning efficiency. 2. Increase the probability of activatable technical talents. The former is of course useful, but it is the latter that can quickly solve Gu Hang's current predicament. Once there is such a technical talent that can be activated, then the gift points will be activated. Even if it is an end card, the attribute points will be given immediately when activated, and its technical level will be improved rapidly. Certainly not up to Wu Jiarong's current level, but at least he can become a qualified assistant or independently do some research work with a determined direction or even a determined plan. It is also good to relieve Wu Jiarong's work pressure a little more. And this academy, Gu Hang plans to build it in Weixing City. After all, compared to Fuxing City, which has more administrative, commercial, and light industry attributes, Weixing City is the production center that needs more technical talents that Wu Jiarong came to class, and there was no need to run dozens of kilometers to work in Fuxing City. The less time this valuable technical talent spends on the road, the less time the planet needs to develop. With the rapid development of the entire league, there are still too many foundations that need to be supplemented if they want to be healthier. Sometimes Gu Hang would still think if he could pick up another expert in technology for nothing, that would be great. Sometimes Huka still thinks that if he can have a stable life and allow his son and daughter to grow up healthily and happily, that would be great. At this moment, he was among a group of refugees, holding a pot of porridge in his hand. This is according to the food quota received by their family of 4. A bowl of porridge lasts a day. Back to the residence. This is a simple, broken tent, built with rags and construction waste. It can be 3 or 4 square meters at most. He, his wife, and his 6-year-old son and 4-year-old daughter live here temporarily. The conditions are undoubtedly harsh. Not only the living conditions are not good, the sanitation environment is also very bad. But in fact, Huka still breathed a sigh of relief. At least, it's better than the previous escape. The experience of fleeing north from the southern end of the Chengdu area reminded him of his experience when he fled from his hometown and came to Fu Shaoxing more than 200 years ago. Of course, the so-called more than 200 years ago was real time. In fact, his own physical sense was not that long. He came from the forge world of Forge, and when he left there, he was already an engine prophet. This is a title in the mechanic cult that is a level higher than the mechanic priest. He is a technologist. As for why he left Heavy Forge, because of the war, today's Heavy Forge castle should have been dragged into hell. It is no longer in the real universe. During that war, he ran for his life all the way, and at the last moment, he fled into a spaceship in shock and left his hometown. After boarding the spaceship, wandering in the starry sky for a few years, and mixing in the astral army for a few years, he really couldn't accept war anymore. He knew that in this restless universe, wars existed all the time, but as long as it doesn't happen in front of his eyes. He admits that he is a coward, but he never wants to go to the battlefield again and see the fight in person again. As for those wars still happening, let it happen. Speaking of which, the status of an engine prophet is not low, but when zoomed into the boundless universe, what can he decide? Ku, who is tired of everything, just wants to find a stable, peaceful, and beautiful planet to spend the rest of his life. Indeed, the entire universe is at war all the time. But that was zoomed in on the entire empire that if you narrow your eyes and focus on each planet, each one will be different. Among many choices, he chose New Shaoxing. The scenery here is good. The productivity is fairly developed, relying on the energy industry of the Linghua gas field. It is not particularly troublesome. The social atmosphere is stable. And more importantly, there has been no war for thousands of years. Whether it is invaders or civil strife on the planet, there are very few, or at least very little. It was a place that fit his requirements. So he came. With his own ability, he applied to join a genetic research institute of New Shaoxing. This is not difficult. He is an engine prophet who was born in the mechanic order and has made outstanding achievements in genetic engineering. He is not ignorant of other aspects, but a little weak. After applying for the job, he started to live a comfortable life that he felt that this place was simply a paradise. The hard conditions of climate and environment were countless times better than his hometown, which was actually deserted, and the whole planet was a huge factory. Moreover, the working status has also been greatly improved compared with the past. He is almost the best genetic engineer here. Some projects are normal and not difficult. He just needs to do his own thing step by step. Unlike the past, they had to intrigue, compete for resources, and engage in political struggles within the mechanic order. He lived peacefully in New Shaoxing, found a woman who could comfort his heart, and gave birth to a pair of children together. So far, he has experienced something that he has never experienced in his past life, and he feels that this may be what happiness looks like. However, the good times don't last long. Happiness may be the most luxurious thing in the entire universe. When his daughter was only 3 years old and his son was only 2 years old, the Star Wars broke out. The war didn't affect him immediately, but he was still keenly aware of the danger. He's pretty experienced about it. Ku immediately accompanied the evacuation team, took his wife and children, and went to the place he felt was the safest. It was a refuge built according to the highest level that IT stands to reason that this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The location is hidden, and it can also evacuate the planet immediately. In fact, as far as he knew, the spaceship to evacuate these high-value talents should already be on its way. However, there is no lower limit for people to be unlucky. First, the evacuated spaceship was shot down halfway, and then the refuge where he was located was discovered by the enemy, and a large number of demons charged here. At the critical moment, before the refuge was breached, and before the commander of the refuge gave the order to self-destruct in despair, he used the facilities at the lowest level of the refuge to freeze his wife and children, and then collected as many reserves as possible. After losing the backup power, and then rushing to self-destruct, he also froze himself into the hibernation chamber. He didn't know if he could avoid disaster like this, but as a husband and father, this was the last thing he could do. And it turns out that he succeeded. When he was dug out by a former colleague and also his student, a native of Fury, star named Guaja, he saw his wife and children again, and the whole family was still alive. He wept with joy and couldn't help praying to the emperor, thanking the emperor for leaving all his most precious things in the world. At the same time, he also learned that it has been almost 200 years since the end of the war. His former student, Gavaga, survived to this day through life extension surgery. Today, he has established an organization called the Natural Salvation Society, striving to build a paradise on the already ruined New Xiaoxing and then extend outward from here, and finally restore the natural ecology of Fu Xiaoxing and save the world. The purpose of the whole world. To be honest, Huka has no interest in this matter, that he's long past the age where he wants to save the world. There are too many worlds in the Empire, it can't be saved, and it doesn't matter if you destroy a few. He just wants to live his own life. However, at this point, they have something in common. Gawaja needs the technical ability of his teacher, while Huka needs the stable order established by his students at the southern end of the Green Valley area. This is a seaside town with pleasant scenery, where there is no need to worry about food and drink, and it is suitable for his family to settle down for the time being. He is also willing to use his knowledge and labor to exchange for the right to live for his family. But during his work, he gradually discovered some problems. His students, something seems wrong. In other words, the town he lived in called Singer was not quite right. His technical level is excellent enough. Through some of the content of the projects he participated in, he can see that Gawaga is working on some very new things. It is not just as simple as ecological restoration, but is full of a lot of genetic research and human body research. He saw some achievements made by the Society of Natural Salvation, which are called biological weapons and natural weapons. If that's all it is, forget it, that he tried hard to convince himself that he had to turn a blind eye and close one eye. What's so great about engaging in biological weapons? In this post-apocalyptic world, there's always something to protect yourself. Even if they break through the bottom line of the purity of the skull, he can turn a blind eye. The so-called skull purity refers to an iron rule that the Empire and the Adeptus Mechanicus adopted when carrying out human body modification and genetic technology. No matter what shape a person is transformed into, the skull is not allowed to move. The culture of the Empire is full of strange things, and each world is different. However, some things are consistent. In it, the Empire itself has three symbols: the skull, the eagle, and the gear. The skull in it symbolizes sacrifice as well as the purity of human beings. The flesh of traitors, heretics, and xenomorphs is often far from that of a pure human, and one of the most notable variations is in their skulls that it is for this reason that the normal skull is used as a symbol of human purity and the sacrifices made to defend that purity. Everywhere in the Imperium, from the Wall of the Martyrs to the crest of the skull, from the armor decoration of the Space Marines to the sigil of purity, the image of the skull is everywhere. Moreover, no matter whether it is the research of the Adeptus Mechanicus or the theological research of the state religion of the Empire, there is solid evidence that ensuring the purity of the skull is an important means and factor to maintain the human soul from being eroded, that a change in the skull is a sign of depravity, mutation, and betrayal. Mechanics will manufacture servo skulls, manufacture machine servants, change the brain, and do large-scale human body transformation. These are very common, but they will not destroy the shape of the skull. Hands and feet, and many studies done by Gavaja have already broken through this bottom line. Even so, Huka can ignore it. In the end, however, he still couldn't fool himself. There's a problem with the technical source of Gawaja. First, there was something wrong with what his student called life extension surgery. This is very advanced biotechnology, and it is not easy to live for 200 years. Even he himself doesn't have the ability to do this kind of surgery, let alone his students. Then, he found traces of some supernatural power in many studies. This in itself is not uncommon, and the research of the Adeptus Mechanicus will of course involve psychic powers, and the belief in the Emperor's alternate identity as the god of all machines. Whether it is the former or the latter, it will bring extraordinary power. However, he didn't think that the transcendent part of the technical route of the Natural Salvation Society came from orthodox beliefs or normal spiritual energy research. As for where this technology comes from, He has guesses, but dare not say. But at this point, he still didn't say a word. Although he made a lot of preparations in secret, he didn't mention these things at all on the surface. He was very hesitant. He knew that the world had become completely inhospitable, and he was not alone. After leaving the town of Singer, can he take his family and survive in the harsh wasteland environment? What's more, escaping itself is already dangerous enough. In the entanglement of the night shift, a last straw helped him make a decision. Gavaja asked him to use the technology of the Natural Salvation Society for genetic modification for his family, and the reason was to better survive in this wasteland. Survive. Many residents of the town have undergone relevant renovations, and Huku even did it himself. But when this kind of technology was to be applied to his own family, his bottom line was finally broken. He agreed on the surface, but secretly started all the preparations he had made in the past 6 months. A large number of biological weapons rioted, and the accumulated transformed alien monsters defended him and his family, and escaped from a place that seemed to be a paradise, but was actually a hell cave. In the outside world, after initially confirming the safety, he let all the monsters self-destruct. He didn't dare to run with these things because he knew that the technical sources of these aberration monsters were abnormal, and they might lose control at any time. Then, he and his family went through a hellish life of fleeing, all the way north until they were taken in by the Alliance. For Huku, the 6 months of fleeing north made him even more worried than when he fled for his life in his hometown of Changlabao. The brutality of the Battle of Heavy Forge Fort was much more exaggerated than the escape from the north that he was currently experiencing. But at that time, he was alone, and he only asked for his own life. However, this time, he brought his family with him. This kind of psychological pressure is much heavier than before. But relying on his own sufficient ability, those aberrations on the road often can't become his threat. Sometimes, he can control multiple aberrations, help him find some food. Of course, he also upholds the principle that he will not use the same aberration monster for too long to avoid danger if it loses control. With his own ability and a little bit of luck, he took his family and not only escaped the pursuit of the Natural Salvation Society, escaped the threat of the aberrations, but also escaped the number of looters who became more numerous during the turmoil. From the southernmost tip of the Chingu area to the northernmost tip. Here he heard about the Alliance, and heard that a governor came to Fury Owl and issued a declaration to save the whole world. Of course, this alone does not make people feel touched. Who can't blow it yet? However, according to what he heard in the so-called Central Province, in the Xuanqing area of the Alliance capital, it seems really doing well. What surprised him especially was that he heard that a clan of green-skinned orcs had appeared in the ruins of the tower, and they were dealt with by the governor. The ruins of the tower, this place, he just thought about it for a while, and he knew that it was the Biological Research Institute where he used to work. He could guess why there was a greenskin disaster there. Part of his work at that time was to study the greenskins. A mortal like myself can live to the post-war era by being frozen. Guaga can live to this day by life-extending surgery. The green-skinned orc whose vitality is not the same as that of a human being can survive until this time. It was a major mistake that the living samples of previous research were not destroyed, but when the war came, everything was chaotic, and it was understandable that they were concerned about escaping, resisting, and dying. And the living samples have survived until now, so that they have evolved into a tribe of green-skin clans, which is a great disaster. But it was handled by the governor? This was beyond his expectation. Did he know how difficult it would be for a thing like a green skin to form a clan? Just relying on 2 cities, 1 province, and the support of 1 million people. Can you get rid of that greenskin tribe? Can you go to the sky to fight a battle and kill an orc warlord? That's kind of awesome. In addition, he heard that the people's livelihood in Xuanqing was also doing well, and he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. With his own ability, if he reveals his identity and knowledge, he believes that as long as the governor has a little knowledge, he will treat him well. But he was really a little scared by the previous experience. He was afraid that he would run into another leader with a wicked heart. If it's just an evil intention, that's fine, but such a guy often threatens the safety of him and his family. According to his ability, Even if he doesn't seek refuge with the governor and find a place to live in seclusion, he can still survive. It's that quality of life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at the pair of sons and daughters who were devouring food, and his wife who turned her back and wept silently, and felt a little sad in his heart. His child has not had a good life since he was born, and he has been frozen with him until now. His wife used to be well-educated and highly educated, but she suffered a lot during the journey to the north, and now she is disheveled. It doesn't look like it used to at all. He wants his wife and children to have better living conditions, and he wants his wife who loves beauty and reading to continue to be beautiful, make a cup of tea and read stories in his spare time. He wants his children to have a complete childhood, not with him. Find a hideaway together and possibly never see a new person in your life. If there is no choice, then of course life safety is the top priority. But it's not really impossible to choose. He struggled in his heart, but suddenly heard a voice from outside the door. Here it is. He lives here. Huka's hairs all exploded. Many thoughts swirled in his mind. The most worrying thing was that Gavaj's minions would come to him. This is not impossible. In fact, during the escape process, he was always under the threat of Govaga's Natural Salvation Society, in the Chingu area. This society is very powerful. In the past, they used to help those plantations to transform the improved seeds, soil environment, and teach planting techniques, and they penetrated into many plantations. Those technologies all contained hidden corruptions, and even secretly transformed many plantation people into deformed puppets of the Natural Salvation Society. Those deformed puppets are very difficult to distinguish in normal times, but they are actually controlled by the Natural Salvation Society. In addition, even if there were no distortion puppets, many favored plantations would not be able to recognize the face of the Natural Salvation Society at all. They don't know that the wave of alien species that ravages Chingu every year is caused by this group of people that, in their view, this is a group of good people. They can exchange grain for production-increasing technology, which is a wonderful deal. As a result, he experienced many moments of life and death, being betrayed, falling asleep, and being surrounded by a large number of mutated monsters in order to avoid revealing whereabouts and making it difficult to obtain supplies. I thought that here it can be considered as the territory of the Alliance, and it is already far away from the south, so I could settle down, but I didn't expect that there would be a time to be caught up. He saw the eyes of his wife and children and looked towards him with horror and worry on his face. He held out his hand, motioning them to be silent. At the same time, he himself was ready to fight. He is not a person who specializes in fighting, but in the past career he has been forced to learn many fighting methods through the experience of escaping many times. Huka looks like an ordinary person from the outside, but as a biological expert specializing in genetic engineering, his body has undergone many changes. To a certain extent, it is not a big problem to say that he himself is a humanoid biological weapon. Of course, by imperial standards, he was still human. His transformation of himself did not break through some two outrageous bottom lines. The muscles in his arms bulged fiercely, and his chest heaved vigorously, accumulating strength. When necessary, the power of this punch is no less than that of a space warrior. Moreover, the bioelectricity stored in his body will instantly form a high voltage, and through his modified hand bones, pierce the skin and discharge outward. It was a fatal blow, but despite his preparations, he was still somewhat annoyed. I still didn't think enough and didn't prepare enough. I thought that those who came here and kept their names incognito would not be caught again, but they didn't expect that there were minions of the Natural Salvation Society here. He heard footsteps have come to the door of his little shabby tent and stopped. Jason Morgan rubbed his hands and asked the person next to him, "Are you sure this is here?" "I'm sure." The man held the food Morgan threw to him in his hand. "I was seriously ill at that time, and I was already growing pustules like those aberrations. I had a high fever, and I was unconscious. And this man, just a few within minutes, I was cured. I saw him again today, and their family lives here." "Okay, that's none of your business." Jason Morgan sent the people away, coughed twice, and walked to the broken tent. He tried to knock on the door, but but found no door to knock on. He could only stretch out his hand and shake the door curtain, which only had a blocking effect. At this time, the curtain was open from the inside. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face appeared in front of him with a vigilant expression. Jason Morgan tried to see what was going on behind him, but was completely blocked by the man and couldn't see anything. So, he could only cough twice, and then said, "I heard that you are an excellent doctor. What's your name?" The man didn't answer, but instead asked, "Who are you?" His words were not polite, which made Jason Morgan a little uncomfortable. He is now a big shot in the northern part of the Chingu area. He has been here for almost 2 months, and especially until recently, all he hears is respect and flattery. Few people would talk to him like this anymore. However, his expression did not change. He just said with a little pride, "I am Jason Morgan, a D4 staff member of the Angry All-Star Alliance, and I was ordered to establish a mutual aid self-government committee for survivors in the northern part of the Chingu area. Observer of the Self-Government Committee. In the past 2 months, the Mutual Aid Committee has united plantations and sheltered a large number of civilians. Millions of poor people who have lost their homes have temporarily settled in many refuges we have set up. All these are your credit?" Jason Morgan choked for a moment, with an unnatural expression on his face. "Not all of them. The main reason is the wise and mighty power of the governor, followed by the Alliance's military observers and diplomats, gathering refugees and contacting plantations, and then through the military assistance of the Alliance Twin Cities, help them establish a preliminary military self-defense capability. And again, the staff of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. We transported a large amount of living, supplies and medical supplies to stabilize the situation. Damn it. I'm with you. What are you talking about?" Speaking of this, Morgan helped his conspicuous red hat, adjusted his expression, and said solemnly, "We are very short of manpower now, and we need all the power that can help the people in the Chingu area to settle down. And you are like this, the power of... I heard that you are a very good doctor." Morgan continued, "We have a lot of medicines, but we are very short of people who could take advantage of them. You can help those who are infected to recover without medicines. Then with the help of medicines, you can do more. Are you recruiting me?" Morgan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "If you understand it that way, there's nothing wrong with it." Huka smiled. "I thought it was the Natural Salvation Society who came to the door, but I didn't expect it to be the Alliance. Is this a coincidence?" He was still thinking about whether to go to the governor, but at this moment, someone from the governor came. "Then what good can I do?" Jason Morgan looked at the smile of the man across from him, feeling a little baffled, and didn't know what Huku was thinking at all. He was just trying his best to recruit this talent, he thought. There are many benefits. He tried to look behind Huku again. This time he vaguely saw the figures of 2 children. Morgan showed a gentle smile to the 2 children, and then said to Huku, "Let me first tell you what I can give you. The shelter settlements are temporary in nature, and we will provide basic food supplies for all refugees. But our strength is also limited. We have tried our best to feed more people with limited food, but people still starve to death occasionally. We have tried our best. I'm sorry that I can only provide you and your family with porridge, and you can only sleep in such a poor tent. But if you're willing to promise to make greater contributions to the entire Chingu area, then I guarantee that you and your family will be treated better. A truly sheltered house, adequate and varied food. These are all taken for granted. There are other things that I can't guarantee, but I think you must have the ability to get something." After a pause, Jason Morgan continued, "You may have noticed my self-introduction just now, mentioning that I am a D4 level Alliance employee. If you are really a capable doctor, even if the disaster in the Green Valley area ends after that, go to the newly established Union Hospital in Schwanching. It is also possible to get a high rank by your own ability. Like me, a D4 level employee, food supplies are enough to feed the whole family. There is still money to go to buy life-enhancing appliances, a bigger and brighter house, a nice, tidy neighborhood, and you can send your kids to school. Your life will be great. In fact, you see so many people here in the refugee camp. Everyone is waiting for the opportunity to join the Alliance. Even if it's just an E-level employee, It's enough for people to work hard without worrying about food and clothing. I don't know what you think. After listening to Jason Morgan's long speech, Huka thought for a while and smiled. I have to admit, you moved me. That's good. Morgan also smiled. However, Huka lengthened the ending and asked a question that Morgan never thought of. I have another question. What rank can an engine prophet who specializes in genetic engineering get in your alliance? Jason Morgan was dumbfounded. What? What is genetic engineering? What is the engine prophet? What is this doctor talking about? Why can't I understand? Update is late today. Recently, I have been working a lot of overtime. I basically go home from get off work to eat some late-night snacks. After taking a shower, I start writing at about 12 o'clock, finish at 3 o'clock, and post it the next day. Yesterday, I couldn't bear it and fell asleep. Today, I refused to work overtime. I came back to make up what I didn't finish. By the way, I will write tomorrow's earlier. Go to bed early today. I hope the days of social animals working overtime will pass soon. By the time the whole situation was reported layer by layer and known to Gu Hang, it had already been 2 days. This efficiency is already not low, but Gu Hang is still thankful that there is no omission of information along the way. The clerk named Jason Morgan didn't think that the other party was talking nonsense because he couldn't understand what he said at all and refused to report it. It was directly reported to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Asanas sent him a letter after learning the news. When Gu Hang got the news, he had just spent gift points to establish the Technical Academy. After learning that a person who claimed to be an engine prophet had appeared under his command, Gu Hang immediately laughed out loud. Of course, Gu Hang knows what level an engine prophet is. In the rank system of the Mechanic Order, Junior Specialist Technical Specialist Mechanical Priest Engine Prophet, this is a complete promotion line. The engine prophet can already be regarded as a middle-level figure in the mechanic cult. Further up is the ruling bishop. This rank is even the highest figure in the foundry world controlled by some mechanic orders, and some foundry generals are actually just ruling bishops. In contrast, Wu Jiarong was only a technical specialist with the level of the mechanic and was sent to the surface of Fu Xiaoxing. That is to say, relying on the in-depth research on the black box in the past 6 months, it has made rapid progress, barely reaching the level of the mechanical priest. But even so, Wu Jiarong has been able to provide great assistance in many scientific and technological projects. What about a more powerful engine prophet? He specializes in genetic engineering and a series of technologies such as servo skulls, soulless farms, medical technology, and machine servant transformation are his counterparts. And even if it is some non-specialized skills, given him time to study, what he can do will be no worse than Wu Jiarong, or even better. Secondly, throwing him as a lecturer in the newly established technical college is also a way out. At least half of Wu Jiarong's time is liberated. Gu Hang didn't think he could replace Wu Jiarong just because he had an engine prophet. For Gu Hang, Wu Jiarong's most important duty is to guard the black boxes that he has produced a lot. What this matter requires is not technical ability, but sufficient loyalty to in the current 6 months, she has done well, and Gu Hang does not want to change candidates. Who knows if the new one is reliable? What's more, it is still unknown whether Gu Hang, the engine prophet, has really reached the level he claimed. However, this does not prevent Gu Hang from attaching great importance to this matter. Whether it's true or not, you will know if you pull it out in Yo. On the one hand, he notified Wu Jiarong to come to Fuxing City and was going to meet the engine prophet with him. On the other hand, he sent a formation of wind falcons to the north of the Qinggu area to pick him up. There's a distance of hundreds of kilometers in the middle, and it takes a long time to drive here. As far as Feng Falcon is concerned, it takes less than 2 hours to go back and forth on the same day. Equipped with an anti-gravity engine and capable of vertical takeoff and landing, the Wind Falcon doesn't even need an airport, as long as it lands on a flat place. Without keeping the governor waiting for long, the 2 Feng Falcons landed on the governor's tower one after another. This is his office, which has just been completed recently. It is a renovation of the old Alliance's Parliament building. On the roof and the balcony extending outside the office hall, several parking pads have been created to facilitate the takeoff and landing of aircraft. After getting Feng Falcon, not to mention the role it can play in the war, Gu Hang feels that his time has been saved a lot. The Wind Falcon, which is capable of supersonic cruise, will take Gu Hang to any area currently under the actual control of the Alliance, and it will take no more than an hour. Especially from Fuxing City to Weixing City. For Feng Falcon, it is almost a matter of taking off and landing, and it only takes a few minutes. This greatly facilitates Gu Hang's travel, allowing him to easily travel to and from multiple places in one day. And he can visit the factories in Weixing City with his own eyes, go to the front line to condolences to the army, go to the Gyeoda province, or go to the North Central province, see how the local reconstruction plan is doing. Whether to say the limit of the scope of domination depends on the limit of information transmission. Of course, within the planet, the normal means of communication can basically cover the entire planet. But if Gu Hang, the ruler, can also appear anywhere he wants at an extremely fast speed, it will also have a positive impact on the improvement of his dominance. With great help, the Feng Falcon that landed first brought Wu Jiaro. Gu Hang chatted with her for a while about the progress of her scientific research project, and the conversation didn't take long before the second Wind Falcon arrived. A middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance, led by the guards, entered Gu Hang's office. After a brief introduction by both parties, under the deliberate guidance of Gu Hang and Wu Jiaro, they continued the previous topic. And this man named who could just fell silent for a moment, and after he understood what they were talking about, he joined the topic smoothly. 3 people chatted in the office for almost 2 hours. In the beginning, Gu Hang was able to keep up with the topics, mainly by raising demands and asking about progress. In the middle, when talking about more in-depth technical content, he mainly listened in and didn't understand much, but the other 2 chatted more and more vigorously. And at the final stage, when Gu Hang couldn't understand it all, even Wu Jiaron's speaking part became very small, and it turned into listening and thinking. Mainly Huke was talking, and even Wu Jiaron was talking. It also looks like it has benefited a lot. At this time, even if Gu Hang didn't ask Wu Jiaron's opinion, he would still know that the man in front of him was indeed an engine prophet. Finally, he ended the topic. There is no way, I don't understand. So let the specific technical problems be solved by specific people. As the governor, there is no need to continue wasting time here. Coughing lightly, he said, Mr. Hu, let's talk about your past. I'm curious, how did an engine prophet of the Mechanic Order end up in Fury Star? Speaking of this, Huku sighed and told his past experience. After listening, Gu Hang was also a little bit sad. War has destroyed the good life of countless people. Gu Hang said, but war is also the only way for human beings to survive in this never-calm star sea. Huku agreed. You are right, but the price is high, especially when the price falls on specific people. But I assure you, Gu Hang said, in the future, I will do my best to prevent those disasters from befalling you and your family. I'm not sure that that kind of thing will never happen again, but at least then I can still guarantee that the overall situation is stable, and you will have a peaceful life. All I need is your knowledge and your loyalty. I will always remain loyal to the Emperor. The middle-aged man seemed to have something to say, but Gu Hang didn't mind. That's enough. Now that we've come to this point, Huko also knows that he has passed the 2-hour interview. And then it's time to talk about salary. I'm more impressed with the rank rules you made on Star Fury. I'm interested. I don't know what rank and treatment I can get when I'm here with you. C9. Guing didn't play any sloppy eyes, and he stated his idea that he had made a long time ago, the highest level of sea level. You will have a separate big villa with a yard in Fuxing City. If it is more lively, it could be arranged in a residential area. The surrounding neighbors are government officials or researchers. I guarantee that your house will have the best conditions in the community. If you like to be quieter, you can also set up your house in the suburbs' independent villa. It goes without saying that the most basic things are food and clothing. There will be 3 E-level staff serving as nanny and housekeeper. Your wife is free to choose a job. I heard that she liked reading very much. The museums, archives, and libraries of Fuxing City are all in the preliminary stage. We are committed to collecting pre-war cultural relics and doing our best to restore the once splendid culture of Star Fury. Maybe your wife is also willing to become a sea-level employee, come and contribute to the renaissance of Star Fury. Of course, if she doesn't want to, she just wants to stay at home with peace of mind. It's just that without a specific job, the rank cannot be rated too high. Please understand this. This is the system of the Alliance and will not be determined by a single person. Break in. Your children will receive the most complete education in the League. You may not care about it. After you are free, the quality of your family education for your children should be better than the current education level of the League. But I believe that you should still hope that you children can have a complete childhood and be able to socialize with their peers from an early age. Hearing this, Huka nodded in satisfaction. Purely in terms of living conditions, he has nothing else to ask for. C9, under the current system of the League, is already considered very high at IT. Is said that Ms. Asana, who actually assumes the job of the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, is only at the B3 level. Apparently, the governor is deliberately keeping a higher rank for future promotion. From this perspective, he is only 4 small levels away from the current highest level in the League. The children and wife have been properly arranged, and he only needs to do his own thing. Then what is my specific work arrangement? Gu Hang also gave the answer smoothly. Under the Alliance Production Department, a Science and Technology Development Bureau will be planned. Ms. Wu Jiarong is the director, and you will be the honorary director. You will have an independent research institute in Fuxing City. I will try to configure as many assistants as possible to assist you in your work. There are 3 main things you need to do. First, undertake various scientific research projects directly ordered by the Alliance Production Department, or for me, that is, the Governor's Office. Secondly, it is the educational work of the Alliance Technical College. The third is to serve as a technical advisor directly under the Governor's Office, answering some of my doubts when necessary. After listening to these carefully, Huka said there was no problem. Moreover, he immediately took the initiative to work and reported a situation according to the 3rd job requirement put forward by the governor, about what happened at the southern end of Green Valley, about the Society of Natural Salvation, and about his student Gaga. After Gu Hang listened, he immediately frowned deeply. You mean the abnormal monsters that ravage Fury Owlstar and appear almost everywhere are the products of this Natural Salvation Society? It's not just simple genetic mutations and biological mutations. It also involves things that come from the abyss hell and demon-related paranormal phenomena. It's roughly the same, but it's not necessarily true in some places. Huko corrected. The aberration monsters on the Owl Star probably weren't completely created by the Natural Salvation Society, but they use these monsters and their dirty, degenerate demon knowledge. They're doing inhumane experiments at the southern end of the Green Valley, trying to create and control those aberrations on a large scale. Gu Hang stroked his chin, thinking deeply. If it's just an aberration, that's fine. It's not that he has never dealt with this kind of monster. In the woodland around Weixing City, which has almost been chopped down and is now the residence of the Phoenix Monastery, he once led the nascent army and was killed by the original Angry Owl. The sect has been besieged by a group of deformed monsters activated by some kind of magic. Those monsters are a terrible threat to ordinary wasteland survivor forces. They are not afraid of life and death. They grow periodically, and they are infinitely powerful. There are also things like abscess ejectors, which can almost be regarded as short-range biochemical cannons. The aberration monsters in the Chingu area are generally like this. Even if there are some strange species occasionally, the number is not much in general. But just like that, the many plantations in Chingu still suffered a great disaster and were destroyed one by one. At present, the entire central and southern part of Chingu is already in dire straits. According to the latest information that Gu Hang has seen, the aberrations are the source of the disaster. In addition to the settlements they directly destroyed, the casualties they caused, and the reduction in food production, the most terrifying thing was the secondary disasters that followed. People will not die. Those who have lost their plantations, food, and property will not wait to starve to death. They will gather spontaneously, compete with each other, and devour each other, so as to become a larger, stronger, and more cohesive group. In this way, the raider tribes were born one by one. They will burn kill, loot, and fight for their lives. A considerable number of plantations were also destroyed by these looters. The wave of aberrations causes the landless to appear. The landless form raider tribes. The raider tribes destroy more settlements, create more landless people, form more and bigger raider tribes. The vicious circle rolled up like a snowball. This is not the first time that the vicious circle in the Chingu area has occurred. In the past years, every time a wave of aberration monsters formed, it would lead to a similar situation. It's just that the wave of monsters in previous years will not last particularly long, and the scale will not be particularly large. Once the monster wave subsides, the source of the vicious cycle is gone, and things will pick up. The looters were either wiped out, or they could be laundered and landed on the spot where they occupied and turned into normal plantations. There are also those who have been looters without washing their hands, but the number will not be too many. Anyway, when most people have enough to eat, the situation will gradually calm down until the wave of monsters reappears in the second year, and the vicious circle starts again. In short, in the past many years, people in the Chingu area came here like this. But the difference this year is that the wave of aberration monsters is too big, not scattered. It lasted too long, almost half a year now, and not only has there been no weakening trend, but it has intensified. The source of the vicious circle is not weakened, but strengthened, and of course the vicious circle cannot be stopped. But the problem in the Chingu area must be resolved. It is the most important granary of Star Fury, not only to feed the 1,000 million people in the Chingu area itself, but also to deliver food to the Central Province and the Eastern Provinces. If the problems in the Chingu area are not resolved, it will not only represent the livelihood problems of the 1,000 million people above it, but will also cause a large-scale famine on the entire planet. In the final analysis, this is a population loss that Guhang cannot bear. Population is extremely important, both for productivity and for the regular monthly income in a system. Only with more people can we raise a stronger industry, support more troops, and provide more gift point income. This land of grain production and the population of 1,000 million people are what Guhang will definitely keep. As early as a few months ago, the League had already taken action on this. The weapons and equipment purchased by the army, from those of the old Alliance Legion to those of the adventurers in the garbage town after they were recruited, were sold in large quantities to the Chingu area in the south as ammunition. There is a shortage of ammunition in the Chingu area. It stands to reason that these bullets, earthen cannons, and the like can be sold at a very high price. But under Asana's instructions, the Union Commerce Department did not do so. When there was a shortage of grain in the early stage, the price was higher. Later, the import of grain in the Western Desert region increased significantly, and the pressure on grain in the Central Province was reduced. Instead, the Ministry of Commerce further lowered the price. Later, even some of the munitions produced in the Weishing City arsenal were sold to the Chingu area. Even a lot of weapons and equipment do not require money and are provided free of charge in the form of military aid. Of course, the so-called no money basically means wanting everything except money. Military aid, various types of daily necessities, and aid for consumer goods must all be purposeful and have a strong political attribute. If it weren't for such a large amount of arms, how would the diplomats, civilian observers, and military observers of the Alliance establish the so-called Green Valley Mutual Aid Committee? And this so-called Green Valley Mutual Aid Committee is Guhang's preparation for completely ruling the entire Chingu area in the future. Many plantations, refugees, and even looters who were willing to put down their guns and wash their hand were taken in. The Mutual Aid Association allows the plantations to pay food as a protection fee to ensure that refugees and looters will not rob them. Organize refugees and looters who are laundered, armed with arms aided and sold by the Alliance to form a militia, patrols, to attack other looters who have not joined the Mutual Aid Association. The militia and patrols will quickly support in place when they receive requests for help from various plantations if there is a huge wave of monsters that cannot be resisted. At least the people inside can be evacuated alive. The existence of the Mutual Aid Association has proved to be very effective in the past 2 months. At this point, within 2 months, the Mutual Aid Association has rapidly expanded from a small area in the south of the Central Province owned by the Alliance to a population of 400 million, covering almost the behemoth in the northern part of the entire Green Valley area. If you really want to say, the population size under the Mutual Aid Association is not far from the main body of the Alliance. To be able to expand so rapidly, in addition to the ability of the Alliance's expatriates to handle affairs, and the munitions provided are valuable enough. The core point is that the existence of the Mutual Aid Association meets the needs of almost everyone in the northern area of Chingu. Refugees have shelter, whitewashed looters have stable food income, and plantations have strong armed foreign aid. The way Gu Hang looked at the Mutual Aid Association was like looking at a rapidly growing fruit of victory. When a mutual aid society expands to a certain extent, the Alliance Army can quickly go south, take the militia and patrols of the Mutual Aid Society, and fully reorganize it, pushing all the way south, flattening the mutated monsters that swept across the central and southern Green Valley. At the beginning, he was already able to eliminate thousands of aberration monsters with a single infantry battalion, let alone now. He has more troops, and his weapons and equipment have been updated several times, with powerful long-range firepower, armored forces, and even an air force. If the aberration monsters are still at their original level, no matter how many there is nothing to be afraid of. He only needs to wait for the mutual aid president to mature, and the rest is the work of harvesting. In one wave, Gu Hang will completely bring the entire Chingu area under control, and it will be as easy as picking something out of a bag. But now, the news brought by Huka made Gu Hang deeply worried. The Natural Salvation Society's transformation technology, for those aberrations, involves supernatural power and demonology, so it cannot be simply viewed as a group of monsters formed by the planet's local environment. If you use demons as your imaginary enemy, Gu Hang felt guilty. To put it bluntly, even the Greenskin clan that hadn't fully developed in the High Tower province had a hard time fighting against them. If they had to touch demons, traitors from chaos, at least they wouldn't be easier to fight than the green-skinned orcs. But at this time, it was Uku who was persuading Gu Hang not to worry too much. The situation is not so bad that it is irreparable. The new C9 employee of the League comforted the biggest boss and said, "At least half a year in the town of Songers, I only noticed that their skills in demonology has something to do with it, and I haven't seen any concrete evidence that they have more connections with demons, and I haven't seen demons with my own eyes, so you don't have to worry too much, Governor." However, at this point, Huku added another sentence, "But our actions may have to be accelerated. After all, no one knows what will happen if we give them more time. Even this year's particularly large-scale wave of aberrations, there is no doubt that it must be the work of the Natural Salvation Society. It's a pity that I've been procrastinating in the past 6 months without doing what they call sublimation transformation, a lot of special confidential content. I don't have access to it, so I can't be sure what their purpose is." Gu Hang nodded and said, "I understand. You are very grateful for providing the current information. You have worked hard for this period of time, and the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs should have prepared your new residence for you well. Take your family to rest well. The future development of the Alliance will depend more on your contribution. As for the Chingu area," after a pause, Gu Hang continued, "I don't intend to change our original plan, but we must speed up. This is inevitable. When the enemy's plan is unknown and it is difficult to find a way to investigate, the best way to deal with it is to completely wipe out the enemy with a thunderous force before their actions are fully launched." Gu Hang did not care about the two technical experts Wu Jiarong and Hu Ku, but made some calculations by himself. The best solution time is within 1 month. The quintet is still there and won't leave until a month later. Although the starship suffered considerable damage, all weapon systems were still well preserved. The ammunition reserves on the starship were not sufficient, but there was still some, at least enough to carry out an orbital strike on the ground without any problem. Then, the best solution for Gu Hang at the moment is to do his best to solve the Chingu problem within 1 month, while the orbital strike is still there, and physically eliminate that so-called Natural Salvation Society. If things drag on for a month, and that's missing orbital hits, it's in trouble. After figuring it out, Gu Hang called his secretary, Zhang Chao, the housekeeper who also came to Fu Shaoxing with him. Send an order to Yin Fangxiu to cancel the rest of all troops. All soldiers must be assembled within 3 days. His troops will leave in 3 days. The war has begun. Yes, Zhang Chao responded instinctively, and then asked a little puzzled, but what is the goal of the war? The entire Qinggu area. Gu Hang said. Jason Morgan feels that since the establishment of the new alliance, his luck has been particularly good. He was rewarded again for bringing in a top talent for the league. Kind of dreamy. The conscience of heaven and earth. He really just hoped to have an excellent doctor to help him solve the problem, because he saw that many people among the refugees were infected and died of illness. As a result, this discovered an engine profit. Jason Morgan now understands what the engine profit stands for. He is now glad that he did not speak rudely at that time, but treated Huku with a respectful and virtuous attitude. If there are any key technological breakthroughs in the alliance in the future, I will have my own share of the credit. However, for him, this matter can only be said to be an episode. Although he got a lot of benefits because of this in the latest communication with the leadership of the Immigration Bureau, the leader also told him that it is a certainty that he will go back to upgrade 2 levels this time. Of course, he was very happy about this. However, his leader also reminded him, you still have to do your job well. I see. And what is his real job? 1. Ensure the autumn harvest. 2. Population migration. One of the most important things is to control infectious diseases. The above 2 things are what he has been trying to do in the past. Recently, it has entered autumn, and the main food crops of the major plantations in the northern area of Qinggu have almost reached the harvesting season. Although the overall harvest this year will definitely not be good, but what could be harvested now must be harvested well. According to the one-sentence instruction given by the Governor General, if you collect 1 more grain now, you may save 1 person from starving to death in the future. For this work, Jason is actually running tirelessly among the major plantations, just to see how the grain harvest is going in each place, and to sign future grain purchase contracts with the corresponding plantation owners. The second job is to continuously migrate people to the central province, especially the Xuanqing area. This is the old business, nothing more than the migration of people from other places in the central province to Xuanqing, but now it is done from the northern part of the Qinggu area. In terms of population willingness, it is even easier to migrate people from Qinggu to Xuanqing than to do the same thing in central province. The people here in Qinggu are all refugees, and it is their dream to go to the Xuanqing area. However, the complex situation is complicated by infectious diseases. This is a special situation that was only discovered in the last month. The infectious disease known as abscess disease is not very lethal, but after the onset, it will cause herpes all over the body, which is very itchy, and the pus after the ulceration is the source of infection. Healthy people can easily become infected after unprotected contact. Therefore, before migrating people to the central province, people must be quarantined first to ensure safety before they are transported to the reared in Fuxing City. Another isolation observation is needed, and they will not be accommodated in the city until the group is all right. And Jason Morgan's isolation policy in multiple refuge settlements is not just to see if people are sick or not. Those who get sick will be transferred to the ward immediately, and then they will be taken care of by medical workers. Of course, the professionalism of medical staff cannot be expected. Although the hospital in Xuanqing has been built for some time, the level of doctors can only be said to be that. And in these refugee camps in the northern area of Qinggu, it is even more impossible to have professional doctors. It is some medical staff recruited on the spot, holding a simple medical manual, and pouring medicines transported from Xuanqing to the sick people. But don't say it, the effect is still good. Among them, the most important role is the drug itself. The pharmaceutical and chemical factory that has been in production in Fuxing City for some time, the medicines produced are really powerful. Speaking of analgesia, it really doesn't hurt after eating it. Although it may not be able to cure the disease, but it is much more comfortable, the mood is much better, and you can eat, then the body will naturally get more energy to fight the disease. And some drugs to deal with skin diseases and immune diseases may not be completely symptomatic, but the barefoot doctors take the booklets and feed them according to the standard measurement, which is really useful. People, sometimes very fragile, but sometimes very tenacious. There is enough food, there are pain relievers and medicines to relieve symptoms. Even if there is no specific medicine, most people can survive in the end. The current mortality rate of abscess disease is about 5%-10%. This is a very high number. There are more than 10 people who are currently sick in the refugee camps, which means that tens of thousands of people will die of illness. It was also because of seeing too many tragedies that after hearing about an excellent doctor, Jason took time out of his busy schedule to recruit Corporal Lucien. The result was a greater benefit, but that's another story up. However, Jason Morgan is quite optimistic about the future. As those temporarily recruited medical staff and barefoot doctors have more and more experience in treating abscesses, no matter how stupid people are, they can also summarize some objective laws, which can further optimize the medication and the process of caring for patients. And soon a new medical manual printed with the words Fushing City Research Institute was issued to him, which explained in detail how to treat patients with abscess disease and what the symptoms of each stage are like, how to change the medication plan corresponding to the transition stage, the specific method of isolation, confirming the symbol of the patient's recovery. This manual is much more reliable than the barefoot manual they used before. He knew that this new researcher was actually presided over by Mr. whom he recruited. He was relieved. Although I misunderstood before, it turned out that Mr. who was not a doctor, but in fact he played a greater role than a mere doctor. All in all, with more experience among the medical staff and the new treatment manual from Renaissance City Institute, things are bound to get better. In addition to the two tasks of autumn harvest and abscess disease, he has just received news that he has a new job. Cooperate with the Central Group Army that has already gone south, cooperate with the military observers of the Mutual Aid Association, and assemble the militia on the spot. All militia regiments should then be placed under the command of Brigadier General Yin Fengshu of the Central Army and be dispatched by the headquarters. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Association should also mobilize all plantations to supply food to the Army on the spot after the autumn harvest is completed as part of the supplies going south. He has already sent relevant notices to various places through the system of mutual aid associations. However, implementation has not been ideal. The decision-making body of the Mutual Aid Committee is the committee meeting, and these so-called committee members are basically served by large plantation owners who still maintain order, and a small part are served by former looters' leaders who have been laundered in today's militia chiefs. None of the officials of the alliance is a formal committee member, basically serving as an observer. When the Mutual Aid Association was established, it was to dispel the vigilance of those plantation owners and militia leaders. Originally, they still had time to slowly dissolve the power of the Mutual Aid Association, but the sudden advance action of the alliance headquarters broke their plan. The current plantation owners and militia chiefs are still very powerful, both in terms of influence and actual power. And a considerable number of people are against the alliance's comprehensive southward movement. Today, the Mutual Aid Committee has become a mess. Jason Morgan has to fix that. The Crocker Plantation can almost be regarded as the largest plantation in the northern area of Chingu. The surname Crocker has been passed down here for 4 generations. They have always been the owners of the plantation, and they have gradually grown stronger. Up to now, they have a very important position in the northern part of the Chingu area. A few months ago, the old master died of illness, and now it is little Crocker who is in power. Young people are more ambitious than their predecessors. Regardless of whether this ambition is reasonable or not, at least Crocker Jr. feels that he is a person with great ambitions. He is not satisfied with just being a wealthy landowner in the Chingu area, like his ancestors for generations, relying on 1/3 of an acre of land for food. Even though it is all other people's labor, he just eats. But he felt that the Crocker family could go one step further. The catastrophe in the Chingu area and the Mutual Aid Association established with the support of the Alliance are golden opportunities that he values. He actively responded to the establishment of the Mutual Aid Association, and with his appeal, persuaded and influenced many plantations to join. It's not difficult. First of all, mutual aid associations are inherently beneficial, and everyone gets what they need. Secondly, Crocker Manor, as the largest plantation, has indeed played a leading role in its positive response to mutual aid associations. And his goal is actually not complicated. He wants to be the controller of the Mutual Aid Association and transform the Mutual Aid Association from a mutual aid organization formed with the aid of the Alliance into a political entity across the Chingu area. All the people sent by the Alliance were excluded from the Mutual Aid Committee, and they were only given the status of observers, and the authority was under the control of the plantation owners and militia heads. And as long as he sat firmly in the chairman's position and became the leader, that would be fine. The latter is the gradual improvement of various government mechanisms, so that power can truly be implemented downwards. Of course, he didn't think that after transforming the Mutual Aid Association into a political entity, he would be able to challenge the Alliance and the governor. It's just, the so-called Alliance is not a centralized government. We have been a member of the Alliance since the establishment of the Alliance by a generation of governors, and we have never left the Alliance. It is still under the Alliance system, but it is a regional regime with strong autonomy. Isn't it good to maintain a good cooperative and win-win relationship with the Alliance Center? Of course he knew that. As far as the Chingu area was concerned, it would definitely not work to fight against the Alliance headquarters. What he wants to fight for is only political interests that, in his view, the Chingu area has a population and important food output, which is the basis for negotiating with the Alliance headquarters. Even in the future, it is inevitable that he will be completely swallowed by the Alliance. But at that time, he must give him a passable explanation for Little Crocker. It is not impossible to transform into a high-ranking official in the Alliance. But he didn't expect that the Alliance would not give him time. Little Crocker was a little apprehensive. Could it be that my little thoughts have been seen through? The Alliance is against me? He convened a committee meeting of the Mutual Aid Society. The meeting place is at Crocker Manor, which itself is the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. A circular hall with a low, middle, and gradually raised surroundings. Wooden tables and chairs are placed on the surrounding steps as seats for committee members. The round platform in the center is the speech platform. In the venue, Little Crocker provoked the minds of other plantation owners. Standing in the center of the conference hall, Little Crocker was speaking impassionedly. I believe many people have received the news that the Central Group Army led by Commander Yin Fengshu is heading south. According to the latest order of the Alliance, we need to provide supplies for this army. Not only food supplies, but also the militia regiment that we have worked so hard to build up in the past few months must all be brought under the command of Commander Yin Fengshu. Look at what happened in the so-called Central Province 2 months ago. A large number of settlements were abolished. A large number of survivors were captured by the Alliance. Those who had tried their best to maintain the existence of settlements and protect men of their people, guillotined, found guilty. The coalition is going to take everything from us, just like they did to the people in the Central Province 2 months ago. What he said really touched the hearts of many people. The Central Army's sudden southward movement did indeed cause panic. The plantation owners were worried that their property would be confiscated. Under the policy of the Union, it seemed that completely independent and private property did not exist. However, even if those thoughts were aroused, people were basically keeping silent at the moment. Worrying is all about worrying, but do you want to fight against the Alliance because of this? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the attitude of those militia leaders. At present, the military strength of the Mutual Aid Association is entirely composed of militia groups. Among the militia chiefs, those elected by the manor owners are lucky to say that their position can still be consistent with the manor owners who elected them for the time being. But those whitewashed looters who were recruited are completely different, being placed under the command of the Central Army Group. It seems that there is nothing wrong with them. The looters who could be exonerated by Zhao and had to do this in the first place, just to survive. Those manor owners didn't have any kindness to them, and they didn't have a fixed property in Baikingu area. Anyway, They're all eating together, and they are included in the ranks of the Alliance army. Will people still starve them? Maybe there is still a chance to become a regular in the future. Being a regular army of the Alliance is awe-inspiring. If you want to engage in a military confrontation with the Alliance, expect a militia group with a similar mentality to go up and fight desperately. Don't be ridiculous. Moreover, let alone a direct military confrontation, even if there is no war, the Alliance will not come to force, and the Mutual Aid Association will not be able to bear just a hostile relationship. With a militia group of more than 10 people who can rely on for arms. With food alone, the current population of 400 million in Baikingu can survive. A large number of industrial products and necessities of life also depend on the import from Shuangqing, the most important of which is medical assistance. If there is no assistance from the Alliance, the Mutual Aid Association itself will collapse. To put it bluntly, there is no possibility of any frontal confrontation between the two sides. Little Crocker himself mentioned the Central Province just now, right? Then the Central Province can at least pull out an army of 10 people without any assistance from the governor. Can mutual aid? Once hostile, the order that the Mutual Aid Association has formed in the Baikingu area over the past 2 months may collapse by itself. What's more, even if an army is pulled out, so what? Can you still beat the army of the Alliance? How many days did the Dash troops of the central bank last? It is true that everyone has resentment towards the Alliance military's sudden southward move. But if Crocker thinks that this will encourage everyone to follow him to head with the Alliance, then it is a dream. No one will follow him to this madness. Of course, little Crocker didn't feel insane that he could encourage the people in the Mutual Aid Society to do this. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it. However, after looking at the expressions of the crowd and guessing their mentality, little Crocker was still a little disappointed. But he quickly readjusted his mentality. He continued, "I know you're all scared, thinking, is this little Crocker crazy to say something like that? But let me tell you, it's literally a matter of life and death. No one is willing to give up the assets accumulated by our ancestors for no reason. Not only food supplies, but also the militia regiment that we have worked so hard to build up in the past few months must all be brought under the command of Commander Yan Fengxiu. Of course, we're not going to fight against the Alliance and the governor. I absolutely don't mean that. The Mutual Aid Association was established with the assistance of the Alliance. The governor has helped us a lot. We Chingu people will never repay our vengeance. We are members of the Alliance, have been, are, and will be. Our allegiance to the emperor and to the governor will never change." When he got to this point, people finally got interested. It was said earlier that the Alliance would take away everything from us, as if it wanted to encourage everyone to fight. But in the following paragraph, it changed the tone completely, saying that we must be loyal to the governor and the Alliance. What kind of speech is this? What on earth is your kid doing? But even though what he said was very inexplicable, when he mentioned that he didn't really intend to turn his mother back, the vigilance in everyone's hearts dropped a lot. People began to look forward to whether this little Crocker really had a good way to keep everyone's property without directly confronting the Alliance. We are loyal to the governor and to the Alliance, but loyalty does not mean stupidity. We must consider the way we are loyal. We will demonstrate our will to the Viceroy by means of nonviolent non-cooperation. We will refuse to supply the Union Army, and we will refuse to hand over the command and organization of the militia to the Central Army. If there is any direct threats of violence, I allow you to temporarily agree to cooperate. But after the threat of violence is over, we propose that we will continue to carry out protest actions." Speaking of this, Crocker's speech speed suddenly accelerated and became heavier. "Commissioners, this is the way we fight. We will never engage in any positive confrontation with the Union military. Strikes, protests, food stoppages, these actions will not continue indefinitely. We just need to be civilized, express our demands in a bloodless way, and finally achieve the goal of negotiating to solve the problem." His words shocked people. Good guy after a long time. It's just a non-violent non-cooperation, right? But in retrospect, it's not impossible. Strikes, demonstrations, no supplies. If the guns are pointed at, there is nothing to do, but as long as the guns are not pointed, nothing will be done. How many men are there in the Union Army? All come to be supervisors everywhere. The two sides are fighting each other, and the consumption continues. The Chingu area has always been in such a bad state anyway. How can it continue to be bad? But the League is different. Can the great cause of the Governor General withstand such a delay? Get yourself out of the value of the United Front, and then at the negotiating table, try to get as many benefits as possible. This way of thinking seems to be okay. But someone raised a question. This is a good way, but if the alliance conducts bloody suppression, captures, or even shoots the leaders of the protests, that is us, how should you respond? Little Crocker took a deep breath. This is the risk we have to face. First, will the alliance do this? Are they not afraid to provoke greater resistance? Second, we must also protect ourselves. Chingu, the region, is very large, or the whole world is very large. We must hide in the wilderness, and hide among the crowd. We must also find a way to ensure that we can still provide assistance to mutual aid associations, food rations, and labor under such circumstances. Has enough clout to. Just as Little Crocker was talking about his thoughts and getting more and more serious, with a squeak, the door of the circular council hall was opened. Little Crocker stopped talking and turned away angrily. The door of the conference hall, behind the podium where he made a speech. Today isn't exactly a secret meeting, but it's important enough. He had already ordered people not to allow any interruption during the meeting. The door of the meeting hall should be guarded by someone. How could anyone dare to disturb the meeting at this time? But after seeing the person coming, the cursing on his lips was suppressed. The person who came was Jason Morgan. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was slightly fat and not tall. He always had a kind smile on his face. There was nothing unusual about it. However, he still made Little Crocker, who was planning how to do things, wanted to gain a fortune, and felt full of knowledge, feel a chill down his back. It certainly wasn't that Jason Morgan himself had any magic powers. That's because behind Jason Morgan, it symbolizes an invincible force that can only be dealt with secretly. But now, the dark plan was placed under the sun. Little Crocker tried his best to think of a way, no matter what, but now his mind is completely blank, as if some kind of physiological mechanism has been triggered, causing his brain to freeze. Jason Morgan still had that kind smile on his face. He took a few steps forward, stood in front of Little Crocker, and said, "Mutual Aid Committee meeting. It is against the rules of the committee to have no observers present." Little Crocker forced a smile. He wanted to speak harsh words, and even thought of calling someone over to arrest Jason Morgan who broke in, or even kill him on the spot. However, after a moment of stuttering, he just said, "I haven't had time to inform. Mr. Morgan, aren't you inspecting the disease prevention and control work in the park next door? If I knew you were there, I would have invited you here." Morgan waved his hand. "So that's the case, but it doesn't matter. Now is the right time. On the way I came, I saw a lot of militiamen armed with live ammunition. I thought I would encounter a lot of trouble on the way in, but it turned out no one stopped me, and many comrades from the militia came along with me." Having said that, he waved behind him. A group of militiamen walked in with guns. Morgan turned his head again, faced Little Crocker, and said, "Just now I seem to have heard something about nonviolent non-cooperation, and we must consider the way of loyalty. Speaking of this," Morgan's kind smile looked quite sinister to Little Crocker. "It's just a coincidence. Although I don't know what nonviolent non-cooperation means, but I graduated from the advanced training class of Sheafing Faithful Descendants Academy and received direct instruction from the governor. I think I'm the most qualified to talk about it here. What is loyalty? The way of loyalty, in my opinion, this issue does not need to be discussed. Even the militia comrades behind me, who don't even know a few characters, understand this truth deeply. The best way to be loyal is to remain absolutely loyal. And if loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely not loyal." Jason Morgan lifted the red hat on top, completely suppressed all smiles, and looked at everyone present with a stern face. "I want to know how many people there are, and how many people want to be loyal." What was discussed? This farce ended with the arrest of Crocker Jr. In Jason Morgan's view, this is a farce. Morgan can only say that what Crocker Jr. said on the committee is nonsense. Is the way of fighting that guy said really possible? It can be done, but there are conditions. First of all, we must have external support. Otherwise, we will do things out of thin air and have no resources at hand. So how to do it? Let people go on strike and continue to fight while the principal is absconding and hiding. People have to eat and have a way out. Of course, Crocker was not unprepared for this. During subsequent interrogation, he admitted that he had connections with Blackbird Heavy Industries. But Jason Morgan scoffed. Blackbird Heavy Industries provided supplies to support the resistance movement in Baikingu area tens of thousands of miles away. It's not just as simple as the distance, but the terrain gap in the middle is huge. From Baikingu to the west of the mainland, one has to cross the mountains and cross the western desert, which is impossible. The proper path of trade has to be taken from the central province, directly controlled by the alliance. Not to mention the capacity and cost. The alliance is not blind. It can't be that easy. Moreover, external support is only one of them. The key to the success or failure of the resistance movement envisioned by Crocker Jr. is whether it can get the support of the local residents. If you want to hide, you have to be able to hide. Not to mention whether these landlords and gentlemen can endure hardships. Even if they can endure hardships, people have to eat and have a place to live. If the alliance under Governor Gu is some kind of brutal regime, making the people miserable and full of grievances, if Little Crocker and all the manor owners are reincarnated bodhisattvas, they were very kind to the peasants under their rule in the past. One bite is indispensable for you. If this is the case, there is still something to be said for their resistance movement. The 400 million people in Baikingu area support them. They can really hide, and they can continue to stir up storms and mobilize the masses to resist. What happened to the bloody repression? Kill the leader, and new ones will emerge. Kill a group of people, and new ones will also emerge. The more repression, the more hatred, the more resistance. But the problem is not the large area of refugees in the Chingu area couldn't live any longer. It was the alliance that established a mutual aid association and migrated refugees to Shuangqing in batches. Those who hadn't migrated for the time being at least gave them food, no matter where the food came from. Anyway, the civil affairs officials of the alliance kept showing their presence. Illness can be cured. The militia group was also formed with the help of the military observers of the alliance, holding the arms aided by the alliance to keep one side safe. In the past, the manor owners were not cruel, but they were not benevolent either. 400 million Chingu people are waiting to line up to get into the Shuangqing area, who will listen to you and start a resistance movement. Hide. Someone reported it every minute, and if they changed hands, they might get a reward and become a townsman. Moreover, not to mention things so far away, Little Crocker dreamed that he was some kind of chairman of the Mutual Aid Association, but he couldn't even control the Mutual Aid Association. When Jason Morgan came from the estate next door, he really came alone to the gate of Crocker Manor. The door opened by itself. He randomly grabbed a small leader of the militia standing guard and asked where Little Crocker was. He hesitated for a moment and then showed him the way. At the entrance of the conference hall, there were many militiamen guarding with guns and live ammunition that a group of people blocked the door, but were tangled and hesitant. Jason Morgan walked inside without saying a word, with crossed rifles blocking the way, so he just pushed away. As a result, none of the militiamen came up to rough him up. Even after he walked over, he turned his head again and gave a call. In the name of the alliance, the captains who guarded the gate looked at each other a few times, and they really led people to follow him into the conference hall. When Little Crocker was arrested and dragged out, he still felt that Jason Morgan had premeditated. In his manner, he had placed manpower in advance, and he was going to do it at this time. Conscience of heaven and earth, Jason Morgan really didn't have any staff. He heard the news, and then came, and then the militia all voted, what should we do? Or is there a possibility? From the beginning to the end, there are no people from you, and these people are all from me at the beginning. At this level, what kind of non-violent, non-cooperative resistance movement is going to be done, and the negotiation capital with the alliance is almost enough. Jason Morgan's evaluation of Crocker Jr. is that he is a young man who has taken over the assets of his predecessors, has great ambitions, but has no practical ability, only dreams of youth, and is seriously out of touch with reality. Of course, Jason Morgan didn't kill Crocker Jr. House arrest and detention will do that. If there is a crime in the future, it will be judged by the Union Court, and he will not do this job. And in the conference hall, the so-called committee members of the other mutual aid associations also woke up like a dream when they saw Crocker being dragged out by people who were supposed to be his cronies. Those who are already quite sober and think that Crocker is going crazy will not say anything. Others who were really moved by Crocker's speech and who don't want to lose their wealth and initiative, it was really silent at the moment. From the mutiny of the militia, no, it can't be said to be a mutiny. From the beginning to the end, they put the priority of obeying the officials of the alliance higher than the members of the Mutual Aid Society. The armed forces are not obedient. So what else is there to say? Now, they can only be thankful that Jason Morgan came before they had time to make noise when little Crocker was talking nonsense just now. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be now. Fortunately, Jason Morgan didn't pursue this matter too much. He took advantage of the committee meeting convened by Crocker Jr. And by the way, the topic fell on how to protect the Alliance Army in the future, including the supplies needed by the militia regiment that was assembled to receive unified deployment. The Central Army Group going south has a total of 7 divisions and brigades and more than 15 regular soldiers. The militia in the Baikingu area will have a scale of about relevant material supply is a major issue. It is necessary to plan supply teams, allocate vehicles, repair roads, and prepare materials. All in one mind. Jason Morgan no longer cares about the episode that Crocker made. How to deal with the follow-up work is what he cares most about. The committee members spoke enthusiastically and offered advice one by one. This one says how much food I can provide. That one says how many workers I can mobilize to build roads. This one says my manor can be used as a gathering point. That one says my manor is suitable for a material distribution hub. After clearing their minds, the committee members turned into activists one by one. As Mr. Morgan himself said, everyone should show proper loyalty. Well, our loyalty now is quite absolute. However, soon their loyalty was tested again. A militia captain broke in from the outside. He was a little hesitant looking at the situation at the beginning, but Jason Morgan let him speak directly, so he told the situation directly. It turned out that the patrol outside sent back an alarm that a huge wave of aberrations was about to attack Crocker Manor. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. These monsters came at just the right time. The northern area of the Green Valley was relatively less affected by the wave of aberrant monsters, but it was not uncommon. The main habitat of this monster is the forest. The dense wilderness that almost covers the entire Dacheng Valley area extends in all directions, and those mutated monsters grow in the forest, grow stronger in the forest, and attack in all directions through the forest. In the Chingu area, there is no difference between the rear and the front when dealing with the infestation of the wave of aberrant monsters. As long as it is on the edge of the forest or not too far away from the forest, it is dangerous. It is said that the Chingu area has a population of tens of millions, but on a land of more than 600 million square kilometers, such a small number of people can be called a vast land and sparsely populated. Except for the scattered plantations and the roads connecting the plantations, most of the other areas are basically wilderness, which is beyond the reach of human beings. It is normal for a wave of aberrations to emerge from nowhere. In the conference hall, the committee members who had just expressed their loyalty one by one, showing how loyal they were, fell silent. Someone murmured and said, "How about evacuate first? The defense of Crocker Manor is still good, but we can't help if we stay here. Why don't we go back to our homes first? Crocker Manor, wait until the support arrives, and then work together to repel this wave." Someone took the lead, and someone followed. Yes, Mr. Morgan, you don't have to stand up here. Let's withdraw first." Jason Morgan just raised his hand. Gentlemen. After 2 sounds in a row, everyone calmed down. He continued, "We are not going anywhere today. We are here. Our work is not over yet. Little Crocker has created an opportunity for us. It is hard to gather such a full committee meeting. We must take advantage of this opportunity to finalize some of the next work. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to get everyone together next time. After a pause, he continued, "As for the enemy we will face next, we must fully trust the militia we have formed. I am fully confident in the defense of Crocker Manor. We will never let our soldiers face the enemy alone. We must stand with them. This is also our way of showing loyalty to the governor. I believe everyone is steadfast in this. Am I right?" The crowd fell silent. "You want to court death? Why did you bring us along?" That's the wave of aberrations. We have all heard the news that the captain just came to report back. At least more than 100,000 monsters are coming. How many militias are there at Crocker Manor? This is indeed the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society, and there are 2 refugee camps nearby, with a population of more than 50 people. But despite this, the entire Baikingu area is still too large, with militiamen stationed separately, and the number of militiamen nearby is currently no more than and the militiamen in Crocker Manor are no more than Faced with a wave of aberrations, it is difficult to stop it even with walls. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, let the militiamen stick to it, then evacuate the personnel, and then continuously mobilize forces from the surrounding area to deal with it. If you really can't hold it, then how many people can be evacuated? Just give up if you give up here. Otherwise, what else can we do? Why did Jason Morgan go crazy and stay here? Morgan didn't bother to explain to them. Crocker Manor and the 2 surrounding refugee camps have a combined population of 50 people and are densely populated in the Baikingu area. Evacuation are easy to say. What is the concept of 50 people, and where is it easy to evacuate? These people are cowardly. The current militia, can it be the same as their old concept? After receiving the military aid from the Alliance, the firepower has long been much stronger than the armed forces they formed by themselves. There is no need to worry too much. He continued to chair the meeting and arrange the work. This working meeting will not last for a short time, and it cannot be completed in a few hours. In the evening, everyone went to rest with a lot of worries, and it is estimated that they will continue to drive the next day. It can take 2 or 3 days to settle the whole thing down. However, by the next morning, things started to go awry. In the morning, the front line of defense lost 2 in a row. This even forced Jason Morgan to temporarily suspend the committee meeting and let the committee members discuss themselves first, while he pulled a military observer assigned from the army who just arrived last night to discuss the situation on the front line. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so easy to be pierced. However, the explanation given by the military observers made Jason Morgan, a semi-military blind, a little bit more aware of the seriousness of the current situation. This cluster of aberrations cannot be viewed from the previous scattered perspective. In addition to the huge number, there are many advanced variants among them. If it's just an ordinary abscess monster, it's easy to deal with, but there are a lot of abscess ejectors among them. And there's a super heavy monster with a body height of more than 3 meters and a lower body that wriggles like a rotting worm. The monster. Its positioning is like a biological artillery. The shooting distance exceeds 10 kilometers. The frontal bombing will bring extremely strong corrosion. Had a huge impact. There is also a large-scale biochemical hound with a body length of more than 1.5 meters. It is very fast and can spit out corrosive pus. In close combat, it is very difficult for the militia to fight against it. After hearing this, Jason Morgan had a headache. He thought for a while and said, "I'm going to the front line to see." Okay. The military observer took him to the front line. Of course, it was not too close to the front line. Across the third front line, which was about to be exchanged fire, there was still a distance of about 2 kilometers, and he saw the tragedy with a telescope. In half an hour, there were at least militia casualties. Obviously, this line of defense couldn't hold it anymore. Jason Morgan had no choice but to continue watching. He was pulled into the car by military observers and ran back. He didn't stop until he reached the 4th line of defense. This was the last line of defense outside Crocker Manor, consisting of ditches, foxholes, and small bunkers built with sandbags. Further back is the manor wall. Morgan's heart is heavy now. Damn, it's not like just bragging. You really want to have a big wave, right? Jason Morgan is a little panicked now. At the committee meeting, he didn't think it was wrong to boost morale and let the wavering elements stay here honestly. However, Crocker Manor is the nominal headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society, and there are still a large number of committee members gathered here. If it is really breached, it will be a lot of fun. The Mutual Aid Association will undoubtedly fall into a state of organizational chaos. Even if the Central Army goes south and solves the problem, the Mutual Aid Association will need time to rebuild if it wants to play a good role in logistics. That would mess up the whole plan. However, the tragedy seen through the telescope just now, and the appearance of countless soldiers withdrawing from the collapsed third line of defense to the fourth line of defense, left Morgan speechless. Can it be said that the warriors of the militia did not work hard? Obviously not. They also understand that behind them is their homeland, and behind them is the refugee camp where their families are. Everyone managed to escape here and survived. They were drafted into the militia, and what they defended was hope. If they fight, their families will survive. If they're good defenders, their families will have the opportunity to go to Shuangqing and have the official benefits of Alliance citizens. If they fight, they will allow those who want to stay in the Green Valley area to own their own land. Their will to fight is beyond doubt. However, the number of enemies is huge and their firepower is fierce. This is an objective fact, and it cannot be reversed by the will to fight. Morgan saw with his own eyes the new types of high-level mutant monsters introduced to him by military observers before. To be honest, his calves are still soft now. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the first day he came to the Qinggu area, he had already seen many aberrations, and he had received education from the Faithful Academy before. So, he was just a gangster in Fuxing City. When he was a young clerk, the first time he saw those monsters, he might have fainted from fright. However, the soldiers of the militia were able to withstand huge casualties, and they just delayed from yesterday afternoon to the present. Just now, 300 people died before his eyes. The military observer sighed. Actually, it's not bad. When the sun just rose this morning, the enemy attacked on a large scale for the first time. After putting many specialized, advanced biochemical monsters into battle for the first time, we were caught off guard. Thousands were lost on the first line of defense. Then 500 died on the second line. Jason Morgan was silent. Here at Crocker Manor, there are only 5,000 troops in total, and 8,000 have been defeated by now. The observer continued with a wry smile and said, "One morning, we lost 3 lines of defense, and there was another one behind, and we were about to touch the wall of Crocker Manor after that. This place was conquered, leading all the way to the 2 refugee camps behind. There will be no danger to defend." There was still half a sentence behind, but he didn't say it. Evacuation and evacuation of personnel can be considered. Even if all of them cannot be withdrawn, or even only a small part of them can be withdrawn, and the remaining people have to find their own way of life, that is better than forcing them here and waiting until the war is defeated and tens of thousands of people are all finished. Jason Morgan could also understand the meaning behind the military observer's words. However, this is considered purely from a military point of view. Jason had to think about politics. He just suppressed the Mutual Aid Association because of the actions of the Alliance headquarters, which showed some signs of wavering. But immediately the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association and the largest plantation in the Baikingu area were destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people in the 2 refugee camps were in panic. A full evacuation in the middle? I don't know how many people will die in the middle. What is the political cost of this? The subsequent side effects will have a very bad negative effect on the governor's plan to recover the entire Qinggu area. He rubbed his forehead and asked, "When will the remaining 5,000 people mobilized from the refugee camp arrive?" The observer sighed, knowing that Jason Morgan still wanted to defend. In fact, he also wanted to. That's fine. Instead of swaying left and right, it's better to strengthen your confidence. He gave the answer. It will be there before noon. Jason Morgan breathed a sigh of relief. At least we now have the first good news. Next, we have the second good news. As far as I know, the vanguard of the Central Army going south is Major Prabhav's troops. Can we get in touch? I want to know if they can change course and come to Crocker first. If so, how long do we have to hold out before we get to them? We have already contacted. The Central Group Army has learned about the crisis here. The order given to us by the Central Group Army also requires us to stick to it as much as possible. Moreover, the relevant support orders have also been sent to the Sheafing Brigade. But, after hearing the first half of the sentence, Jason Morgan was still relieved. This is of course good news. With support, it makes sense to stick to it. But the last sentence of "but" makes people flustered. Sure enough, the words followed by it would not be good news. The Central Army Group officially began to go south yesterday. Even if the Sheafing Brigade is the vanguard, there is a distance of more than 400 kilometers from the southern border of the Central Province to here. It will take them 3 days at the fastest. In fact, the order given to us by the Central Army is to ask us to stand firm until it gets dark tomorrow. Tomorrow will be dark. Jason Morgan pondered. After the 5,000 militiamen around noon arrive, can we do it? I can only say that we will do our best to prevent the enemy from completely capturing Crocker Manor before I die. Okay, I see. Jason Morgan turned to leave. He did not return to the manor, but took a loudspeaker and announced some realities to the almost-dashed soldiers guarding the last line of defense outside the walls of the Crocker Manor. The core statement, of course, is that the soldiers must work hard to hold on until it gets dark tomorrow. He promised the soldiers that support from the Alliance would arrive before dark tomorrow. This statement still makes sense. The morale of the soldiers was really boosted. It may be difficult to defeat and repel those mutated monsters independently, but if it is defended until dark, then it seems that there is no hope at all. The shadow of the previous 3 battles and 3 defeats has receded a little. It is one thing to have a strong will to fight, but to be afraid of death is still to be afraid of death. Losing more than 35% of their troops, they haven't dispersed in a hurry, and they're already worthy of the status of militiamen. At this moment, Jason Morgan can re-stimulate some morale with a few words. Of course, it is Morgan some exciting techniques and speech skills learned at the beginning have played a role. But more importantly, the militiamen are indeed reliable enough. However, despite this, the restored morale did not last long. When the enemy came again, and the corrosion bomb thrown by the biochemical artillery 10 kilometers away fell on the position again, the militiamen still wavered uncontrollably. If, in the face of biochemical gas shells, soldiers can still temporarily rely on cloth to cover their faces tightly, hide in fortifications, and pray that the corrupted shells will not fall precisely on their side, then when the biochemical shelling temporarily stops, when the enemy started to attack head-on, they had no way to resist with their remaining strength. The complete version of the abscess squirter is not the monster that Gu Heng encountered in the forest on the edge of Weixing City, with a range of only 50 meters, and was pulled out in advance by the original Angry Owl sect. I can see the moment. The abscess sprayer who appeared on the front side has the ability to shoot the thick slurry flat to the target within a range of 200 meters. There is no penetrating power at all, but it is extremely corrosive. After hitting, the only cloth military uniforms on the militiamen are unstoppable. Those who reacted quickly and did not get any skin stains could still take off their clothes quickly and save a life. Those who reacted slower, the military uniforms would be corroded and stuck to the skin soon, and then they would have to face it as the painful feeling that will not kill you immediately, but enough to make you lose your fighting power, and no matter how many zombie dogs rushed into the formation. The militiamen were completely unable to resist. The fourth line of defense lasted for 3 hours, counting from the enemy's bombardment, and only persisted for 3 to 10 minutes, counting from the enemy's frontal attack. The rout happened for the 4th time, but this time it was even worse than before. The enemy has obviously invested a large force to attack, and during the rout, the zombie dogs that rushed and turned into even more terrifying killers. This beast-shaped monster with 4 limbs on the ground is much stronger than human soldiers in terms of speed, agility, and flexibility. They would fall down after 2 shots, but the zombie dogs that jumped left and right and turned towards running were not so easy to be hit. After being quickly thrown down by this kind of monster weighing dash kilograms, soldiers would often be killed quickly. Standing in the watchtower inside the wall of the Crocker Manor, Jason Morgan, who was looking out at the battle situation, was completely ashen. Just now, when the enemy started an all-out attack, he wanted to stay on the outer line of defense to boost morale, but was dragged back by the military observer beside him desperately. If you do this when necessary, there will be no problems for others. This is the fine tradition of the Red Hats. Take the lead and boost morale. However, the collapse of the fourth line was not a morale issue. Not to mention whether Jason Morgan can really make everyone overcome the fear of death and face the battle without fear of death by staying there. Even if he could do it, it is meaningless. It will only bury all the soldiers on that line of defense. Now, if people are withdrawn, they can rely on a stronger line of defense, the wall of the Crocker Manor, to fight for a longer resistance. Then Jason Morgan couldn't die on the front line. If he died, it would be a major blow to morale. Mr. Morgan, who understood, could only retreat back with hatred. From the observation tower, he watched the militiamen continue to be killed outside the wall, and his heart was broken. Except for those who had fled into the wall, almost all those who were still outside had been sentenced to death. Morgan couldn't even open the door to let the militiamen who were still alive, otherwise the wave of freak monsters would probably rush in directly through this wave. One after another, the reinforcements who entered the Crocker Manor from the rear were arranged to go up to the top of the fence and shoot outside to help the militia troops below the city relieve the pressure. The militiamen under the city were asked to defend on the spot, and they were promised that they could be let in after temporarily repelling the enemy's attack. This is, of course, hopeless. What is repelling the enemy's attack? Now everyone can see that the aberration monster is very powerful. How can it be beaten back? Doesn't this clearly send us to our deaths? Many anxious militiamen cursed in the city. But in the end, the worst didn't happen. The militiamen under the city knew that they were actually in a state of being abandoned. But at this juncture, they still did not choose to shoot at the robes on the city wall. The internal strife did not happen. They turned their heads away, desperately fighting the approaching enemy in grief and indignation. First, I tried to cooperate with the friendly forces on the city wall to shoot and kill the zombie dogs, and then I tried to follow the approaching abscess sprayer, shooting at a distance of 200 meters. During this period, the enemy's biochemical artillery showed its power again. The main firepower was still concentrated inside Crocker Manor, but occasionally biochemical shells would fall outside and hit the remaining external militiamen, causing casualties. People are dying more and more. At this time, Jason Morgan didn't even have the heart to feel guilty about his decision to actually let the soldiers who didn't enter the city die. He has been pulled off the watchtower, but a few minutes later, the watchtower he was on was hit by a biochemical shell and collapsed amid rapid corrosion. It wasn't just here that was destroyed. Those walls were not the same thing as city walls or fortresses. Although they looked solid and could even stand on them and shoot outside, they were still made of wood in essence. Below, a gap has appeared from which it can be vaguely seen that the wave of aberration monsters is getting closer. What did you say before? Stay till tomorrow night? Can't make it through tonight. Not to mention the night. If the fight is not good enough, the morale of the militiamen will loosen, and they may not be able to hold it at noon. Jason Morgan's heart was already cold. Boundless pain welled up in my heart. He is not afraid of death now. He even wants to die. If the Crocker Manor was breached, he would rather die here than live in idling. This is not some training that brainwashed him, but his own heart. He simply can't pass the next level. Let him see with his own eyes that the refugee camp he built with all his efforts in the past 2 months was destroyed, and see with his own eyes the 40 Chingu refugees who finally found hope of being alive through his efforts, and were distorted by these distortions. The monsters were slaughtered. He can't. It was an easier choice to die here than to see that scene. He took out his pistol and said to the military observers beside him, "I want to fight on the front line, and I would rather die than die in battle." This time, they didn't stop him, but took out their guns. "I'll go with you." The two started moving forward with a few guards, and just when the two had the intention to die, they heard a whistling sound coming from the sky at the same time. Raising his head, 3 white mist pierced through the clouds. Squinting and taking a closer look, it looks like 3 cyan aircraft. The flames suddenly appeared, and 6 flames flashed by. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled sound from a place that felt far away. The sound was not particularly clear. After all, they were on the battlefield, and they had never heard the sound of guns and artillery. However, they clearly sensed one thing. The enemy's chemical bombardment seemed to have stopped in half. Ace Pilot, apply to fight. I found the enemy at 12 o'clock. Start dropping bombs. Kutch's excited and sharp voice kept echoing in the squadron's channel. Someone wanted to complain, but in the end there was silence in the channel. There is nothing to say. Everyone already knows what kind of temperament this comrade usually has. The Alliance's Air Force has just started construction. A total of Dash aircraft have been delivered, in groups of 3, forming 6 squadrons. Some of the 18 pilots were selected from the crewed Air Force of the old Alliance, and the other part were simply young people selected from the Army. Equipped with an anti-gravity engine and with the assistance of a master and a pair of servo skulls, the difficulty of driving the Wind Falcon is not high. Of course, this low level refers to getting started. It is not difficult to drive the plane, and the takeoff and landing problems are not too big. It can take off and land vertically, and with the help of the servo skull, it generally cannot fall. However, it is one thing to get started easily and not fall off while driving, but it is extremely difficult to master it. Horizontal and vertical translation capabilities, extremely high flight speed, complex firepower system, body carrying capacity under high-speed flight. It's really not easy to drive the Wind Falcon well, even with the help of a ruthless servo skull. However, among the group of people who were able to barely fly the plane into the sky with the assistance of the servo skull, and the flight time of each of them did not exceed hours, there was such an outlier as Corky. His flying time is no different from other people's. However, everyone must admit that there are geniuses in this world. Although this guy has a bad personality, he is bolder than anyone else in flying, and he could do all kinds of exaggerated maneuvers at his fingertips. At first, the instructor was still criticizing him with the instruction manual, but then forget it. The instructor is also a badass, and the flight time is as long as everyone else. It is nothing more than 100 hours of propeller aircraft operation when he was in the old Union Air Force. Experienced, he couldn't do many moves made by the self-proclaimed ace pilot. Then let it go, and remind at most, don't do any fancy work when you're on a mission, and do things honestly. Right now, this is the first time the Alliance Air Force has performed a mission since its official establishment. Everyone was a little nervous except for Kutcher. But fortunately, the enemies that the Alliance Air Force will face at present should not need them to fly planes and engage in difficult games such as air battles and dogfights. According to the navigation, relying on the assistance of the servo skull, fly to the target location, launch the 6 heavy missiles carried by the Wind Falcon, and then come to the sky above the enemy, open the belly, and pour the bombs down again. Almost done. Those who are confident in themselves drive the Wind Falcon for 2 more laps, hovering and licking the ground with the dual cannons on the plane and the laser rotary cannon, and directly attack the enemies on the ground. If you turn around and turn yourself dizzy, then hurry up and return to the voyage. Go back to reload weapons and ammunition, and then see if there are further tasks that need them to perform. Corky was the first to arrive at the battlefield and enter the attacking distance. He, in his flight formation, 3 Wind Falcons, instantly emptied the 6 heavy missiles mounted on them. The target they aimed at was the enemy's biochemical artillery unit. Those monsters that seemed to be magnified countless times held up their front body, opened their huge mouths, and sprayed biochemical shells into the sky, were hit by heavy missiles without any defense. Obviously, these biochemical artillery were not prepared for bombing. Although the formation was not very dense, hundreds of biochemical artillery were basically in the same position. 3 Wind Falcons, with a total of 18 heavy missiles, knocked out 1/3 of the biochemical artillery. These living biochemical cannons are in a mess. Some were still throwing firepower at the Crocker Manor in the distance, according to the previous combat inertia, but some seemed cowardly and began to wriggle their huge bodies, trying to escape. However, they were unable to escape. The speed and agility of these big guys are really not flattering. More importantly, they ran into an outrageous pilot. Couch let out a cry and ordered the two wingmen in their group to drop bombs at densely populated areas of the enemy, according to the plan. As for himself, he lowered his flight altitude and swooped down to these biochemical artillery. Flying from the sky above Crocker Manor to the position of the enemy's biochemical artillery, the distance of 10 kilometers for the speed of the Wind Falcon, it takes only 1 minute. During this process, Couch dropped all the bombs and sent a wave of bombs to the enemies below who were gathering to attack the Crocker Manor. At the same time, the biochemical artillery was included in the attack range of the machine gun. Of course, the range of machine guns and laser cannons is not so close, but Couch is determined to strive for more efficient and precise strike effects, so that he has already dropped the flying height to a very low level. The blue Wind Falcon he was driving began to breathe death flames. The red laser cannon and the rumbling machine gun plowed a death scar on the ground in a straight line of attack. 3 biochemical artillery were blasted into rotten meat. Laser cannons melted away parts of their massive bodies. 40mm kinetic shells pulverized the rest. The other 2 pilots in the same flight group looked at each other speechlessly. One of them asked in the channel, "Why don't we try it too?" Another person refused. "If you want to try it, I'm afraid that if I dive at such a high speed and lick the ground, if I don't do it well, I'll fall myself." Also, the other person could only give up regretfully. "Let's just drop the bomb honestly." The 2 Wind Falcons gave up on the difficult maneuvers and flew safely and steadily at the high places above the heads of the enemy troops and just dropped the loaded bombs. And in the process, they used envious eyes to see Kiki, who came back from a circle and fired another round at the ground, reaping the results of 4 biochemical artillery. So far, the entire biochemical artillery position has been in chaos. However, his showtime is over. The other 5 formations of Foam Falcons have also arrived at this moment. 30 heavy-duty missiles hit the enemy's high-value targets relatively accurately under the assisted fire control of the servo skull. All the biochemical artillery is finished. Couch pursed his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Shooting fixed targets on the training ground, how can it be fun to actually go to the battlefield and put firepower on those human enemies? Give him some more time and let him go around a few more times. And he's fully confident that relying on his Foam Falcon, he will be able to wipe out all the remaining biochemical artillery. Unfortunately, teammates came to grab the head. The 5 new formations, 15 Wind Falcons, began to skim and drop bombs at the densely populated places of the enemy. Couch's bombs in the cabin had all been used up just now, so he could only aim the cannon at the enemy in resentment and lick the ground and shoot. Every dive attack on the ground is accompanied by howling screams. What followed was the bloody baptism of hundreds of meters in a straight line by lasers and kinetic energy shells. Round after round, Couch didn't even count how many rounds he played. In short, he didn't stop until the squadron leader called him and asked him to follow the formation and leave. On the return journey, when he crossed the Crocker Manor, he made a gesture to the soldiers below. He didn't care if they could see it or not. Jason Morgan, who was looking up, of course couldn't see the gesture of the pilot who impressed him. It was too far away, and he was still in the cockpit. But that didn't stop him from saluting it. This is a great savior. He has heard that there is an Alliance Air Force in Schwanching. In previous years, it was not that he had never seen a plane. In his opinion, whether those propeller planes or helicopters of the old Alliance, at best, it's just a scene. He didn't see the practical use. At least, nothing special to speak of. He thought that the Air Force of the new Alliance was just like that. Maybe a little more powerful, but how much can it exceed? However, today, he really understood the power of the Air Force. Under the rule of the governor, this kind of aircraft, which I have never seen before, is really too fierce. A Wind Falcon has the functions of a missile launching platform, a fighter jet, an attack plane, and a bomber at the same time, and it could do all the key things very well. He had counted, and there were only 18 who came this time, but their arrival dealt a devastating blow to the wave of dash aberration monsters. Death fell from the sky. First, they almost completely wiped out the enemy's artillery. Those biological and chemical artillery, with a range of more than 10 kilometers, are the biggest source of threat to the militia. The small mountain guns and mortars in the hands of the militia are not only scarce in number, but also have a poor range. It is very difficult to hit those biochemical artillery. In the case of a small number, even if the firepower is barely covered, the results of the battle are often not too great, and the enemy will also encounter a strong counterattack. The biochemical artillery put too much pressure on them. To put it bluntly, the most casualties of the militia since the start of the war were caused by those highly corrosive and large-coverage biochemical artillery shells. After destroying these dozens of hundreds of biochemical cannon monsters, the enemy's firepower that Crocker Manor was subjected to could be greatly reduced in one fell swoop. Cannon is the god of war, and this is also true for the advanced version of the Army of Aberrations. Of course, if it's just taking out the enemy artillery, that's fine, but probably not enough. The vast numbers of enemies remaining remain a formidable threat. Then, although the horizontal bombing of the 2000 Wind Falcons did not have much accuracy, a total of more than dash bombs was enough to form a round of carpet bombing on the battlefield in front of the Crocker Manor. More importantly, the Legion of the Aberrations obviously did not have the experience and preparation to deal with the Air Force. Silly monsters who can't even lie down when being bombed. Before that, the mighty enemy army, which brought them huge oppressive force, had long been in disarray. Countless corpses lay lying on the way to attack Crocker Manor. So far, Jason Morgan is fully confident that he can hold the entire estate. At least, it would be no problem to guard until it gets dark tomorrow and until the main force of the Alliance Army arrives. Moreover, in this process, if necessary, the Alliance Air Force can do it again. They emptied their ammo, went back to reload, and could come back again. This way back and forth is 1,002 to 300 kilometers, and the real journey is nothing more than an hour. It's just that the loading time is exaggerated, and the ground staff may scold me. I've loaded missiles and shells all day, and you can shoot them all in a few fucking minutes? But in general, the problem is no longer a big one. In fact, there's no need to even stick to the matter itself. After such a wave by the Alliance Air Force Squadron, the Aberrations themselves seemed to realize that they could not win. The remaining Aberration monsters receded like the tide and returned to the dense forest. And here, 3 people wearing green academic uniforms are getting together. The Alliance's Air Force is much stronger than imagined. However, if we hide in the dense forest, the power of the Alliance Air Force should be greatly reduced. Indeed, but that's unrealistic. The President asked us to take the initiative to attack. The start of the plan will take time and require more people. There won't be a large number of people actively entering the dense forest. But if we have to face such air strikes all the time, then there is no way to leave the jungle to take the initiative to fight. I have reported to the President that the Society must develop anti-aircraft or even Air Force mutants as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be impossible to fight. However, it is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve results quickly. In order to avoid orbital strikes, the town of Singer has been abandoned. The rear is looking for new hiding places, and the research institutions must be dispersed to avoid being caught in a pot. The defection of the President's teacher, the impact, is too great. That's it. We can only stay dormant for a while. But what will the Alliance do? They're going south with such a big fanfare. They must have come to recover the entire Green Valley area, but the only thing they can recover are those plantations and gathering places. 80% of the area in the Green Valley area is still the virgin forest, which is our kingdom. Could it be that the army of the Alliance dare to take the initiative to enter the jungle? If only that were the case. What? Want to take the initiative to enter the jungle to fight? Jason Morgan's eyes widened, and he asked an incredible question. Yes, Prabhav said with confidence. I thought those mindless monsters would continue to besiege Crocker Manor for a while, so that I could annihilate part of the main force before entering the jungle, but unfortunately let them run away. However, doesn't matter, we can still wipe out these monsters in the jungle. No, Jason Morgan was puzzled. After the wave of aberrations receded, the predicament of Crocker Manor had been completely resolved. Although the militia suffered heavy losses, although the manor was terribly bombarded by biological and chemical bombardment, and the large area of corrosion was not known how to solve it, at least the crisis of extinction had been resolved. And in the evening of the second day, Major Purboff, Lieutenant Colonel now, led his Winds-Off Brigade to Crocker Manor. Jason Morgan and Purboff are old acquaintances. Before moving eastward to liberate Trash Town, when he suppressed bandits within a range of more than 200 kilometers from Fushing City to Trash Town, he had a relationship with Purboff, who was the battalion commander at the time. Cooperation. At that time, the status gap between the two was relatively large. Of course, it is not small now, but it is smaller than it was then. Although Purboff was promoted to the most important brigade commander of the Ending Wind Brigade, and his military rank was also raised by one level, Jason Morgan was promoted faster. Although his rank is not high, he is currently only a D4, but he has already become the main person in charge of the alliance in the Mutual Aid Association. The Sheafing Brigade marched forward this time, and the material support they needed in the future depended on him. After the two had a brief exchange of pleasantries, Purboff revealed his next plan, to attack the jungle. This made Jason Morgan turn pale with fright. He only wondered if Lieutenant Colonel Purboff was in a daze and was having a big dream. The current main continent of the entire Fury Owlstar can be roughly divided into 6 major regions from a conventional point of view. The Central Region, the Eastern Provinces, the Northern Land, the Chingu, the Western Desert, and the western part of the mainland. In terms of these 6 places, the Chingu region is the most populous place, with a population of more than 10 million. However, for this rich and vast land, the number of human beings is still too small. They're far from the masters here. The vast jungle is. Humans just open one plantation after another in the open space between the jungles and connected them with roads. The war between humans and the jungle has been going on for a long time in the Green Valley area. The jungle breeds aberrations. When there are too many of them in the jungle, they will rush out and attack humans, trying to expand the territory in the jungle. This is the wave of aberrations in Green Valley. But when humans slow down, they will in turn reoccupy places that have not yet been forested. Generally speaking, the jungle is extremely dangerous. There is nothing in it for human beings to survive, but it is full of terrible monsters. In the jungle, humans have no advantage. Numerous thick trees, muddy ground, swamps. These natural environments have all formed obstacles for humans to conquer the jungle. Not to mention, there are a huge number of monsters bred in the jungle. In the Chingu area, entering the jungle is tantamount to seeking death. This is the fact that every Chingu person has been educated since childhood. And now, Jason Morgan heard that Lieutenant Colonel Purboff was going to take his troops into the jungle to die. Sensing Jason Morgan's surprise, Purboff just laughed after the other party spoke dissuading words. Of course, I understand that the jungle in Chingu is hell. But I have studied it for a long time before I set off, and no one knows the jungle better than me. After talking big, Purboff continued, "We have a secret weapon in our hands now." Jason Morgan didn't buy it. What secret weapon will allow us to easily conquer the jungle? It was arranged by the governor. Jason Morgan was immediately speechless. However, Purboff also saw that Jason Morgan was not completely relieved. He didn't explain any more, just patted the civil affairs official on the shoulder and said, "You will see it with your own eyes soon. Don't worry." It was said to be very fast, but in fact, Jason Morgan waited for several days before seeing what the secret weapon was. In fact, the Ending Wind Brigade started to act the next morning after arriving at Crocker Manor. The soldiers drove armored vehicles and tanks to the edge of the jungle and began their clearing of the jungle. Yes, the clearing of the entire jungle. Jason Morgan was curious and anxious how to do this. Still, he suppressed his curiosity. He has a lot of work to do himself. Continuing the meetings of the Mutual Aid Association and providing supplies to the Sheafing Brigade and other units of the Central Army that will follow up later are his most important things. At the same time, he also received a request from the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Alliance to complete the reorganization of the people in the Chingu area on the spot. The historical mission of mutual aid associations has come to an end. The alliance system will be completely brought into the Chingu area. According to the guidance materials sent directly by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Jason Morgan knew what he should do. He wants to transform the Mutual Aid Association into the Alliance's management organization for the Chingu region, which will be the fourth province directly managed by the Alliance, North Chingu Province. The manor owners of each manor will become administrative officials in various places. Just like the adaptation of the 3 central provinces, they will then enter Shifeng Loyal Descendants Academy in batches to study. At the same time, their respective manors are confiscated in a sense, and they no longer have ownership of their past properties, but as only management rights. Of course, this is not a radical reform, and it is deeply compromised. The Alliance officials who have been transferred from the owner of the manor may not have much change in the management of their original manor, nor will there be enough changes in the lives of the people. Even, it is foreseeable that when the Alliance gives farmers in those manors to become agricultural workers and then provides ranks ranging from E5 to E7, can they really get the corresponding benefits? Won't they be deprived of what they deserve by the manor owners who have administrative power? But those are solvable problems. Anti-corruption, persistent preaching to the people at the bottom, and giving them opportunities to ascend. They will know E5 or other grades, how much they should get. If the manor owner does not give it, they can report it. That's easy to say, but it's actually quite difficult. Many people have never left the manor in their entire lives. Where can they report? Will the route of reporting be controlled by interest groups? There are many problems, but these are essentially to make way for another practical factor. The Alliance is now unable to appoint enough officials to do this. It's really cleaned up. It's easy to say. Where can the Alliance find so many suitable officials to take charge of this part of the work? Administrative management is really not something that can be done by just pulling someone up. Letting these native guys do it may cause various problems, but at least in the early stage, the operation of Baikingu Province can be maintained. In fact, the Alliance's strategy in Central Province, North Central Province, and High Tower Province is also consistent. Do it first. The League's disciplinary committee will play their role. In the future, these problems will be alleviated when more students from the School of Faith and Grammar graduate. Not for long. The Ministry of Education of the Alliance is now getting a lot of investment. Teachers can easily upgrade their ranks, and priority is given to the construction of school buildings. In terms of the school system, minors should go to school well. For adults, there are also crash courses. However, this so-called crash course is still different from the worker education that Wei Xingqing conducts, and no matter how fast it is, administrative officials are far from being as easy to teach as factory workers. But generally speaking, the Alliance's educational undertakings have been in progress for some time now, and suitable students will graduate soon. At that time, if these manor owners, including those old officials in the 3 central provinces, do not do well enough, they will be replaced as soon as they should be replaced. The disciplinary committee will also carry out a large-scale screening at that time. On the one hand, it is to purify the atmosphere, and on the other hand, it is to make room for new officials who are relatively more upright and young. However, it is relatively easy to deal with existing plantations that are still in operation. But the huge number of refugees who have lost their homes is a little more troublesome. It is impossible for Shuangqing to absorb all 200 million people at once. That is unrealistic. Even in the future, the Shuangqing metropolitan area will further expand and expand, but that is not the present. The expansion of the scale of the city will always take time that a large number of people flooded in instantly, and even the expansion of the production line could not keep up, and there was no job for the time being. Of course, relocating residents is still a normal work, and it has to be done all the time. For the surplus population, it will take time to go to adult schools and night schools to learn some industrial technology and literacy. When they have been trained in place, they can initially become a qualified industrial population, and the corresponding production lines have also expanded, and they will be able to connect better seamlessly. As for the remaining population, it is also useful. They are generally assigned to the grades of E3 and E4. The lower levels actually need to be talked about. In the Alliance, reaching the E1 level means having citizenship. But at this level, there are no benefits. The Alliance just recognizes you as a citizen. E2, half of the minimum standard of living will be issued, which is generally given to children and disabled people who are completely unable to work as government subsidies. E3, there are benefits of the minimum standard of living, from food distribution to necessary medical assistance. E4, start to have allowances, but not much. It belongs to interns. Up until E5, that's what adults in most leagues get when they're employed. You can ensure that you have food and clothing, and you can even save some money, do some things to improve your life, and have money for some entertainment that a pair of E5 level couples is enough to support 3 or 5 children plus their parents. But living in that way is quite tight. Although the refugees are generally classified as E3 or E4, this still makes them happy. And the Alliance took all these people down, thinking that a member of the Alliance bears a great burden. As the civil affairs officer of the Alliance and the actual person in charge of government affairs and by King of Province, he must mobilize these people. They have to work to find their own value. And the Alliance also needs them to work hard to earn back the high investment as much as possible, so that the burden can become positive income as soon as possible. Fortunately, the most important thing in Chingu area is land. A batch of high-yielding seed from the interstellar trade sent by the Alliance headquarters was also sent over. It's autumn now, and it's a good time to build new plantations one after another to accommodate these refugees. Once the construction work is complete, it's almost time to plant the seeds. In addition, a considerable number of people were sent to the army to act with the army. The Central Army needs a large number of army workers, and the first to bear the brunt is Perbov's Ending Wind Brigade. His troops had already entered the jungle area, and he, the logistics steward, had issued a demand for young and middle-aged workers. These people, Morgan has provided for him. They were sent into the jungle and participated in the work of clearing the jungle. Then, Jason Morgan went about his business again. Even if he tried his best to maintain the system of mutual aid associations, Jason Morgan was still too busy to complete the introduction of the Alliance system on the spot. Worker stuff, there is no END that in the first few days, he really couldn't do without it all. But after working for a while, he still found time and ran to the edge of the jungle. He really wanted to see what the secret weapon that Prabhav said was. Then, he witnessed the disappearance of a large forest. The armored vehicle is equipped with something similar to a flamethrower, but the purplish-red flames it emits do not bring high temperature and combustion. Trees and vegetation burned by the purple fire will wither and dehydrate rapidly. This is much faster than actually burning with flames. After the armored vehicles were sprayed, after a while, the soldiers on foot and the recruited migrant workers began to move forward. The work they have to do is also very simple. After the low shrubs dry up quickly, they will turn into a piece of debris after being pounded with a wooden stick a few times, providing fertilizer for the land. The tall trees will also become brittle that a strong man can knock him down with just a few kicks. After the tall trees crash down, they would be dragged in batches to the vehicles behind them. These things should not be wasted. Tall wood can be used as building material after dehydration. The IT wasn't particularly good, and it wasn't as good as the cut wood that had been cut down through the corresponding industrial technology, but it was a material that could be obtained quickly when necessary. Just in time, a large number of plantations in the rear need to be newly built. Houses, walls, all need these building materials. Of course, it definitely won't take that much. The worst thing is to build a synthetic starch factory nearby, and these woods can still be used as raw materials for the manufacture of synthetic starch. There's a lot of economic value to this, as Jason Morgan, a government official, can see. But what he can see more is the way to completely solve the Chingu problem. Ever since he came to Chingu area, he has been thinking about this problem, but he never thought that the way to achieve it is to completely eliminate the existence of the jungle itself. If someone told him that in the past, he would definitely think it was a fantasy. But now, all this has come true before his eyes. What's its name? After seeing the function demonstration of the purple fire injector, Gu Heng asked its developer, Mr. Huku, this question. Huku is quite modest. It doesn't have a name. It's just a little gadget I've been pondering before. Through compressing high energy, releasing high-energy particles and special chemicals, it's some targeted gadgets that I researched during the 6 months in the South, can come in handy and help the governor. That would be the best. Gu Heng shook his head and exclaimed in admiration. This is not a small thing. This is simply landform transformation. Huku waved his hands again and again. Your Excellency, don't say that. I'm still far behind such things as landform reshaping and landform transformation. That kind of equipment and technology are far beyond what such a small thing can achieve. In fact, it can be built in batches, thanks to the production capacity of the concentrated energy blocks you created. Without this outstanding energy support, it is impossible to function or even mass produce. Even so, it's just dealing with the jungle. Indeed, compared to those legendary landform reshaping technologies, it's not worth mentioning. Gu Heng said, but it is indeed the best way for us to solve the Green Valley problem. Speaking of this, Huku sighed instead. Are you really determined to do this? Completely eradicate every inch of the jungle in the Chingu area? Why not? That requires huge manpower and material resources, and it will also destroy the environment in the Chingu area. Yes, Gu Heng did not deny these 2 points. However, we have enough ability and enough time to do this. Moreover, this is not purely dedicated work. Look at the front and send back according to the report. This business has produced positive benefits. It has solved the unemployment problem of a large number of refugees in the Chingu area. If it is transported, a factory will be built there. After the scale reaches a certain level, these refugees may not need us to pay extra to raise them. Their own output is enough to support themselves and even reverse the output to generate a surplus. After a pause, Gu Heng said the second point. As for the issue of the natural environment, in my decision-making process, its proportion is too small. Compared with those monsters and the cult established by your students, the threats posed by organizations, and the problems caused by environmental degradation are too small. Moreover, if there are any problems, we will have the opportunity to make up for and solve them in the future. Huka nodded frequently. He is a scientific researcher and an engine prophet. Although his status in the Mechanicus was not low, he did not involve in actual management work at all. He was just doing his own work. He was not perfect for industry and some political considerations. The speech about the environment is also because he has seen many planets where the environment has been destroyed due to the overexploitation of human beings. The quality of life of those people is not good. However, what Governor Gu said seemed reasonable to him. He realized that the per capita consumption of resources enjoyed by the residents of Star Fury is far from being overexploited or not. For the development of the planet, to be honest, they are not qualified to care about that. Not to mention, there are also threats from cults and mutant monsters. Let's develop first and then govern. But Huku still has doubts. But even so, it will take too long. I understand that you have enough time to develop that piece of land, and you can even use years or even 10 years as a unit of time. Moreover, this is indeed a radical solution. After eradicating the jungle, the mutant monsters have no breeding environment, and the Natural Salvation Society has no place to hide. No matter what plans they have, it is meaningless. But that is too slow. Don't you will it take 10 years to destroy the Natural Salvation Society? I can tell you're worried. Yes. Huko has been in Shuangqing for a short time, and these days he has seen the state of the city. Others can be disguised, but the living conditions and psychological states of the largest number of bottom-level people cannot be disguised. He has been to many different worlds, and the living conditions of these people on Star Fury are of course not good, and they even belong to the poor category. But that's not the ruler's fault, at least not the current ruler's fault. Fu Xiaoxing's own conditions are too poor, let alone civilians. Even Gu Heng, the governor, and many high-ranking officials of the alliance he has met regard life as simple. However, Compared to the less favorable living environment, the mental outlook of ordinary people in the two cities is very good. Something called hope was brewing in their hearts and filled their faces. They have visions for the future, and they truly recognize that under the rule of the Alliance, they can make their lives better and better through their own hands and efforts. It sounds commonplace, but in the entire universe, only a few places can have this kind of vitality. Huko was not infected because of this, but he was able to be convinced by experience that an alliance that can make the people under it have such a psychological state will not be a garbage regime. Flying to the stars and finding a new home is not very reliable. On the contrary, it is a good choice to stay in the League and live a stable life. That being the case, he still has to contribute to the entire League. In his view, the Natural Salvation Society is one of the important threats to this world. He deliberated and said, "I've been thinking about what Galago wants to do recently. When he was in the South, after he was thawed and released, he didn't have enough trust in me at first, and I couldn't get in touch with him. There are too many secrets in the organization established by my student. However, since he rescued me, he will not give up the knowledge I have. Some marginal research projects have been placed here. Those projects, I am working hard on piece together as goals. Tell me about your guess." First of all, I'm not sure. It's just my guess, and there's not enough evidence. It's also because of this that I didn't tell you at the beginning. It's okay. I'll make the judgment call. Well, I think that Gavaga and the others are trying to re-summon the demon. Oh, that's a really bad guess. You don't look surprised? Did you guess it? In a sense, it is indeed. Gu Hang spread his hands and said, "I have no evidence, and it doesn't seem like you have pieced together some fragments of the truth through some experiments that you have done with them. It's just pure guessing. After all, those so-called cult members, those who are polluted by abyssal demons, are all thinking about this, and they can know their goals with just a random guess." Huka smiled wryly and said, "You are right, indeed. But it's not enough just to know the goals. I want to know what the means are and how we can stop them." That's exactly what I want to say. Huka sighed. "We can't destroy the Natural Salvation Society by destroying the jungle. I don't object to your strategy, but it is used to destroy the aberration monster, but to destroy the Song Waja, and the others achieved it by eliminating the jungle. That was too slow. Perhaps, before we succeeded, those guys succeeded first." After a pause, Cuckoo continued, "I guess they may have mastered a complete psionic gas field that has not been destroyed. If you know the history of Fu Xiaoxing, you will understand that in the past, it was precisely because of the enriched psionic gas field that the existence of energy gas fields has formed an incomparably sufficient source of energy, which is used as a means to open the curtain between reality and the abyss of hell. In the past, the most important psionic gas fields of Star Fury were on the other two continents, and those two continents should have been completely destroyed. There were also gas fields on the main continent, but very few, and most of them should have been caused by being destroyed. Destroyed state. The one Waga found should not be large, but we can't take it lightly. Once we really let him tear the curtain of the real world, even if it's just a small gap, we will have a big trouble." Gu Hang pondered. "Then do you have any guesses about the location of the psionic gas field that might exist?" "No, not at all." Huku smiled wryly. "It's not even certain whether it really exists. As I said, all of this is my guess. But your guess is always more reliable than mine." Gu Hang said comfortingly, "Thank you very much for your notice. I originally planned to send a special operations team to the southern end of Chingu to find out the situation there. Lead bombing and stuff like that. Now, they might have one more task." Iro Lacrocia felt as if he had been cheated. He said he didn't want to be an officer, he just wanted to be a soldier. His wish had obviously been affirmed by the governor, and he was not an officer now, but his subordinates were still stuffed with more than 30 soldiers. Doesn't this still make me a monitor? Earlier, he was transferred from the Beast Slaughter Brigade and entered the 10th Special Brigade as a sub-team leader. He and his 30 new subordinates were equipped with a full set of individual equipment that they had never seen before. One set of individual exoskeletons for each person, inlaid with armor plates mainly made of plastic steel and coated with ceramic steel to protect the torso and limbs that IT is far from being as mighty and majestic as the Star Warrior power armor, but it has a slender beauty. The full coverage helmet is equipped with different visual modes, such as night vision, anti-glare, color temperature, and a shooting assistance system. This so-called design assistance system is provided by an accompanying combat servo skull. The servo skull that belongs to him can also help control the 2 drones in the backpack to perform tasks such as reconnaissance, auxiliary fire strikes, and suicide attacks. And the weapons in their hands were all replaced with LR5 laser rifles. .10 high-energy batteries in hand can support 15 rounds of shooting, and the batteries need to be replaced. This firepower is not very durable, but its power is much stronger than the conventional G9 rifle. In order to supplement their firepower, they also carry a short-barreled bullpup tactical rifle, which is a special variant of a G9. Among them, Lacroxia himself is better equipped than his team members. The most important manifestation is that what he uses is not a high-energy battery, but a crystal-like energy crystal block. This thing is said to be much more expensive than the laser rifle itself in his hand. For such a large winged falcon flying in the sky, this crystal block is enough. As a result, this thing only powers the rifle and exoskeleton in his hand. The strong energy can keep his exoskeleton, which is known as the Ranger First Generation, in overload mode until it breaks down. The laser rifle in his hand can also shoot with overload throughout the whole process. Other people's LR5 can destroy a high-energy battery in one shot with full overload. According to their training ethics, they're strictly prohibited from doing so when it is not necessary. But the energy crystal block in his hand can allow him to perform overload shooting almost infinitely, and he doesn't need to replace it. He only needs to think about the gun in his hand, and don't let it be scrapped if he can't bear it. It all made him a little bit like a dream. He always felt a little unreal when others called him King of Soldiers, and he didn't like being called that in person. But now, he seems to be treated like a soldier king. And in the so-called Special Warfare Brigade, what he has to perform is also a special task. After the formation of 3 Wind Falcons went to the Crocker Manor to carry out the bombing mission, they made corresponding preparations for the return journey, and then carried Lacroxia and his formation back to the southernmost part of the world. Their goal is to investigate a place called Singer Town. According to intelligence, there is the headquarters of the so-called Natural Salvation Society. No specific location, only a vague description. After the Wind Falcon came down, while searching the ground, they continued to keep in touch with the 3 speedboats that were temporarily assigned to them and cooperated with them. Under the joint investigation of air and ground, they found many suspected targets, but they all confirmed that they were not. It was just the ruins of some villages which had long been emptied, and the jungle was slowly extending to reoccupy those places. And on the 3rd day of the operation, they finally made a major discovery. According to the intelligence description and the accompanying hand-drawn drawings, they are almost certain that this is the town of Singers. But it looks abandoned here too. The team discussed it internally and still planned to go in and explore. As a precaution, they also called in Lieutenant Corky, who would provide them with air support from Trio of Kelvins. Lacroxia was still quite nervous about this. It is also fighting, but the way of fighting is completely different from his past experience. He wasn't sure if he could do well enough, so he had to be cautious in everything, and his prudence saved many lives. Lacroxia and his team members felt that the town of Song Song was a pretty place. 2 or 3-story small buildings, each with a yard, are patchwork. All kinds of green vegetation surround houses, and the streets are also very tidy. In the urban area outside Fuxing City, the newly built houses are not comparable to this place. The houses there are much taller than here, 5 to 6-story apartment buildings, and there is not much vegetation. At the beginning, the soldiers of the Special Forces were still quite nervous in the town of Singer, but they soon discovered that there was no one there. They also entered a number of houses for inspection and saw traces of residents, but it was only a while ago. When people left here, they evacuated in an orderly manner, not in a hurry. The house was empty, and everything they should bring was taken away. After a simple search, they continued to explore after finding nothing of value, until a research institute was found. It's really not very easy to find. It's a very hidden underground entrance. After walking a few steps inside, they were blocked by a solid steel gate. But it didn't stop them for long. After changing the shotgun, there were several Melta bombs in Lacroxia's tactical backpack. Currently, the Alliance does not have the ability to produce this thing, but if it is just a bomb instead of a Melta weapon, the price is not too expensive. Governor Gu imported a lot from his cousin, and the special forces are of course qualified to deploy. Under the powerful effect of the Melta bomb, no matter how thick the steel gate was, it was useless, and they blasted it open. After entering, they really made some good discoveries. Originally, there was no hope, but here is obviously a look of being abandoned. It may have been the headquarters of the Natural Salvation Society in the past, and it was the core area, but after they voluntarily evacuated, how could they leave anything behind? But really stayed. Here, they saw more recent traces of people coming and going. It is true that they are moving, but there may be too much equipment and materials in the Research Institute, and it is not easy to move, so that it has not been moved yet. According to the traces at the scene, at least yesterday, there were still people working here. After a little discussion, they decided to explore first to see if there was anything of high value. Intelligence, equipment, samples, research materials, anything. If there is, and it is easy to take, then move it out. Then let Foam Falcon come down and carry the things up to the Alliance. Then, they plan to lurk here for a while. Since there are still enemies that seem to be continuing to move things away from here, they can wait here to see if they can catch the relocated enemies and find their new hiding places. At the beginning of the operation, it was quite smooth. They found quite a few goodies, including some documents and even what appeared to be encrypted data storage machines. They transported the things to the entrance and piled them up temporarily, then re-entered the Research Institute to explore again. Then, when Lacroxia was searching a room, he heard a letter from a comrade in arms, saying that in the depths of the Research Institute, they found something. I don't know how to describe it. Lacroxia went to see it, and it seemed to be a low-temperature sample layer. There are a total of 6 large glass petri dishes with a height of 3 meters, which are placed here. And in each of these 6 petri dishes, there is a monster with a terrifying appearance. It was like a lizard man standing upright, with 4 arms and a long tail. The most notable features of its body are the same as most of the monstrosities: abscesses and deformed bodies. One after another, pustules of different sizes grow on their bodies, and some of them will break off from time to time. Their bodies always have unnatural protrusions or depressions, which means that a certain part of the body is abnormal. In the previous materials, I have never seen such a thing. Is this a new type of aberration being cultivated by this so-called natural society? It should be. These perverted cult members are really hateful. Without them, Fu Xiaoxing would be infinitely better. Soldiers are talking to each other. After seeing Lacroxia approaching, someone turned his head and asked him, Master Chief, what should we do with this? Shall we remove them? Lacroxia also made a mistake. He didn't know what to do. If these samples are moved back, it should be very valuable, and the researchers of the Alliance should be able to obtain some useful things from them. However, the stakes are high. Not to mention whether there will be any problems during the transportation by the 30 people. There is only one point. They can't guarantee that during the transportation process, they can keep the petri dish and continue to operate. That if the unknown living monster inside just died, then it might be okay, and they can only say that they did their best after returning. But if the petri dish is broken, the monster inside is activated. The fun is great. Put these 6 petri dishes on the Wind Falcon, and then they ran out halfway through the flight. I dare not even think about the result. But if it is destroyed directly, it will be a waste of opportunity. La Croix scratched his helmet, feeling extremely entangled. Once again, he sighed in his heart that he really shouldn't be allowed to take such a leading role. His ability is to be a soldier, to give orders from above, to do whatever he is asked to do, and to do whatever he wants. When the consequences are very bad, he will hesitate even more. And what happened next made him no longer hesitate. The sound of chi-la sounded continuously, as if some kind of air valve had been opened. Lacroxia and his team members immediately became vigilant. They raised their guns one after another and pointed their guns at the source of the sound, which was the 6 petri dishes. A strong sense of danger welled up in his mind, and Lacroxia had absolutely no room for entanglement at this moment. He ordered, "Fire!" At the same time, he fired the first shot. The super-standard version of the LR-5 laser rifle, directly produced by the black box in his hand, immediately entered an overload state. The rifle, powered directly by high-density energy crystals, fired a super-powerful blow. At the same time, his comrades also opened fire. More than a dozen dark red light beams began to fly randomly among the low-temperature samples. However, except for the one shot by Lacroxia, which actually hurt his target, the other beams were all blocked. At the target point of the laser flying, those 6 four-armed lizard men opened their eyes almost at the same time that in front of them. An invisible energy layer formed in front of them, and all laser shots were blocked. The light beam stirred up ripples. Among them, the biggest ripple is the shot by Lacroxia after overloading the LR-5. The power has been weakened a lot, but in the end it was still broken through. Although it was slightly deflected, it still hit a monster's abdomen, where a fist-sized piercing wound was made. After being hit by this, the monster was obviously seriously injured. However, the movement slowed down. But the other 5 were not ambiguous at all. The next moment, they all broke through the transparent glass of the petri dish and rushed outside. Immediately afterwards, a barking roar resounded through the narrow, confined space, and they each rushed toward the soldier. Every soldier in the Special Brigade has been trained to at least the T3 level. At this level, the cost of a single soldier is already quite a lot. Such soldiers, Guheng only trained a total of 100, forming a special warfare squadron. After reaching this level, they are already absolutely elite, much better than ordinary soldiers. Their current performance did not disgrace Guheng's dedication. Facing the pounce of a 3-meter-tall, 4-armed abscessed lizard man, no one panicked, and no one tried to escape. They were all trying to fight back on the spot, and they made relatively correct choices. Although they did not understand why the previous attack was blocked, this did not prevent them from quickly thinking that this might be some kind of special defense method. And since it is a means of defense, there is nothing invincible. They chose to focus their fire and strike, and after a calm volley, it really achieved results. La Croja shot one of the monsters himself, while the other soldiers shot and killed one. But there are still 3 that rushed to them alive and tried to use their sharp claws to tear their bodies apart. The soldiers who were approached fearlessly popped out the bayonet mounted under the laser gun, trying to fight those lizard men in close combat. Of course, there is a huge difference in physical strength between the two sides. Even after being raised to the level of T3, their physical quality is almost at the peak of human beings, but compared with the 3-meter-high strong 4-armed lizard man, that is far from enough. It's still a bit too far, but the exoskeleton armor helped them make up part of the difference. In a pure confrontation of strength, the 3 people who were close were only at a disadvantage. It was difficult for them to directly stab the bayonet into the lizardman's body, so they could only try to block it, but he has 4 arms with sharp claws, and the armor pieces of the exoskeleton were torn apart under the frenzied tearing. What was even more frightening was that during the close-range confrontation, they suddenly felt as if their bodies had been immersed in a quagmire, and it was very difficult to move. And taking advantage of this opportunity, those lizard men began to try to attack. The head point one soldier's full coverage helmet was really taken off, and then his neck was torn open by sharp claws. Cyclonus blood sprayed everywhere. But the results of the 3 remaining lizard men in close combat are limited to this. Although the other 2 soldiers were also thrown down and attacked by strange energy, they were shot and killed by concentrated fire before they could remove the exoskeleton armor plate. The 2 soldiers successfully stood up again, and there were many deep scratches on the armor plate of their exoskeleton. The sharp claws and strength of this lizard man monster should not be underestimated. Even the alloy armor plate, coated with ceramic steel, cannot completely defend against melee attacks. Their ability to resist blows is similar to that of the green-skinned orcs. Their close combat strength may even be stronger than that of the green-skinned orcs. And the most frightening point lies in the strange mind power they possess. After hearing the personal descriptions of the two soldiers who were thrown down, Lacroxia grimaced and muttered, "Could this be psychic power?" Compared with ordinary soldiers, he has read more materials. The protection provided by psychic energy allowed these monsters to achieve double blessings in offense and defense while possessing the vitality and defense power comparable to the green-skinned orcs. Under their psychic protection, the LR-5 in his hand had to take an overloaded shot to penetrate. For ordinary shooting, it would take 10 shots to penetrate and cause damage. Changed to an ordinary G9 rifle. I'm afraid that after a round of bullets, those monsters will kill them all. They may not be able to kill the enemy with an ordinary kinetic energy rifle. Fortunately, their psychic strength is not high, and they can only be used to influence the actions of the soldiers when they are actively attacking. They have not yet shown their direct lethality, which is similar to the terrifying power that the governor has shown before. In comparison, it is far behind. However, Lacroxia is still full of worries. The team he led could be called the most elite individual fighter in the Alliance, but they still couldn't take advantage of this kind of lizard monster with spiritual power. So what if in a large-scale war, the number of such monsters reaches a certain level, and then they attack together with ordinary waves of aberrations? Just can't imagine. This information must be brought back. Just as he was thinking this way, he suddenly heard an exclamation from the communication channel of the battle team, followed by his comrades asking for help. "This is Group F. Please help. Please help. We are attacked by aberrations." Lacroxia's complexion changed drastically. And also, this kind of lizard monster is not only found here, but also hidden in places they haven't explored yet. And just now, it was obvious that some kind of mechanism was activated, causing a large number of monsters to be awakened. His mood sank completely. He didn't know how many psychic monsters there were in this research institute, and he didn't dare to think about how many of his comrades who came here with him could survive in the end. But when it was bad, he was able to keep calm. Everyone obeys orders. Give up all previous actions, break out, and we will gather at the entrance. All combat teams must report their positions at all times and speak loudly when they need support. Group F persists on the spot, and Group E is rushing to you. In the small town of Singer, in an unremarkable ordinary dwelling, there was a man with narrow cheeks and wearing a dark green robe, with his eyes closed, sitting on a chair. A person with the appearance of a researcher walked up to him. "President Gavaja, according to your instructions, we have activated all the servants implanted with the heavenly gene. All the lackeys of the Alliance will be buried underground." Hearing the report, Gavaja opened his eyes. His slanted eyes looked very indifferent. He said, "All of them were buried underground. Why did they come to this point?" The person opposite did not speak, but fine beads of sweat began to appear on his head. Gavaja continued, "It's been a long time since my teacher defected and left. It's been a long time since I decided to abandon it. But why? Until today, there are still things that haven't been moved." "Sorry, President." The researcher's body was already shaking. "A loving father never uses punishment to teach the world." Gavaja said, "A loving father has always attributed the blame for everything to himself. When we do not do well enough, a loving father will bestow more gifts to help his believers grow so that they can succeed next time." Hearing this, the researcher's body trembled even more. But in the end, he still didn't dare to say anything more, but bowed deeply. "I respect your instruction." Gavaja waved his hand, motioning for the other party to leave. Only a few tens of seconds later, there were low-pitched, pain-filled, but inhuman-like roars mixed with some kind of joy from outside. Accompanied by the low growl in his ear, Gavaja closed his eyes again and entered the state of fugue. His consciousness came to a dense nothingness. Majestic, benevolent, or cruel whispers kept ringing in his ears. But now, he is no longer as he was at the beginning. He will carefully distinguish what these whispers from heaven are talking about. He is just feeling the whole thing, absorbing all the information contained in it with eagerness. He is only worried about his lack of wisdom and spiritual sense, and he cannot fully understand every piece of information in these teachings from the kingdom of heaven, but can only understand a little bit of them. And just as he was experiencing the gospel of the kingdom of heaven, a noisy voice sounded from the depths of his heart. Don't believe it, don't listen. Be careful, they're lying to you. They're demons. Gwaja frowned, fiercely suppressing the words surging in his heart. The whispers from heaven in my ears also became clear and thick at this time. One of the voices asked him to dedicate that thing that always sings a different tune to his loving Father. That's a tempting choice. Whenever that voice sounds, many painful memories from the past will come flooding back. Right now, this thing is happening. In those memories, he seemed to be a war hero. He is from a Fury Star, and he has a very lucky opportunity to be able to work and study by the side of an engine prophet named Huko. Then, war broke out. First, the other two continents, it is said that there was a major accident in the mining of the Linghua gas field, and then a huge waste energy storm began to sweep across the two subcontinents, even crossing the ocean, sweeping the tsunami and attacking the main continent together. It was an earth-shattering scene. However, after the natural disaster, multiple huge abyssal cracks appeared on the two subcontinents on Fury Owl Star. Crowds of demons swarmed from it. Their fleet crossed the ocean and formed two main directions of attack, igniting the battlefield on the main continent. However, after the natural disaster, multiple huge abyssal cracks appeared on the two subcontinents on Fury Owl Star. Crowds of demons swarmed from it. Their fleet crossed the ocean and formed two main directions of attack, igniting the battlefield on the main continent. Gavaja remembered that he had given up his studies and joined the army at that time, fighting for the continuation of mankind with what he learned from his teacher. Their struggle was fruitful. The Planetary Defense Force was far from being the opponent of the demons who crossed the curtain of reality, but with noble sacrifices, they did not give up an inch of ground in the extremely disadvantaged battle. Under layers of resistance, although those demons always maintained a great advantage in the battle, every step forward was not easy. They finally withstood the attack of those demons and ushered in the Imperial reinforcements in the starry sky. But the arrival of the Star Fleet and the Star Forces failed to save the world. As a person who completely experienced a war that lasted for many years, Gavaja thought so. He had watched the reinforcements from the Empire arrive with full of joy, and then he accepted the reorganization of the Planetary Defense Force by the commander of the Star Border Army without hesitation and continued to fight against those monsters. But what did he see? In order to fight against demons, to prevent more people from falling, orbital bombing was carried out without scruple. One city after another that had not been evacuated, or even had no time to evacuate, was blown up by their own people. In order to prevent more gaps in the abyss, more psionic gas fields were further destroyed, bringing more serious climate disasters. These things are hardly wrong. But from an objective point of view, Gwaja, did the arrival of the Imperial Army save the Angry Owl Star? Not all. During the decades of tug-of-war, the two sides used all kinds of means. The weapons of various extinction orders were released and then cracked by both sides. During this process, countless people sacrificed. In the end, humanity has victory. All the demons on the planet have been exterminated. But is this kind of victory the victory of the Fury Owl Stars? 99.5% of the Fuying Star people died in this war. Is this kind of victory what the Fuying Star people want? After the victory of the war, the very old Gavaga fell into deep confusion. It was also from this time that he could gradually hear some strange whispers ringing in his ears. He is very vigilant about it. He has been fighting demons for many years, and he clearly knows that whispers like this that appear inexplicably in his ears are very dangerous things. Although the voice he heard was so gentle and kind, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. But fortunately, after fighting for so long, his own level has reached the level of the engine prophet, and he has enough technical ability to solve problems. He did not report this matter, and the members of the Inquisition, who were stationed with the army, would be very nervous about it. He didn't want to trouble others, and he didn't want to go to the dark prison of the trial court after the victory of the war. He has more important things to do. He just made the device himself, implanted it in the brain, and blocked the inexplicable whispers. After the war was won, the Astra Militarum left. A colonel and teacher thought he was capable and invited him to leave together. But he refused. He said he wanted to stay and rebuild his hometown. He spent several years wandering the planet, establishing the Society of Natural Salvation. With the technology he is good at, he slowly works hard to restore the ecology of the world, heal diseases, and save lives. During that time, he helped many people. It may be very far away to rebuild the entire world, and it is not something that he, who is approaching the limit of his lifespan, can do by himself, that he just hopes that what he does can make the whole world a little better. Even a little is enough. When the rebuilding team arrives, the foundation of Fury Owl Star will be better, and it will save a little effort for the new Imperial Governor to rebuild the world. Then waited and waited. The rebuilding fleet he was waiting for never came. During that time, there would occasionally be a few spaceships coming from outside the sky. They were the people from the Fwaying Star who had left here, and they came back to bring some old friend away. This was also the only way for New Xiaoxing to communicate with the outside world at that time. It was precisely because of this that he heard the news that the Empire had given up on Star Fury, and that it had been designated as a waste planet with no value for reconstruction, and the Empire would not spend a lot of effort to colonize it again. How did Gavaja feel when he heard the news for the first time? He was a little lost. He only remembered that a doubt that had always surrounded him in the past seemed to be solved. Did the Empire come here to save Star Fury? Not really. Before the war, the Empire only needed the resources on the Fury Star, and they kept asking for it from the Fury Star, regardless of how much risk the mining of psionic gas fields would bring to the entire world. They only wanted energy. During the war, they just used the entire planet as a chessboard and a battlefield. This was part of a long war between the power called the Empire and the power called the Abyss in the vast sea of stars that lasted for thousands of years. Among these, the fate of New Xiaoxing and the fate of New Xiaoxing's people are irrelevant. It doesn't even matter whether the war is won or not, it's just a war. In the boundless territory of the Empire, similar wars happen all the time. How important is a victory or a defeat to the overall situation? After the war, they grimly calculated the cost of rebuilding and the benefits of recolonization. When the cost is greater than the benefit, they will naturally choose to give up .as for the 0.5% of the population that is still alive on Star Fury. They will find their way of life in their own world. All in all, nothing saves or doesn't save. The Empire doesn't care about Fu Xiaoxing, nor does it care about the people on Fu Xiaoxing. In a state of indifference, he accidentally removed the shield that he made himself and implanted in his brain. At that moment, the gospel of the kingdom of heaven flooded into his mind and into his soul, countless times larger than the faint whispers he heard in the past. He prayed to the kingdom of heaven, hoping to save the world. If the Empire does not save, I will save myself. The loving Father bestowed the gift as he wished. Since then, he has completely changed. The loving Father treats this world with tenderness, and I will become the representative of the loving Father, spreading his tenderness to the whole world. Only in this way can Fu Xiaoxing get the salvation he deserves. The roaring outside stopped. Only heavy breathing remained. And Guijia also ended this time of meditation. He was not very happy, because the dissident voice gushing out of his heart interrupted his listening to the gospel of the kingdom of heaven. He whispered, "Next time, if you make a noise again, I will sacrifice you." No response. This is as it should be. He didn't mind either. The kingdom of heaven is about to come, and he will keep that little thought in his heart. Let him witness with his own eyes what a wonderful place New Xiaoxing will become after the kingdom of heaven comes. It would be better than before the war came, and he believed in his father's promise to him. He turned his attention back to the town of singers. In fact, he doesn't need others to report to him. His consciousness extended outward, and those vegetation that had received the gift of the kingdom of heaven had become his eyes. However, he saw a scene that made him even more unhappy. The lackeys of the Alliance that the researcher who just reported to him said would be buried in the ground rushed out now. Behind them, many servants of the Heavenly Kingdom gene were chasing them, but under their concentrated firepower, many people were killed or injured. Even the defensive layer built with psionic energy cannot completely resist the damage of the laser gun. He also saw that the leader of the lackeys of the Alliance installed a melt-a-bomb and detonated it when the servants of the Kingdom of Heaven attacked, causing a lot of damage. The rest of the people worked hard to carry some of the looted materials to the Wind Falcon speed attack boat that stayed on the ground, in the sky. The figures of the other two Wind Falcons also appeared again, and each fired a missile. The missile penetrated the gate of the Institute, exploded inside, and more servants of the Kingdom of Heaven were wiped out. Gvaga could no longer bear the continuation of this scene. He walked out of the hiding place and looked out, and the town of Singer was not far in front of his eyes. The researcher who had just received the gift was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Beside them, there are dozens of heavenly servants who look similar to the lizard men underground in the research institute. Gwaja said, "You will receive more gifts. Now is the time for you to be loyal to your loving father." The researcher stood up, and his figure became much taller than before, and abscesses began to appear on his body, and maggots even crawled out and in from the abscesses. The guy just nodded slightly, and then led the team to the town of Singers. Gwaja followed closely behind, his narrow and indifferent eyes staring at the two circling Wind Falcons. "Our weapon system is malfunctioning. Damn, why is this happening? The servo skull is disconnected from the main system. No, not good. Fire control is targeting friendly forces." The two Wind Falcons in the sky are now in a mess. When Lieutenant Couch heard the panicked voice of his comrades in the communicator, he seemed a bit resentful. "Turn off the control of the servo skull and the fire control system of the Wind Falcon and switch to manual operation." "But this is an order. Execute it immediately. If a bullet falls on the head of a friendly soldier, you will wait to go back and explain to the disciplinary committee." The pilot of another Wind Falcon finally followed his orders. But this has had rather serious consequences. These pilots of the Alliance have too short flight time and insufficient training time, so they belong to the category of rushing ducks to the shelves and throwing them on the battlefield, usually relying on the assistance of the servo skull to perform some tasks that do not require too many difficult operations. SOSO is still competent. But at this moment, the connection to the servo skull was cut off, and the operation was all manual, but it was immediately returned to its original shape. But at least, there is no danger of hitting the friendly army. Lieutenant Corky also turned off the servo skull support, but he was much better than his comrades. Without the servo skull, although it still affects his control of the plane, at least he won't be like the guy next to him, who can barely keep from falling. "Let you see the capabilities of the ace pilot." Kiki roared, turned the nose, and set the target on the dozens of mutant lizard men rushing out from the edge of the town of Singer. "Death to me." He pulled the trigger. "Cut your hit," productively. Those enemies didn't seem to expect that one of the foam falcons that had turned into a headless fly in the sky just now could attack them by turning its head so quickly. The machine guns and laser cannons fired at the same time, and in a few seconds, they plowed the street where the group of monsters charged. The effect is still very good. Those monsters still possess some kind of psionic characteristics, which can activate the self-defense of the whole body when they are attacked. However, even if that thing could be breached with a laser gun, one overload shot, or a dozen intensive shots in a short period of time, how can it stop the Wind Falcon? A 40mm caliber can be counted as a cannon, let alone a laser cannon. If any one of these two weapons completes a hit, it will cause a devastating blow to the body. The 3-meter-tall lizard monster is no exception. The self-defense psychic power will be penetrated, and the 40mm kinetic energy cannon can directly destroy half of the body. The laser cannon will directly dissolve the torso. After a round of rapid fire, 1/3 of the charging monsters fell to the ground, turning into pieces of meat all over the ground. Kiki was still not satisfied and wanted to play another round. Although those who are still alive will no longer continue to run on the empty and uncovered streets foolishly, but will hide behind the whitewashed houses on both sides and move forward step by step. However, those brick and timber houses look beautiful, but they can't stop the shooting of machine guns and laser beams. Even if the results are not as exaggerated as before, there is one thing. More importantly, he can use this method to cover his comrades on the ground. Lacroxia and the others were carrying a large amount of information and materials and were moving to the Wind Falcon that was still parked on the ground. The situation is urgent. Although a large number of seemingly insignificant and difficult-to-carry things have been abandoned, there's still not few things left. They still need a few minutes. Left alone, those monsters can rush to the face in a minute or two. Under the suppression of firepower, let alone kills, those monsters at least couldn't reach the battle scene quickly. He is using this method to buy time for the special forces below. However, things didn't go so smoothly. He suddenly felt that the Wind Falcon he was driving was out of control. The nose of the aircraft began to turn around uncontrollably, and the difficulty of flying became extremely high. Every operation he made would be enlarged or reduced, and Fong Falcon became very unstable. By this time, he still had time to complain about himself in his heart. It's a good thing the fuck didn't fire automatically, otherwise I would have sent myself to the disciplinary committee. In this situation, anyone who is replaced by the Alliance Air Force will not be able to escape the crash. Without the servo skull, those pilots who were about to take the field would not be able to show any level, not to mention the control of the entire aircraft has problems now. But what else is he claiming to be an ace pilot? Even under such circumstances, even though he had no way to continue to provide fire support to the friendly forces on the ground to help them suppress the advancing monsters so that they could not move forward, he did not end up in the crash either. Fong Falcon was spinning in the sky, but it was good if it didn't fall. Moreover, the special forces led by Lacroxia are not vegetarian. Taking advantage of the little time Lieutenant Couch bought for them, he has already led a team to form a simple blocking position to buy time for the comrades behind. Their shooting abilities are very strong, and they have been reminded a long time ago that they know the special features of those lizard monsters. They will adopt the method of focusing fire and shooting, and when necessary, and when they are particularly sure, they will directly overload the LR-5 laser rifle in their hands, even if they will reimburse a high-energy battery at one time for this. One monster after another was wiped out on the way to the charge. Among them, Lacroxia has the most victories. The energy crystal block equipped in his exoskeleton armor is too extravagant to be used in individual equipment, but it also provides him with outstanding combat capabilities. Every shot is an overload shot, and the frequency is so high. The key is to cooperate with his strength, and he can achieve almost every shot. His firepower alone was equal to that of all the others combined. Give him enough time and enough distance, and he alone may have a chance to shoot and kill all the lizard monsters that rushed out during the charge. Unfortunately, no. Although those lizard monsters were bombarded by a round of aerial artillery in front, there were still more than 50 of them. The distance between the two sides was not too far. Under the command of a tall monster who was still vaguely wearing a white Research Institute robe, he charged with all his strength without fear of death, which made the distance between those monsters and their blocking positions constantly narrowed. The good news is that the Wind Falcon behind them has finally finished loading the cargo. Don't want anything else. Lacroxia greeted and told his comrades to retreat while fighting. And he himself stood at the back of the entire team, stably and accurately carrying out effective strikes one after another. Moreover, he also targeted the most different enemy. That guy's intelligence level doesn't seem to be at the same level as other monsters. Although he was also charging along with a large army, he knew to always put his body behind at least one lizard monster and never easily expose his body to the shooting horizon. But is it safe? Lacroxia stared at him for a long time. And right now, there's an opportunity. When he saw that the special soldiers had a chance to evacuate, that guy was obviously a little anxious. He looked up to the sky and screamed, calling out to the lizard monsters under him to launch an assault more quickly. They're already close at hand at this moment, and all these humans must be left behind, and they cannot be allowed to board the plane. Those lizard men, indeed, did as he ordered, and their forward speed was further improved. However, in such a split second, there was a very small gap between Lacroxia and him, and this gap was firmly grasped by the Alliance Soldier King. He pulled the trigger, and the overloaded dark red light beam passed through the ears of many lizard men in an instant, stuck in a little gap, and hit the guy's head. He also has some kind of spiritual protection, and is much stronger than ordinary lizard monsters. Even when hit by the laser, he directly revealed a yellow-green light film. Even an overloaded shot couldn't directly break through the spiritual protection. But this was already within Lacroix's expectations. Followed by the second shot, followed by the third shot. Further back, there is no shooting window. But it doesn't matter, these 3 shots are enough. In the second shot, the yellow-green light film was broken, and in the third shot, the guy's head was pierced. The remaining lizard men who were alive suddenly lost control and fell into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, besides Lacroxia, the last soldier had also boarded the Wind Falcon. Even this Wind Falcon has already started to take off, almost 1 meter above the ground. At this point, Lacroxia finally stopped shooting. He first threw the scalding rifle, which was probably useless without major repairs, onto the plane, then jumped high, grabbed the edge of the open hatch, and with the hand extended by his comrades, he boarded the plane with all his strength. Immediately afterwards, he turned around again, picked up the rifle handed over by his comrade in arms, connected the energy supply system of the energy crystal block in his hand, leaned against the edge of the Wind Falcon's cabin, and started shooting downwards. He didn't forget that these lizard monsters also had a special ability. After approaching the target, their psychic talent will also cause the target's actions to appear sluggish. He wasn't sure how far this ability could be activated, and he couldn't guarantee that when there were multiple lizard monsters present, whether their psychic talents would resonate at the same time and exert a greater effect. Others are fine if the pilot of the Wind Falcon they are flying in is delayed for a while, and the servo skull is forced to go offline, they might not be able to fly. After all, not everyone has the level of Lieutenant Couch. Under this premise, it is always a valuable thing for him to shoot down and reduce the number of those lizard monsters as much as possible. It's not a loss to kill a few more enemies. Overall, things have been going relatively smoothly so far. The Wind Falcon's anti-gravity engines roared, and the plane began to accelerate for a vertical ascent. In a few more seconds, when the speed increases, they will be able to reach an altitude of hundreds of meters in one fell swoop. At this position, they can almost be regarded as out of danger. At that time, as soon as the power comes up, the speed can approach or even break through the speed of sound in a blink of an eye, and it can fly far, far away in the blink of an eye. Those enemies running on the ground, no matter how many they have and how powerful they are, will not be able to threaten them. But at this moment, the fast attack boat they were riding on suddenly swayed sharply. This Wind Falcon is going out of control. What happened? Why is the machine not listening? The driver's exclamation kept coming. Obviously, he also encountered the same situation as Kutcher before. Some kind of mysterious force messed up the precision of mechanical manipulation. Each operation will be zoomed in or zoomed out. Even Couch, relying on purely manual operation under such circumstances, can barely guarantee that the Wind Falcon will not fall, let alone the one that Lacroxia and the others are taking now. La Crozia's powerful arms pulled the side of the hatch and forcibly fixed his body. He felt extremely calm at the moment. Now, they are close to dash meters from the ground. Falling from this height, relying on the exoskeleton and the strength of his body that has recently inexplicably become many times stronger, maybe he can survive by himself. But the rest of the people in the plane may have to suffer a lot. What's worse is that there is no chance to take all kinds of precious materials loaded up again. The problem has to be solved, and in the blink of an eye, he noticed a tiny figure slowly rising at a distance of nearly 2,000 meters. In the eyes of ordinary people, the target beyond this distance is just a black spot. However, with his eyesight, coupled with the content displayed in the built-in eyepiece of the full-coverage tactical helmet, he can still make out that it seems to be a bald man in a dark green robe. The air around him is constantly twisting. Some kind of magical power was released from his body. Lacroxia judged that was most likely the culprit affecting the two Wind Falcons. In a flash, he raised the LR-5 in his hand. The laser rifle entered the overload mode, and a red light flew across the air. This shot hit the mark. Gavaja lowered his head and looked at the penetrating wound on his chest. A look of astonishment appeared on his indifferent face. He could directly affect two Wind Falcons at a distance of 2 kilometers. This is the power of psionic energy, and it is the grace from a loving father that, of course, he also has the ability to protect the spirit. If he activates it with all his strength, he will not be penetrated so easily, even if it is an overloaded laser rifle. However, he hadn't actively activated psionic protection before. He is an old soldier, but he has not personally experienced the battlefield for too many years, facing the threat of life and death. It never occurred to him that after the Fong Falcon, which was a very powerful pilot, was thrown into chaos by him, what else could hurt him? But the soldier did it. It is not surprising that the laser rifle can still maintain a huge lethality over a distance of 2 kilometers when it is overloaded, but how can it hit a distance of 2,000 meters? Is this something only a super sniper can do? It requires excellent firearms, a stable mentality, long-term calculation, and aiming. But the soldier of the Alliance, in the blink of an eye, on the swaying plane, opened the door with one hand and pointed at himself with the other, and fired a shot from 2,000 meters away. The result was hit. A mouthful of blood coughed out from the corner of his mouth. He was floating about 10 meters above the ground, but he couldn't hold on at this moment and fell down uncontrollably. But this is not the end. After Lacroxia's shot, the two Wind Falcons, which were on the verge of losing control, returned to normal. Fong Falcon, carrying the trophies and soldiers, climbed up immediately and ran away for fear of encountering any accidents. The other Fong Falcon, driven by Kiki, turned its head ferociously while climbing the height and fired a wave of dense barrage in the direction of Gaoga. Couch also saw Lacroxia's shot, although he also found it very unbelievable. But after the plane returned to normal immediately, he immediately understood that Lacroxia hit the key target and saved everyone. If you can't do other things, it is right to beat the dog in the water at this time and do another wave. What if it didn't die? If it doesn't work, whipping the corpse will do. Gu Hang still cared about the first battle after the establishment of the Special Operations Brigade. He read the battle report in its entirety and was quite moved. 6 of the 30-man combat team were killed, but they completed their mission and suspected high-value enemy targets. What is there to blame? Especially for Lacroxia and Couch, Gu Hang personally handed out the awards. Needless to say the former, this is the hero activated by Gu Hang with gift points, and is the only character in the current system interface that specializes in combat. Now, what checks and balances his combat effectiveness is the issue of equipment. If you give him some more excellent equipment, such as upgrading the LR-5 laser rifle to a Hell gun, bolter, plasma, or melta weapon, he may be able to touch a space warrior. Still comparing it with interstellar fighters, if this mission is not sent out by the Special Warfare Brigade, but the fighters of the Phoenix, it will indeed be easier to complete. However, there are only 4 space fighters left, which are still non-renewable resources. As for the soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade, although it sounds a bit ugly to say, they are indeed high-end consumables. Although there were sacrifices, although there was a soldier king like Lacroxia leading the team, although the completion was quite reluctant. But as long as it can complete similar special tasks, it will be very good. How much is a space fighter worth? And how much is a special forces soldier? Guing doesn't like to think of the life of a soldier as a cold number to measure. But as a leader, as a ruler, he sometimes has to make such cold calculations. Of course, the pensions of the 6 sacrifice soldiers will not be less. Those who complete the mission alive should also receive high enough combat allowances, bonuses, and honors. Thaddeus' military and political department will handle these matters, so Gu Heng doesn't have to worry too much. His attention was again placed on the report submitted by researcher Hu Ko. The engine prophet went to inspect the spoils brought back by the Wind Falcon and submitted a report. He said that the things he picked up this time are of high value, and he has the opportunity to decipher some important information from them. For example, to verify whether his previous guess that the Natural Salvation Society has found a complete, undamaged spiritual gas field is true, to verify what they are doing with the spiritual gas field, to try to calculate the location of the spiritual gas field. Hearing this statement, Gu Hang felt a great sense of anticipation. Gu Hang cared a lot about this group of brainless cultists, and he also cared about that spiritual energy field. Dealing with the cultists has a lot to do with solving the problems in the Chingu area. However, depending on the current situation, it is difficult to do this only by relying on the army. The group of people from a Natural Salvation Society hid in the jungle. How could the army do anything to them? The Central Army said it has 6 people, and there are hundreds of thousands of militias that could be deployed, but this number of people can't even be thrown into the jungle. It still has to rely on accurate intelligence, special forces to conduct precise strikes, guide the orbital firepower in the sky to carry out cover bombing, or at the worst, send out wind falcons that could be deployed globally to carry out the bombing. Of course, this does not mean that the current Green Valley strategy should be abandoned. The jungle. Gu Hang has already made up his mind to eradicate it, but he didn't intend to trap his main force there for a long time. Complete eradication is not impossible, but it takes too long. His order to the Central Group Army is to let them completely stabilize the situation in the North Chingu area and then go south along the established road, as much as possible to meet all the survivors in the South Chingu area going north and establish a line of defense between the North Chingu and South Chingu. Their mission will be considered complete. During this time, the militia will receive more effective training and stronger equipment in the future. The task of maintaining the defense line in the North and South Chingu area will be handed over to the local militia, and the main force will withdraw. That's right. According to Gu Hang's strategy, he will give up the land of Nankingu. It is not necessary, and there is not enough population to develop if it is taken down as long as there are still a few million people in the direction of Nankingu. It will be fine at the Baikingu area. There's a total of 300 million square kilometers of land, most of which are relatively lush and arable fertile soil, not to mention feeding 1,000 million people. The food output here alone is enough to feed the entire population of Nuaxiao Star, and it can also export food. To be honest, it is not enough for these 1,000 million people to develop Baikingu area well. Let's just leave the South Green Valley area alone. In the future, the population of Nuaxiao will have a substantial increase, and there will be more demand for land and food. Gu Hang is now more deeply aware of one point. The new Xiao Star is definitely short of land. It is lack of population. His pace of unifying the planet is not to unify the many badlands, which is meaningless. Expanding the ruling population is the core priority. If all the 1,000 million people in the Chingu area were brought under his rule, then he would have achieved his desired Chingu strategy. Gu Hang gave Yin Fengshu half a year for this process. As for the Society of Natural Salvation, Gu Hang needs to treat it as another independent issue. He hopes that Hu Ku can crack more things. He hopes on the regular patrols and airstrikes of the Wind Falcon. He hopes on the special operations of the Special Warfare Brigade in the south. Capture the living and find out the clues. Seek, find, destroy. Continue this process until the cultists are completely wiped out. If the clues and information deciphered by Hu Ku are sufficient enough to help him complete a fatal blow and wipe out those cultists in one go, of course it would be the best. If not, Gu Hang will never be afraid to turn this matter into a long-term combat job. The only thing to worry about is the intact aura field found by the cultists. That is quite an advanced energy source. Gu Hang is not sure what they will do with it. But associating with the history of Star Fury, the source of the disasters suffered by demons here is the overexploitation of the Linghua gas field, which has caused the curtain between reality and the abyss to become weak. Coupled with some human factors and cult infection factors, it finally led to the invasion of demons. Now that a complete spiritual energy field has fallen into the hands of cult members, and they themselves want to summon demons and evil gods, it is very worrying to see these things superimposed. However, looking on the bright side, when Foam Falcon's patrols to the south became normalized, there were some situations that Gu Heng could detect in advance. If the worst happens and those cultists tear open a new gap in the abyss, the movement will definitely not be small. Early detection, Gu Heng still has a chance to solve the problem before it expands to the point where it cannot be solved. Of course, it would be best if it could be done earlier. Because of this, he is looking forward to the results of Huku's work. However, after waiting for more than a month, there was no result. To be honest, Gu Heng was in a hurry, because a very important thing will happen this month. The caravan of beautiful girls and the quintet will leave at this time. They have to repair the ship. Cousin Gu Heng is gone, but Yalisha will stay. There's a frigate named Blade Tiger that has come here. The captain of the Razor Tiger, named Du Jiqing, is a lieutenant commander of the Imperial Navy. The military rank is much lower than that of Yalisha. Although they're all his people on and off the ship, he is still theoretically the captain and the commander. But with Yalisha around, the command will fall into the hands of the brigadier general without any accident. Du Jiqing should have expected this a long time ago, and even estimated that he had communicated with the Fofana family, which is deeply rooted in the naval system of the Tiamat Star region, and he fully understood the mission of his trip this year, so he should be more cooperative. But no matter what, a main strike cruiser was replaced by a frigate. The gun was replaced by a shotgun. Gu Heng really wanted Huku to complete the deciphering and deduction work on the loot within this month. It is best to find the location of the Linghua gas field, and then quickly send people to investigate the situation. If necessary, he can directly call for orbital strikes, and there will be a wave of ruthlessness. No matter how many conspiracies those chaos cultists have, they can't match the justice of the wrath of the loyal heirs. As a result, now, the wrath of the loyal heir is gone. Do you want the scalpel missile? Yalisha explained to Gu Heng the weapon configuration on the Blade Tiger. Compared with the quintet, it is simply shabby. There are only 30 S-type weapons, and they are gone. 10 reflectors to intercept laser cannons, 10 defenders rapid-fire guns, 10 scalpel missile launching platforms. Gone. The reflector can't hit the ground, so it has to hit it. After passing through the atmosphere, the reflector with insufficient power will lose a large part of its energy and cannot perform orbital strike missions. Defender's rapid-fire cannon is barely okay, as is Scalpel missile. But obviously, after a round of the quintet, 200 Scalpel missiles, 20 thermal hammer macro cannons, and 2 Loyal Heirs Wrath macro cannons are nothing compared to. It can only be said that talking is better than nothing. If the Alliance Air Force had grown a little bit more, with hundreds of planes, all equipped with missiles, the power of a round of airstrikes would be so that it could be used as 10 scalpels. Gu Heng could only sigh, but this is also impossible. Huku even came to apologize to the Governor General with uneasiness. But what can he do? This matter, I am afraid that he alone can do this on the entire planet, and there is no use in rushing. Gu Heng can only accept the reality. After tearfully sending the quintet away, Gu Heng could only go back to his office, thinking about how to use the gift points at hand. The fixed income of the new month has arrived. This month's gift points are 1307 points. Compared with 1022 last month, there's been a relatively large increase again. This increase is mainly due to the Baikingu area. After the Mutual Aid Association was essentially incorporated into the Alliance's rule, the population increased by 400 million. Although the productivity in the Baikinga area is now in a mess, and a considerable part of the population is refugees, which are pure burdens, but after all, the number of 400 million is here, and the gift point has increased quite a lot. As for some of the other increases, it is due to the fact that Xuanqing swallowed more people and further increased productivity. The order of the 3 central provinces has been restored, and their monthly income has also slightly increased. After getting this gift point, Gu Heng now has 1708 more gift points. He pondered for a while and planned 700 gift points for training soldiers. He planned to recruit 15 soldiers from the Baikingu area and set up 11 garrison divisions under the designation 25 to 13, all of which would be under the command of the Central Army AT that time, combined with the existing militia regiment in the Shankingu area, plus the 14th Mechanical Brigade and 20th Motorized Infantry Division that have just been reorganized and sent to the south at once. The commander Yin Fangxiu will have more than Dash available troops. With this scale, the issue of troop strength should be largely resolved. For these Dash soldiers, the source of soldiers is not a big problem, and refugees are recruited. The training problem is not big, and the soldier car system solves it. The problem of weapons and equipment is a bit big. Dash sets of individual equipment, corresponding artillery, trucks. I am afraid it will take 2 to 3 months to complete the production. But Gu Hang has time to wait. There are still Dash gift points. Gu Hang thought about it and decided to build a comprehensive college. In this way, he has completed all the 3 types of college buildings that the building system has opened to him so far. The earlier you invest in education, the higher the returns. Comprehensive colleges will produce students in a series of majors such as business, grammar, administration, and art. Compared with technical colleges, comprehensive colleges should be regarded as social science colleges. It's true that technology is the primary productive force, but as the land under Gu Hang's governance becomes more and more extensive and the population is getting larger and larger, the overall scale will expand to millions of people in a few months. He just needs enough management talents to manage the entire planet for him as a bureaucrat. This is inevitable. This is especially true of the highly centralized regime he adopted. The technical college provides scientific and technological talents. The comprehensive college provides high-quality social science talents. And the Zhongshu College ensures the loyalty of the first 2. This is the overall education system of the alliance planned by Gu Hang. And the next step is to establish a complete compulsory education stage, which requires a longer-term investment. But Gu Hang will not do it himself. The Ministry of Culture and Education, which is attached to the Union government, will be responsible for this work. So far, the 1,700 gift points have been spent, and the only thing left is a pitiful 8 points. To put it bluntly, now I can get a fixed gift income of around Dash points every month, which seems to be quite a lot, but it is really unnecessary to spend it. Gu Hang is now waiting. When will the Battle of Qinggu be settled? According to the virtues of the system, this will not be settled until the situation in the Qinggu area comes to an end and the situation is stable. But I don't know when this decision will be made. He urgently needs a big wave now to fill up the drained gift point pool. However, before the big wave that Gu Hang was looking forward to came, the Phoenix Squad first made a big wave for him. On the outskirts of Weixing City, Phoenix Monastery. After more than half a year of construction, Phoenix Monastery no longer looks like a large construction site, at least not in the core area. The main part of the chapel has been completed, and a larger main church is under construction next to it. The construction of the residence has been completed. The training site has also been planned. Except for the larger and more magnificent parts, the main practical buildings of the monastery have been completed. In the chapel, there is even a statue of the emperor, shining golden. That is indeed gold casting. At present, in Star Fury, the value of precious metals is not only part of the industrial production, but also used as decorations, without the ability of currency, savings, and circulation. It is just right to use it to decorate chapels and emperor statues. And just in front of the emperor's god statue, an old but tall and strong figure was kneeling there on one knee. He closed his eyes tightly and maintained this posture for a long time. Pastor Rizzo always does. Even as a priest, he closed his eyes and prayed too long. It wasn't in the past, but after coming to Fury All-Star, the time he spent praying and trying to communicate with the emperor became longer and longer. The other 2 members of Phoenix have been feeling at a loss for a long time recently. After 3 consecutive gene seed implantation operations failed, their chapter leader locked himself in the confession room and never came out, and their war group priest is in this state again. The atmosphere is oppressive, and pain and confusion are also in their hearts. But today seems a little different. Although the head priest was still kneeling before the statue of the emperor to pray, the door of the confessional not far away was opened. The chapter master finally came out, but it's not reassuring. They could see that Martin's huge body was a little stooped, a little tired, and there was some despair hidden. An ordinary person who is desperate and desperate can cause a lot of damage, let alone an interstellar soldier. They looked at the head of the chapter worriedly and approached the head priest step by step. They could feel that what was about to happen would determine the future fate of the chapter, but they did not know what would happen. Martin stood behind the head priest and stared at it for a long time. During this process, his fists were clenched several times but then relaxed. In the end, he let out a deep breath, just like Rizzo, knelt in front of the emperor's statue, muttered some words, and then said sadly, "Head priest, more than half a year ago, you said that you foresaw the vitality of the battle group on this planet named Star Fury." Martin's voice at the moment seemed hoarse and unpleasant. In the past period of time, he hardly drank any water, and his throat was very dry. Pastor Rizzo, who was being questioned, opened his eyes with a slight smile on his lips. "Yes, I did have such a foresight. Now, do you still insist on what you foresee?" "Of course, I never doubted it. Even if," Martins took a deep breath, "even if the battle group has become like this?" When it came to this question, Pastor Rizzo did not answer directly. "Are you blaming me?" he asked back. Martins was silent, but he glared at Rizzo, his bloodshot eyes telling the answer. Rizzo sighed. "It seems that you are indeed blaming me. But do you still remember what I said at the time? You said that the hope of saving the battle group lies on Fury Owl Star." "No, that's not what I said." Martins froze. The space soldier's memory is very good. He immediately recalled the scene at that time to make sure that he remembered correctly. "What does the head pastor mean?" Rizzo continued. "What I'm saying is that the chance for the war group to be reborn from Nirvana is there, and it should be on the governor of that planet. Is there any difference?" "Of course." Rizzo put a smile on his face again. "Hope is never in a certain place on a certain planet, but in a certain person. I have made it very clear." "But," Martin said immediately afterward, "the governor has done his best to help the war group. What else can he do?" This is indeed Martin's idea, so he doesn't have much resentment towards Gu Hang. The Phoenix Battle Group and the governor of the Angry Owl Star have always been an equal cooperative relationship. The mission entrusted by the governor, they looked at the situation and chose to execute it. If the mission was really outrageous, they could of course choose to refuse it. Although sacrifices were made, it was a matter of course to fight against the enemies of the Empire, whether they were believers of evil gods or green-skinned orcs. Governor Gu Hang did not harm them in this matter. Information that should be clear is clear, and support that should be in place is in place. The sacrifice of the Fighting Brothers was caused by the fighting with the enemy in the battle, and it cannot be blamed on Governor Gu. And while they were performing tasks for the governor, Fury Star also gave back, built a monastery for the war band, and let them choose candidates at will from among the planet's youths. Needed surgical gear, bought the latest, replenished their arsenal, and even sent them a set of precious Terminator power armor. What else is there to say? Gu Hang has done everything he can. If the battle group wants to develop, what else does Fu Xiaoxing give them? It's useless to give anything. What they lack most now is people, fighting brothers, and gene seeds. In this matter, is Governor Gu still able to help? But Reverend Rizzo said at this time, Governor Gu has indeed done his best to help the now Phoenix group. But for the future group that will be saved, it is far from enough. He can do more. What do you mean? Martins asked eagerly. Did you foresee something else? There are only 4 of us in the war band, and we must unite for the survival of the war band. Why are you still hiding it at this time? I just don't know what to say. Rizzo sighed. What is the help that the war band needs most now? Is it a gene seed? Martins couldn't even figure it out, and even hesitated to answer this answer. Yes, so now we need gene seeds. Why don't we go to Governor Gu for help? Huh? Martins felt very baffled. He may be able to help us in countless places, but this place is the only one. As I said, I foresee that the rescue of the battle group will fall on Governor Gu. Since we have reached the border of life and death, we need gene seeds to save our battle group. So let's go to the governor. You mean Governor Gu will have our gene seeds in his hands? Martins narrowed his eyes and had countless thoughts in his mind. Rizzo once again did not answer directly, but asked another question. Martins, Are you willing to pay all the price for the continuation of the warband? Of course I would, Martins replied emphatically, but it's not related to. Rizzo waved his hand, preventing him from continuing, and looked at the other two parties present. What about you? Of course I'm willing. The attitude of the two veterans was also decisive. Rizzo nodded. He stood up, faced the three brothers, and said, Let's go to see His Excellency the Governor, the savior of the battle group, and see how he saved our battle group. 4 interstellar warriors came together to visit, all fully armed, which shocked Gu Hang. But after he heard the news, he still met them in his office hall. Today's Gu Hang is no longer what it used to be. In half a year, not only his power expanded rapidly, but also his personal strength. In the system, on his personal character interface, he is a LV-5P Psyker in the battle in the Quintet 3 months ago against the warlord of the Orc fleet. He was even the main force. He himself assessed that under this level, he might not be afraid of Martins, the chapter leader, even in a one-on-one fight. Of course, being surrounded by 4 space warriors at the same time may still cause problems, but he can't escape if he can't beat him. This city is full of his people. And the reason why Gu Hang thought about this in the first place was mainly because the gang of space fighters came too aggressively and too suddenly. He didn't know what happened, so naturally he thought about the worst. Of course, when we actually met, Gu Hang still had a bright smile on his face. He first opened his mouth to welcome the arrival of the interstellar warriors, and then he did not make unnecessary temptations or insinuations, but asked straight to the point. I don't know if there is any specific matter that the 4 masters are here today. Do you need my help to solve it? The Phoenix has made great efforts and sacrifices for the reconstruction and revival of Fury. Facing Governor Gu's question, none of the 4 space warriors who were full of momentum spoke. They don't know how to say it. Naturally, the 2 soldiers didn't mention much. They were here to witness, and today they only brought eyes and ears, not a mouth. And the 2 leaders, Martins looked at Rizzo and found that the latter had no intention of speaking at all. This has always been Rizzo's attitude. You are the leader of the chapter, and all decisions should be made by you. Is this a good thing? At least Martins didn't feel it. He just felt a heavy burden. Sometimes he very much hopes that there is someone who can make some decisions instead of him. No matter whether the decision is wrong or right, he just needs to follow, implement, and do his best. That must be countless times easier than it is now. Putting away his thoughts, he still has to shoulder the responsibilities of the chapter leader and find a way out for the continuation of the chapter. Martins was also not good at beating around the bush, so he also said bluntly, We are here for the survival of the Phoenix Squadron, and we need the help of Your Excellency the Governor. Oh, Gu Hang has already let go of most of his heart. Asked for help? Tell me earlier. It was so aggressive, I thought something was wrong and you guys are going to kill me. No. Where is there something wrong? I am a loyal minister of the great empire. However, Gu Hang was a little puzzled. He said, You need help? Of course there is no problem. But with all due respect, I've always been grateful for your dedication in the past, and I've tried my best to help you. I don't know where else I can help you. If there is something I don't do well, you can also bring it up. I am all ears. Martins took a deep breath and said, We need gene seeds. What? Gene seed? Find me? Fortunately, he wasn't drinking water at the moment. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee whether he would spit it out in one breath. Coughing twice, covering up the shock in his eyes, he pretended to be calm and asked, I understand what a gene seed is, but how can I help you? I don't understand. Martins was a little discouraged again. That's right. He is a governor. How can he help with gene seeds? His gaze once again involuntarily looked at Rizzo next to him. Rizzo remained silent. Martins got angry from his heart and said in a broken jar, 8 months ago, we were wandering in the starry sky. He told what happened at that time. From their predicament, from Rizzo's foresight that the battle group salvation will fall on Gu Hang, to their arrival on Star Fury. Even including the previous conversation between him and Rizzo in the Phoenix Monastery, he said everything cleanly. Head Pastor, aren't you saying nothing? Then I'll tell you everything. Rizzo's expression remained unchanged, and he let Martins shake everything out. Guhang looked at the head priest of the Phoenix in shock, with an expression of disbelief and complete ignorance of the reason. But in fact, he was already making quick calculations in his mind. 8 months ago, that should be the time when I activated the time-limited event, Phoenix Will Die. Was it the power of the system that mobilized Rizzo, the head priest, to foresee something in his prayers? What's the point of this? As a pastor, when you prayed to the Emperor, you were directed to Fury Owlstar and me? The hidden meaning behind this whole thing made Guhang shudder. However, more serious problems are still ahead. After Martins finished all this, he was looking at him with expectant eyes. Not only Martins, but also the 2 space warriors behind him had the same attitude. And how should I respond to myself? Gene seeds can be given 100 gift points count to 1. For him, when the event was just activated, he couldn't even take out the 100 gifts at that time. If he could take it out, it was extremely painful. But for him now, the monthly fixed income is -yuan, and he can take -point casually. But the question is, to give it? If you admit it, how much risk will this matter bring? And how much impact will it bring? In untraceable ages, the living emperor created the gene seed, creating the space marines. Today, this technology has long been lost. In this day and age, the gene seed can only be produced by the space marines themselves. Moreover, due to the long separation, the gene seeds of each battle group with a long history have slowly produced some subtle differences, and after the completion of the genetic surgery, the space warriors created will also have certain differences in their characteristics. The gene seed bank accumulated by the Phoenix Squadron over the long years has been destroyed. According to the history of the war band that Martins once told, in the last battle that ended the Centennial Redemption Expedition, they brought the flagship of the Warband Arsenal and the Warband Gene Bank, which completely disappeared in a big explosion. In this world, if you want to see the gene seeds of the Phoenix again, except for the 7 survivors who are still alive and picked them after they died, the rest can only be found in the gene seed bank of the Empire. Space Marine chapters are also required to pay a tax called the gene seed tax, regularly required to pay 10% of the new seeds produced by the chapter during this period. The Mechanicus and the Church of the Imperial State check whether the genoseed of the chapter is still pure, in this way to determine that there is no problem with the chapter. Seeds that pass the inspection will enter the Empire's gene bank and are generally used to establish new war groups. In this way, the Phoenix chapter could theoretically ask for aid from the Empire through the gene seed taxes they had handed over in the past to rebuild the chapter. But in reality, this is impossible. First, Phoenix tried to apply, but nothing came of it. There is no such rule in the Empire, and there's never been a rule that says that a chapter with heavy losses can replenish its soldiers from past seed taxes. The Empire really doesn't have the motivation to do this. Why should it supplement the combat power of the old battle group? From Guhang's point of view, if he was a member of the Supreme Council of the Empire, he would not agree. The Space Marine chapters are within the Empire, and according to the Holy Code, each of them is the same as an independent warlord. Most of them have their own home planet, and the home planet does not pay taxes. Space Marine chapters are generally obedient, but there are also many who do not listen to the announcement. The Empire doesn't even have an organization that has the power to specifically govern the interstellar fighters. Letting the interstellar fighters do their work is like the relationship between Guhang and the Phoenix. They have to issue orders and commissions. If they really don't do it, or if they don't work hard, there is no conventional means to punish or restrict them unless they fall out and judge people as traitors. Moreover, it is not that simple to convict a traitor. Which battle group with a long history does not have a group of comrades in arms, good friends, planets saved by them, etc., all of which are all related, all are political backers, and they could be sentenced if they want to. After the sentence was over, the mother group and the war group of the same sect popped up one by one to fight the injustice. If there is a real hammer, that's another story. If there is even a little bit of controversy, this matter can't be done. In this case, why support the old battle group? If there's a real need, building a new group is over. Let the old group figure out their own way. Especially the Phoenix Squad, who had a criminal record and was sentenced to a redemption expedition. Their political relations were almost emptied, let alone support. If you have the time to save you, it is better to build a new regiment. It is not like Phoenix, which has a lot of historical problems left over that can't be sorted out. With no hope of getting new seeds from the Empire, all they can rely on is themselves. The sacrifice of 3 soldiers brought 3 seeds, full of hope, but all the operations failed. This means that the seeds of the Phoenix battle group are only left on the 4 people who are still alive. In theory, it's impossible to have it anywhere else. In this situation, Guhang took out one. What do you mean? Did you have a relationship with the above, got the gene seed, or what? There is no reason for Guhang to justify this matter. That it is impossible for him to say that the Imperial gene pool authorized him a batch of Phoenix seeds. What a lie. This kind of thing has never happened in the tens of thousands of years of history of the entire empire. But continue to pretend to be stupid and deny it? It doesn't seem right. It has been half a year since Guhang obtained the ability to exchange gene seeds. That it is impossible to say that he is not itched. He has also been planning for this opportunity to use the exchange ability of gene seeds. If it weren't for this idea, when the beautiful girl caravan was here, he would spend a lot of money to buy 20 sets of power armor when he was full. Isn't that just for that day? According to Guhang's original plan, he wanted to wait until Wu Jiarong had time to come and let the priest of the mechanic order study how to do gene implantation surgery. This work does not have to be done by space fighters. In fact, when the Empire wants to create a new battle group, it is also the mechanic order. The only problem is that Wu Jiarong doesn't specialize in genetic engineering. That in comparison, Huku is a better choice, but considering the degree of trust, Wu Jiarong is still the best choice. Let her study it, and then Guhang will find some qualified and potential teenagers, train them to the T1 level with the soldier car system, and then exchange them for gene seeds. The total cost is 211 gift points, plus the life of a potential young man, as the price for Wu Jiarong to practice. Even if it fails, after practicing a few times, it should eventually come out. Anyway, gene seeds are not precious to Guhang. They're just a gift of 100 points. Now, if you want to extract the technology, it is far more than this money. The only concern is how to explain it after it is figured out. If now, taking advantage of this opportunity, we can negotiate with the Phoenix group, that would be almost a perfect situation. Moreover, when he ran over, he almost understood the situation, and there was little room for continuing to play dumb. Sitting on his governor's throne, Guhang looked down at the 4 space warriors, especially focused on Martin's and Rizzo. He could see the relief and tension on Martin's face. He could also see that Pastor Rizzo had opened his eyes at some point, and his expression was full of anticipation at the moment, even with a little fanaticism. Reminiscent of what Martin said just now, the fact that they were led to Fury Alstar when Rizzo prayed to the Emperor, he gritted his teeth and decided to give it a go. He figured it out. In the desperate situation, this group of phoenixes who were all focused on how to continue the battle group, faced with the gene seed that came from nowhere, but indeed belonged to the descendants of the Phoenix, they might really give up looking for the reason and just hope that the war group can survive. Space Marines are known as the Emperor's Angels of Death, and rightly so, for they place a high value on loyalty. But Space Marines didn't turn traitor? That's not it. Traitor chapters, Chaos Space Marine warbands, these are real things. Isn't that from the Loyalist Space Marines? The Phoenix is like this now. I'm afraid it's not because of the desire of the battle group to survive, and they have a high chance of agreeing to let them directly defect. Not to mention, what Guhang wants them to do next is not to make them defect. Furthermore, looking at Rizzo, Guhang always felt that this head pastor would become a key point, and maybe he would become his internal support. Thinking of this, Guhang took a deep breath and said seriously to the 4 space fighters below, "If you say so, I have indeed thought of a way to help you." Started with a head, Guhang didn't say anything in detail, leaving room for it. He spoke slowly, and he did not forget to observe the expressions of Martin's and Rizzo. The longing look on Martin's face suddenly became full of hope. The chapter master looked at him eagerly anticipating what he would say next, and the fanatic look on Rizzo's face became more obvious. The reaction of the two made Gu Hang feel relieved. Their first concern is not why can this governor help us get gene seeds, but any conditions can be agreed, which in itself explains a lot of problems. He continued to say, but this matter is too important and special, and it involves some secrets. I will also pay a great price for it, which exceeds the level of my support for you. Therefore, if you need this special help, I need you to promise me a few conditions. Martins couldn't wait to speak. You tell me. I will definitely agree. No matter what the conditions, I will agree. In his heart, he was indeed ready to pay all the price. Gu Hang raised a finger. First of all, the Phoenix Squad needs to pledge their allegiance to me. Just this first one, Martins was stunned. A war band, allegiance to a planetary governor? Has anything like this ever happened in the entire history of mankind? Planetary governors. Aren't they all mortals appointed by the battle group to help them manage the planet? At best, it is a steward role. And if they don't do well, they will be replaced if they're not good? Now, the chapter's allegiance to the planetary governor? He was a little unacceptable. Gu Hang's expression became calm. I think what I want to say is a little clearer. This is beyond the extent of my help to my allies, and you should understand it yourself. I can only pay the price for my own people, the real people of my own. After a pause, Gu Hang leaned forward and stared at Martins. I am ready to pay the price for the revival of the battle group, but the premise is that this is my battle group. Then, Commander Martins, you said that you were willing to pay all the price. So does what you just said still count? Martins looked at Rizzo again, but he only saw Rizzo's encouraging eyes. I agree. Martins lowered his noble head. Then make an oath. Gu Hang said, now that you have agreed, what else is there to say? Martins knelt down on one knee to Gu Hang, who was sitting on the governor's throne in front of the golden statue of the emperor, and at the same time lowered his proud head. Along with his movements, Rizzo and the other two space warriors also knelt down. Next, it should be the swearing-in session. But Martins pursed his lips tightly. He didn't know how to speak. At this time, Pastor Rizzo said, it's my job to lead the battle group to take oaths and sing prayers. Let me do it. Martins breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, the head pastor is still somewhat useful, at least replacing him to undertake the most embarrassing link. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. From today onwards, I am the Phoenix. Rizzo's first sentence moved the DNA of the three of Martins. This is the battle group oath of the Phoenix chapter, which is what every battle brother must memorize when he officially joins the battle group, and must be recited in front of all battle brothers when he swears an oath to the emperor. After that, almost every banquet, dinner, and prayer of the war band must start with this. It's already gone backwards. In the past war groups, including the current war group, Rizzo, the head pastor, took the lead every time they held similar prayer activities. Everyone is very familiar with this, so the three of them almost instinctively recited it. From today onwards, I am the Phoenix. I am the Emperor's sword, and I am also Gu Hang's sword. The eyes of the three of them widened instantly, and they looked at Rizzo in disbelief. What the hell? The oath of the battle group, you just changed it. If you swear allegiance, you swear allegiance. What is the purpose of changing the oath that has been passed down by the entire battle group for thousands of years? No, you should discuss it with us too. However, Priest Rizzo looked at them with a resolute and fanatical expression, obviously urging them to read along. What else could Martins and the remaining two fighters do? Things have come to this point, and there's still a saying that I stand up and say I quit. They just paused, but finally bit the bullet and read along with the head pastor. I am the Emperor's sword, and I am also Gu Hang's sword. I am the Emperor's shield, and I am also Gu Hang's shield. I will bring death to the enemies of mankind, and I will bring glory back to the Emperor and Gu Hang. I will die for the Emperor, and I will be reborn because of Gu Hang. From today onwards, I will fight forever as an immortal bird. Gu Hang felt awkward listening up there. This oath forcibly added his name, no matter how awkward it sounds. Besides embarrassment, the more core point is a guilty conscience. How can Lao Tzu be able to stand side by side with the emperor in an oath? How much trouble would it cause if someone else heard this? But it's hard for him to stop it, and it's hard for him to say what he feels in his heart. It's impossible to really have no dark feelings at all. Can he be upset that a warband is swearing allegiance to him, and even change the oath of the warband? Although there are only 4 people left in this battle group, from this moment on, he can finally use that repeatable event without any scruples to exchange gene seeds. With the seal lifted, is there any need to worry about the speed of the explosive soldiers? However, Gu Hang was not overwhelmed by this dark feeling. He still remembers business. After the Phoenix squad took the oath, Gu Hang raised his second finger. When Gu Hang raised his second finger and raised the second condition, Martins was already numb. He even recited the oath just now along with the chaplain of the war group. So what conditions can't be agreed to later? And the latter, second condition, and the third condition that came immediately after are really nothing special. This is the case after they swear their allegiance. Gu Hang's second condition is to require the war group to obey all his orders unconditionally. No problem. Obey and obey. Otherwise, what is the oath of allegiance? It was the third condition that made them worry. This condition means that the future new members of Phoenix Squadron, from recruitment to training, will be handled by Gu Hang. Essentially, this is for the training of T1 level soldiers, as well as the training of political commissars at the Academy of Loyalty. The former is to improve the basic literacy of the trainees as much as possible. Otherwise, according to the traditional training method of interstellar warriors, a boy in his early teens will be trained for at least 5 or 6 years, and at most 7 or 8 years, until he is close to adulthood, in order to choose the best among them. That's too slow. Gu Hang can't stand that kind of slow cultivation. He's going to explode. It is a more reliable method to directly consume gift points to bring youngsters with excellent qualifications to the T1 level. Not everyone can be trained to the T1 level. When Gu Hang used the soldier card function for related training, he often encountered situations where he could not improve. That has something to do with the qualification level of the soldiers. But that's fine too. If you find 100 youngsters who could be promoted to T1 level by soldier card, that also proves that their aptitude level is quite good, that if you don't even have the potential to withstand the soldier card function being raised to the T1 level, then don't waste your gene seeds, and don't waste your own life. This is also a very useful filtering function in disguise. People who are eliminated and have not been promoted to the T1 stage are not wasted, that if you don't have the qualifications to become an interstellar soldier, you can also enter the 10th Special Operations Brigade and become a special soldier. The stormtroopers are also quite honorable. As for the regular training, it is definitely necessary to go to the Loyalty Academy. Before those lads could become Space Marines, they had to be properly educated in allegiance. Martins has doubts about this matter, not because of ideological education. The entire battle group has sworn allegiance to the governor, so what else is there to worry about? What he is worried about is, does the governor know how to train space fighters? Gu Hang also didn't have any explanation for this, just like he wouldn't explain how he got the gene seeds. As for how to deal with Martin's doubts, it is actually very simple. Gu Hang said some words to him. The words were very tactful, but the meaning was very direct. Next month, he plans to come for gene seed implantation surgery. Martins has the ability to use the regular training methods of space fighters, and in a month, can the right candidates be cultivated in the shortest time? Even if you choose from more than 200 teenagers who have been trained in the Phoenix Monastery before, you can't pick a suitable one. It's not that the training method of space fighters is not good, but the problem is that there is too little time for training. The previous 3 operations failed. Of course, the previous gene seeds were not properly kept, resulting in a decrease in activity. The quality of the recipients is not high enough, which is another big problem. If you can't handle it, you might as well come with me. In the end, Martins could only choose to accept. After sending off the 4 members of the Phoenix group, Gu Hang, who was alone, had someone get him a glass of wine on a rare occasion and sat on his seat to drink alone. He didn't show any emotions like excitement or happiness on his face, but he was really happy. The complete attachment of the Phoenix Squadron is of great significance. The core point is, of course, not the 4 veterans. If you just need to borrow their power, then you don't necessarily have to submit to them. Normal mission entrustment is enough. The greater value of this matter is that Gu Heng can finally use the gene seed exchange function without too many scruples to explode his troops. Lift the seal. Space Marines are by no means a cost-effective unit. The more than 200 gift points needed to train a Space Warrior, plus the money for that set of equipment, is enough to arm 1 or 2 infantry divisions, and a space fighter might kill more than one division. But things can't be counted like this. There are so many problems that infantry divisions can't solve, and top-level individual soldiers like Space Warriors are needed to solve them. In the battle on the Quintet, if it wasn't for the 4 of Martins and the others, what's the use of giving Gu Heng 4 infantry divisions? It probably couldn't stop the Orc warlord from destroying the core engine room. Then it couldn't stop it. However, no matter how impatient Gu Heng is, he can't just explode right now. The previous gift points have been spent, but it doesn't matter. Things can be prepared first. Selecting young people with potential as reserve fighters and throwing them into the Academy of Loyalty for study can all be done in advance. A month passed in a hurry. The situation has undergone many new changes. In the Baikingu area, a relatively large-scale battle broke out. The Central Group Army has been effective in cutting, compressing, and eliminating the jungle. The aberrant hiding in the jungle is impatient. Oh, it's not so much that the aberrations are impatient. It's better to say that the manipulators behind them are trying to fight to the death. They clearly know that if they continue like this, the 20 troops and millions of people participating in this action to wipe out the jungle will really wipe out the jungle in the Baikingu area. Not to say that the vast jungle was cut down, but at least it was cut into pieces that in some places where it is confirmed that there are no aberrant layers developing. The surrounding area can be emptied and left in place. If there are jungles with aberrant monsters, they will be completely destroyed. The synthetic starch factories built at full capacity can digest the destroyed trees on the spot and convert them into synthetic starch needed by refugees. This also greatly eased the food pressure. In addition, some time ago, the autumn harvest work was almost coming to an end, and now the Alliance's food reserves are still healthy. The Society of Natural Salvation, who is unwilling to sit still, gathered almost 50 monsters of various types from the jungles in the Baikingu area. Even so, they were thwarted. They also know that facing the enemy head-on, despite their large numbers, they have no chance of winning that war. Quantity is obviously not the first point, firepower is. But the full version of the aberrations, although the range of the abscess ejector is quite long, reaching the level of a gun. There are also biochemical artillery, but in general, it is ordinary aberrations that support a huge number. Those ordinary aberrations only have close combat capabilities, pure cannon fodder. The frontal attack is delivering food, but they have no other choice. A wave of aberrations gathered and rushed out of the jungle in huge numbers, trying to attract the attention of the Central Army in this way. Immediately afterwards, they launched a multi-point attack from other areas of the woodland. However, the final result fell short, so the attacking aberrations were almost wiped out in the end. At the beginning, when Yin Fengshu detected a large wave of aberrant monsters, he was indeed distracted, and the main force confronted them face to face. But after discovering that the enemy was moving around and launching multiple attacks, his reaction was also very fast. First of all, the frontal troops launched a more violent attack and wiped out the enemy in front of them. Secondly, the reserve troops were quickly mobilized on a large scale along the entire front, supporting multiple enemy attack points. These teams are basically the 15th to 25th Garrison Division trained this month. Their equipment is not yet in place, but it is barely enough to pull it out and use it temporarily. The third is the militia regiments and armed people's self-defense forces everywhere, which are already outstanding enough. They resisted on the spot, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Generally speaking, the first support to arrive is the Air Force formation. Currently, the Alliance's Air Force already has an aviation squadron with nearly 40 Wind Falcons in the form of a 3-aircraft formation. They all set off after hearing the situation in the Baikingu area. They hover over the Baikingu area, and as soon as they hear that there's a need for air support, they will go there immediately. With the assistance of these aviation units that act very quickly and have a very wide combat radius, almost none of the attacks launched by those mutated monsters achieved any particularly good results. Of course, the Air Force is just the Air Force after all, and cannot achieve decisive results. But as long as it successfully delayed the attacking rhythm of those monsters, that would be enough. After the Central Army on the ground is free, the quick reaction forces everywhere can provide support along the way. The Chingu area is a huge peninsula with thousands of kilometers in the longest point from east to west. With just a few people on hand, there is definitely no way to cover everything. But it doesn't need to, just a few million people, just put a few larger settlements, and there is no need to pull such a long line of defense to increase the difficulty of defense out of thin air. After several targeted annihilation battles, these aberrations were almost wiped out in the end. Immediately afterwards, the Alliance's army followed the plan and followed several passages in the Chingu area itself, splitting out a part of the fast troops and starting to go south. They will establish evacuation points along the way to help people who are still stranded in the South Green Valley area migrate northward and escape. This migration is semi-mandatory. Forget about ordinary people. There are still many plantation owners in the Nankingu area, which is the biggest obstacle. From the beginning of the disaster to the present, the Nankingu area can still persist in the current plantation, or it is relatively isolated from the world and has not encountered many difficulties until now. It's not that the scale itself is relatively large, and it is not so easy to be breached. But no matter which one it is difficult to say that those plantation owners gave up their original assets and followed a large number of farm laborers to go north together. In this regard, the Alliance expressed respect and then asked all the people to leave. The population has migrated away, and the family of the plantation owner is left. Do whatever you like, if you want to die, the Alliance is hard to save. However, if they dare to encourage the farm laborers to fight against the Alliance army, prevent the farm laborers from leaving, and falsely claim that they will suffer disasters if they go north, they will all be regarded as enemies, and the Alliance army will deal a strong blow. In short, the process of migrating the population in the south was not smooth, and there were even bloody incidents from time to time. However, the army carried out the will of the governor with steel and artillery fire. Even if things go wrong, those plantation owners will never be able to stop this process. On Star Fury, Governor Gu Hang's will is the general trend, the wheel of the times. No one can resist. And during this month, researcher who Gu Hang paid attention to before, has also achieved results in the deciphering of the spoils recovered by the special forces of the 10th Brigade. Hu personally found Gu Hang and came to announce the good news, saying that he had found the target location. Sure enough, just as they expected, the Natural Salvation Society has indeed mastered a complete and undamaged spiritual energy field left over from the pre-war era. Moreover, the most important research work they are currently doing is trying to figure out what kind of disaster happened to those spiritual gas fields on Fu Xiaoxing in the pre-war era, and how did they open the gap in the abyss. They're trying to replicate this process. Moreover, they have already achieved some results, which involved a large number of lives and a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. The mass reproduction and loss of control of the aberrations are related to their research. The spiritual gas field discovered by the Natural Salvation Society is not that big, but as long as it is a spiritual gas field, the energy density in it is very exaggerated. Its location is in the southernmost part of the Chingu Peninsula, or called the Chingu Subcontinent, and about kilometers to the southwest on the seabed. The Natural Salvation Society supposedly built a mine and laboratory there. Huka said that if he wanted to know what his student wanted to do, he would have to spend more time on research. Gu Heng didn't care much about this. If Huka wants to study, let him do it. As for solving the problem, Huka doesn't have to worry about it. At that time, he will send special forces to destroy it in orbital strikes and under the cover of the Air Force. Destroying the Linghua gas field is a joke, and it is unrealistic, but he can destroy all the equipment and personnel arranged by the Natural Salvation Society there, and cut off the way they continue to use it. Of course, that's not now. The Alliance's Air Force can't spare time now, and the Baikinga area is still fighting. Moreover, the strength of the Special Warfare Brigade is not enough. Let those cultists live for a while, and when they have time, Gu Heng will give them a hard hit. And after this month passed, the monthly fixed income was also issued. This time, there are 1432 points, which is an increase from last month. And after getting more than 1,000 points, Gu Heng did not hesitate and almost completely devoted himself to the construction of the Phoenix. Just before 12 o'clock. The next thing is to write about tomorrow at noon. After this month's 1432 gift points were distributed, Guam Heng's current total gift points are 1440. Even if these gift points are all invested in the Phoenix, about 7 Phoenixes can be produced in the extreme state. Of course, it is actually impossible, and the loss in the middle should be considered. No matter how optimistic Gu Heng is, it is impossible to hit all 7. What's more, before that, people who are suitable for training have to be screened. The way to choose is actually quite simple. First of all, in the latest January, Gu Heng has selected 150 teenagers between the ages of 16 and 18 from all over the league. There are some conditions and requirements, such as background, past experience, physical fitness, mental state, and will quality. In short, there are a lot of various requirements. These requirements were not conceived by Gu Heng out of thin air, but based on the suggestions of Martins and Rizzo, and established a scoring table from all aspects. The weight of each item is different, and it is evaluated and selected. 150 people. Under this premise, these 150 people have actually gone through a round of screening. But now, Gu Heng has enough gift points in his hand. The second round and subsequent rounds of screening will start soon. First, all were trained to T4 level. This cost Gu Heng 17 gift points in total. Then, when it was time to train them all to T3, there was a situation where they could not be trained. This is normal, which means that the potential of some of them cannot reach this level. Then divided into 15 groups and upgrade one by one, there are 6 groups that can't be promoted, and then divide. Although this is not the most efficient way, it doesn't matter. Gu Heng doesn't have to pay attention to the ultimate efficiency. In the end, 9 people were eliminated, and the rest were all promoted to the T3 level. This cost 141 boons. To be honest, this ratio is quite high, and it may be that they did choose well during the selection stage. However, when they were promoted to the T2 stage, the proportion of eliminations suddenly became very large, and only 47 people were successfully promoted in the end. For their promotion, Gu Heng spent 470 gift points. In the end, Gu Heng saw that there were still 1 people who were qualified to upgrade to T3 level. This ratio is so true that Gu Heng can't help but sigh. It is really difficult to find someone who is qualified to become an interstellar warrior. Among the 150 youngsters who were selected out of the best, only 3 could be trained to the T1 level. No wonder the 3 surgeries performed by Phoenix all failed. In total, they found 400 to 500 teenagers for training. Not to mention that the Phoenix didn't have enough time to train those teenagers. Even if they were really given enough time to train and the gene seeds remained intact, Gu Heng was not optimistic about their success. The Phoenix has no cheats, so it is impossible for Gu Heng to easily select the best candidate. They can only observe the level of those teenagers through about half a year of training time and guess the best 3 that among the 500 people who actually have this qualification, there may be about 10 people, and many of them are just potential and may not be able to fully realize in training. It's no wonder that those mature battle groups need an entire planet to provide soldiers, and a large number of battle groups will also carry out cruel elimination during the selection stage of recruits, and even resort to methods such as battle royale and fighting each other. They just need a large number of young people to participate in this conscription operation and carry out the harshest elimination. Compare with the preciousness of gene seeds, the lives of some mortal teenagers are not worth mentioning. Low error tolerance? Then select 10 out of 10 people, and in the midst of fighting and harsh elimination, if you want to win all the way, you will be forced out of your potential. The Star Warriors will not feel sorry for those who have not forced their potential to die or be eliminated. Regardless of whether the way the Space Marines select recruits is advanced or cruel, they're definitely not bad at all anyway. Guheng didn't expect his soldier card system to have such a usefulness. Although the success rate of surgery for T2 level teenagers is not bad, Guheng does not intend to waste it on them. Instead of doing that, it's better to give the precious once 100-point gene seed to the 3 most outstanding. These 3 boys, Guheng, have all been promoted to the T1 level. This costs 300 boons. Then, Guheng spent another 300 gifts to exchange for 3 gene seeds. All the preparatory work has come to an end, and the rest is to go to the operating table. For the whole process, if you add the training of the Special Arm, Political Commissar, to them, the total cost will reach 1369 gift points. The gift points in Guheng's hand suddenly returned to double digits. It looks like a lot. On average, each Space Marine candidate costs more than 400 gift points, which is twice as much as expected. But it can't be calculated that way. First of all, none of those precious young people with outstanding potential died in the selection process. Secondly, even if they're eliminated, they all have their own uses. Even for those 9 boys who couldn't even get into T3, even Political Commissar Guheng didn't bother to train them, so he sent them directly to the regular recruit camp. But even so, these 9 worst teenagers should perform more prominently in the recruit camp and belong to the existence that various troops will rush to replenish when replenishing their troops. After all, even those in the new barracks who have undergone soldier car system training are generally only at the T5 level. All 9 of them enter T4 anyway. The remaining 141 people will all be supplemented into the Special Warfare Brigade. Before that, the Special Warfare Brigade had only 100 people in total, and it was in urgent need of troops. And the 141 people added here are at least T3 level, which is the same level as the existing Special Forces. 47 have reached the T2 level, which is much stronger than ordinary Special Forces. So far, the strength of the Special Warfare Brigade has been supplemented to about 230 people, and at least 2 Special Warfare Brigades have been assembled. It is also in consideration that the eliminated teenagers can be used immediately, so when Guheng asked the people below to screen the teenagers, he chose the age of 16 to 18. Although a young man in this grade still has room to grow, if he is thrown into the army, he will still be a young soldier, and he will be called a child soldier. But just don't be Boy Scouts. Of course, the rest of this group of teenagers are all episodes, and the most important thing is the 3 selected children. Guheng is looking forward to their future very much now. Paredes Anato was from the Green Valley region, the son of serf. When he was a teenager, he was well nourished, mainly because his mother was a bit pretty and had some special relationship with the plantation owner's family. His father should have known this long ago, but kept silent. He himself had not known it for a long time. Occasionally, he heard some gossip, and it was only when the teenagers were fighting and playing with each other, and others were talking nonsense and insulting him. Anyway, that's what he always told himself. But this year, disaster struck and the plantation fell apart. His father decided to go all the way north, fleeing with his family of 5. He also had 2 younger sisters. Their family was lucky. When they arrived in Baikingu area, the refugee camp had just been established and the infectious disease did not spread over. They only stayed in the refugee camp for a short period of time before being relocated to the central province and landed in Weishing City. In the process, he heard a quarrel between his parents. The content is about his mother complaining about the embarrassment of life and why she didn't follow the master's house, but was scolded by his father for being shameless. Then his mother scolded back very fiercely, saying that if it wasn't for her relying on his father to farm the land by himself and eating the meager salary from the master's family, how could he support the family? Anachuo didn't want to think about those things anymore. In short, although his parents have not yet parted ways, the family atmosphere has become very bad since then. Both his parents have obtained the E5 rating and entered 2 different factories respectively. He and his 2 younger sisters also have the E2 and E3 rations respectively, and have the opportunity to go to school. Family life has improved a lot. At least there is a place to live, enough food and clothing, and a brighter future. He didn't understand why such a quarrel erupted one day after his parents, who had never mentioned these things before, broke out after life improved. In the Cold War between his parents, he lived for more than 2 months, until someone wearing a red hat came to the school to pick the boy with the most potential, and he couldn't wait to sign up. On the one hand, this thing is cool. On the other hand, he also wants to leave this family. He doesn't know how to solve family conflicts, but not facing them is an easier option. Many of his classmates were past the simple test, and there were very few who passed, but he was one of them. After being selected, Red Hat paid a visit to his home. After hearing that the child was going to be taken away, his mother burst into tears on the spot, unwilling to do so. His father also trembled and asked with a forced smile if he could not go, and if there was any other way. They didn't know what would happen to their children after they left, and they instinctively didn't want Anachuo to leave the family after their lives improved. According to his father's plan, after studying for a few more months, Anato, who is 17 years old this year, will be able to enter the military factory with him and produce cannons. Although the work is hard, you will be stable at the E5 level when you enter, and you can continue to be promoted in the future with the accumulated length of service, and you have a stable future. This is the first visible road. What's wrong with it? His mother was of the same opinion. To be honest, when he saw his parents who had been in the Cold War for 2 or 3 months and hadn't spoken to each other for a long time, snuggled up to each other, and held the same opinion, he became more certain about his decision. If his departure can improve the relationship between parents, that would be great. But if it will be better to stay, that's also... Oh, I can't stay. He heard the Red Hat talking to his parents. The Red Hat stated in a very stern manner that this is the Alliance's conscription. Failure to follow the Alliance's conscription policy is a serious violation of the law and will be severely punished. Immediately afterwards, he softened his tone and described the Alliance's policies in a soft-spoken manner, saying that serving as a soldier is different from being captured by the manor owner or other settlements to become a strong man. Being a soldier has a military rank and benefits. With a stipend, even better than the average worker, there is a future. What's more, what little Anachuo wants to enter is still a special promotion training class, specially organized by the governor. Hit the stick first, then feed the carrots, and then draw the cake. After a round of tricks, his parents were persuaded. Little Anatole himself was persuaded and did not want to stay. In addition to the trivial matters of the family, how can teenagers not be interested in the unknown but vast world? Then, amidst his mother's tears and his father's reluctant embrace, he left home and was taken to a monastery on the outskirts of Weishing City. He has heard of this place. According to the people in the city, the emperor's angels live here, and it is an area that mortals cannot enter. Stipends and even downgrades. The latter is a very frightening punishment in the Alliance system. Could it be I might become an angel? It is also normal for young people to love to dream. He nervously and restrainedly waited for his fate, but what happened later made his little head very incomprehensible. He first trained for a week. The content of these trainings is rather novel. He has never seen it before, but it is said that it is a common training method in the army, nothing special. But during this week's training, his companions were continuously divided into different groups. Some people were sent away within 2 days, and the rest persisted longer, but they were also continuously divided into groups. Until a week later, only 3 people, including him, were still in the same group. And during this period of time, he felt very clearly that he had undergone a huge change. His physical fitness has been greatly improved. Originally, among his peers, he could only be regarded as an upper-middle level physical ability, strength, agility, etc., and in a week, he reached a level that was far more exaggerated than a normal adult. He has mastered many military skills, most of which he has been trained in, but only once or twice at most. However, he feels that every skill has become his own instinct, and he can use it as he pleases. There is also a lot of military knowledge in his mind, that he just read those knowledge from the books that were handed out at night according to the training requirements. But now it is deeply remembered in his mind that it's not even just memorization, but also understanding, as if he has actually applied this knowledge many times and has a deep combination with practice. These things surprised him. Then, he and his companions were brought to Fushing City, a place called Faithful Academy, where they underwent a week of training. During this period of training, his knowledge has increased a lot, and he even met the legendary Governor General with his own eyes in the first class. In the following lessons, he seemed to understand that his rapid growth in the last cycle was due to the Emperor's blessing and the Governor's gift. The thought of loyalty was firmly engraved in his mind. After the courses at the Faithful Academy, most of his classmates were sent to the new barracks. I heard that they would join the Special Warfare Brigade and become a glorious Special Warfare Pioneer, and they were also called Stormtroopers. And he and the other two in the same group were taken back to the monastery. Then, he was told that he would have an operation the next day. He will have the opportunity to become the Emperor's angel and the most elite warrior under the Governor's command. I finished writing last night and forgot to set the time.